Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Monday edition of High on Politics. How is everyone doing? Hope you guys all had a fantastic weekend. Let's go. Indeed, up the pucks. I'm sure that you guys probably saw in the news that, and this is, a little less serious news, but Dub Bears pulled it out. It was a hell of a game. If you guys were not watching, we had, I think it was like an 8% chance of winning going into the third quarter. So, yeah, that was that was insane. But yes, had a great night that night. Got to actually talk to some This Space crew after the game was done. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, Elaney. I appreciate that. Also, Etch, what up? What up? That's why you don't do a victory lap early? Nope. No, but that's also why you don't go, we got to quit. My friend, it was so funny. He was so depressed, like, by the halftime. He was just like, hey, man, you want to leave? You just want to go? I'm like, no, not really. I'm like, dude, there's an entire half of... He's like, no, it's not. No, there's not. I mean, okay, so I think there were maybe like a few seconds left in the second, and he was talking about how, oh, look, they're about to go 28. I was just like, I don't think so. Didn't happen. So I was like, there's my first hint that I should not listen to this guy. But yeah, it was fun. Had a good time watching that. But today has definitely put a little bit of a damper on that because yes, I got to catch up with all the protest footage. I was not able to go to a protest yesterday, which kind of sucked. I'm not gonna lie. It was disappointing that yes, my plan fell through. I was supposed to have a ride and we were gonna go out into the country, but yeah, that just did not happen. But either way, I hope that some of you guys got out there. Any day Green Bay gets embarrassed is a good day. That is true. Here, let me say hello to everybody. Get the stream going. Also, Elaney, thanks for holding it down over on Twitch. The Twitch it's a fun place. I live in the basement too. I didn't embrace it though. I don't live in my basement. I mean, you could make the argument that I do. You could. I spend a lot of time down here. I also have to work down here too. So, yeah. You know what? This is probably... Oh, wow. I've never put that much thought into it, but this is probably where I spend most of my time. So I guess that's just factual at this point, but whatever. Joshua Kyle, welcome. It's okay, man. If you're trying to rip on me, whatever. Can't really rip on me when something is close to true, but it's my basement. I pay my taxes. I'm a protest I go to. I didn't go to any protest this weekend. I wasn't able to. Unfortunately, my plan fell through. Had I known that was going to happen, I might have gone to one on Saturday that was local. I had to drive, I drove past it on my way to go to the football game, which they were out there late, man. But yeah, good loser. Thanks. Well, no, I mean, I covered a lot of protests. There's going to be a few tonight. I know that Minnesota has another one. It's going to be a larger march. I saw that they also had something go on today at the ice facility where they dispersed tear gas again. We'll get into that. Got a whole bunch of coverage here. Got my normal coverage. I actually have a pretty decent MR segment that they did today. They did a really, really good job showcasing some of the travesties that are going on with ICE, such as breaking the Fourth Amendment. Yeah, so you know that whole thing that J.D. Vance went out and did by saying that they were going to go door to door, again, he might want to read the Constitution, because our Constitution protects us from exactly that. Exactly that. And there's a reason that we enshrined that into our Constitution, because and also codified it after World War II, because we wanted to make sure that we didn't go down the slippery slope that was what we just experienced in fascist Germany. So, gay AF. Well, what's wrong with that? You know, I don't know who you had in your life that was telling you that it wasn't okay to be gay, but you could be gay, and you know what? People will still like you. Hell, people will probably even like you even more if you just start living your damn truth. Like, it's these people that they genuinely never had a opportunity to just live their lives, and then they were told by people that, you know what, they were just going to be ostracized, and yeah, they were never going to be loved. Haha, liberals and Democrats keep on cry. I'm not even a liberal, and I'm not a Democrat, so Quimby, nice going. You're 0 for 2. To imply that someone is a loser is to imply that the game was fair to begin with. So, are you saying that the game wasn't fair on Sunday? No, I think we're still talking politics here, right? Man. Yeah, well, it's like what happened at that Target. The fact that you still have people out here that are justifying the blatant use of force against that kid, when, oh, he should have just complied. He was an American citizen. He has absolutely... This is what I keep saying. We do not need to comply with them unless they have a fucking warrant. What they're doing is they are profiling people, and then they are looking at their paperwork and going, oh, none of this matches, and then dealing with it. And they're doing it in such a way, again, no masks. I doubt they have any records of who's on what shift, which I would argue that's probably illegal, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, it was insane. Like, they picked up the kid at Target, roughed him up. He had a giant black eye, and then they decided, you know what, fuck it, we're just going to drop you off at this random Walmart because we got to get away from here, because they were being pressured by everybody in that Target. They were being pressured by the employees. They were being pressured by the manager, who he was just like, he's a citizen. He's a citizen. I have his paperwork. He's a fucking citizen. Cry harder? No. Yes, I'm crying. By pointing out, with a smile on my face still, somehow, Paul, that these people are blatantly breaking the law. And again, I love how the don't tread on me people, like these people that were so, like, you loved the Tea Party, you loved that yellow flag with the snake, but guess what? Now you have abandoned those principles to, I don't even know. Like, did you ever actually believe it? Did you ever believe in the don't tread on me thing? Because did you believe that the government was actually fucking treading on you? Jesus Christ. Just admit that you're fucking racist. That you're so happy to see these people get roughed up because they're a different color or creed than you. You fucking pathetic losers. Jesus Christ. You can tell us to cry harder, but the only ones that cry victim when they're not actually a victim are you. It's insane. And then you see a bunch of solidarity, and then you get scared by it. I mean, I do love that part. I love that part, genuinely. It's fun. It is fun to see how many people have, like, just turned and gone full bootlicker. And they also don't have the conviction to actually go join ICE, which tells me something. It's just like, wait a minute. What are you afraid of? $50,000 signing bonus, yet you can be here on my page and tell me to cry harder, but I don't see you putting on the fatigues there, bitch. What are you one of the only consistent ones that's just like, well, they told me I have to wear a mask. They don't have principles. No, they don't. No, they don't. Yeah, tread on me harder, daddy. Yeah, they love that shit. They love it. Exactly. Tread harder, daddy is just, that's the new flag for them. I mean, it's perfect. What up, Chris? How you doing, brother? How is my favorite Greek doing? Also, just want to welcome everybody to the stream here. You know what to do as you file in. Hit that like button. Helps me out a lot. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. I think that most of y'all are that are, you know, cool. Obviously, I got the Wife's Cancer Fund up still. yeah, actually just got some really bad news as far as that increasing as far as the uncovered stuff. But I was told by an advocate to just wait this one out until she's done with treatment, because apparently it's going to keep snowballing a little bit. But yes, everybody give the wife some well wishes today. She's going through a lot of imaging and tests today. So, yeah, she's going to be there until late into the night. So, yes, everybody give her the good vibes, please. Hell yeah, just last week I got 6 blacks arrested. I went into Walmart, asked them to steal something from me. I went outside in the parking lot, and I called the manager and got them arrested. So you're an actual, like, ghoul of a human being. Also, I don't believe a single word that you just said there. But it's the internet, folks. Everything's true. I have questions. What are your thoughts on automation? I read 800 million jobs will be lost by 2030 globally. Yeah, no, I believe that. That's the whole reason that they're... it's funny, because you know how, like, they're doing all these things to make sure that we don't have our rights and, like, to kind of enforce a massive police state and get people used to authority, like you guys are. You guys are so used to it. And they're doing this, like, you guys are going to get caught up in this one, too. Because eventually, you're going to they're going to do something that's going to affect you financially, like take your job, and then they're going to tell you tough titties, because there is nothing to do. And they have been giving you a whole bunch of false numbers, which, again, love how you guys are so good at calling out fake news. I thought you were experts at calling out fake news. So when they feed you some actual fake news, you just eat that shit with you got the airplane coming right in your mouth. Just open your mouth for the airplane, and you're just like, the hangar bay is open. Fucking A. It really is disgusting how quickly you guys have just decided, nah, we don't need freedoms. We don't need any consistent laws. We don't need any of this. We can just let them do whatever the fuck they want, and we're going to sit here going, yay, again, until they come for you. And when they do, the bitch of it is, we're still going to be fighting for your dumbasses. Confirming all the hate biases. I mean, it really is... They're giving us everything that we already knew. Like, we knew they were Proud Boys. Come on now. Like, it was pretty fucking obvious. But tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions will fall into despair soon. Yes, because most of these people, they, like, dude, you understand that the ones that are going to be put out are the ones that are making, like, millions right now. Honestly, if you're living paycheck to paycheck, not a lot's going to change for you. It's the ones that have careers that they bank on. And it's all going to change overnight. Because of automation. You're going to see fucking grocery store owners. You're going to see fast food franchisees. You're going to see it all. They're all going to start going down. Unless the franchisees decided to get in early with the automation, then we'll see. But again, I also saw this report that because of the ham-fisted nature of them going after everybody who, you know, is brown or speaks a different language, yeah, apparently... people are having a hard time finding workers and consistent workers. So, yeah, we're right back to it, folks. You mean like Biden during COVID? You do remember that Trump was the one who actually instituted the first lockdowns. So, cry harder, to quote my favorite guy in chat right now. Bring it. We need to be knocked back to the Stone Age. I have a feeling that you saying that on an internet forum, you'd feel a lot differently if it actually happened. And then you'd just be lamenting, like, how did we get here? It's like, that's funny. You know how you guys are so proud of what you voted for? I hope you guys say that when that happens. When we're all living in squalor and, like, literally in a post-apocalyptic America, I hope that you guys still carry on with the, yeah, I voted for that. I'm so proud of Trump. I'm so glad he did the thing. It's bad out here. Great Depression level of disparity. Yeah, it's getting worse. Yeah. No, but the government just said how much it's better. Gas is cheaper. The housing market's turned, and the credit cards got capped. So in one day, the economy turned around. Didn't you know that? Didn't you know that's how it worked? Like, the funniest part is I gave Trump credit for that, and I reported on it way before I saw a bunch of right-wing outlets finally catch on and go, oh, well, that's weird. Trump actually did something good for the economy, but we ignored that to just go and troll the libs. I mean, at the very least, I'm glad that's happening. Like, you guys do ignore the things that, you know, theoretically you could use as ammo to be like, well, how come you don't support, I mean, you're a pothead. How come you don't support him rescheduling marijuana? It's like, well, I do. I actually did. I support that. And the thing is, I'm not as pessimistic anymore because I did say, like, you know what? I thought there were going to be a lot of loopholes and shit like that. Turns out, not as many as I thought. It does turn out that the big alcohol lobby was the one behind the squelching or whatever the hell it is, where they put out this, it's like this mass information thing. And I've seen, here, let's see if it's still on my newsfeed. Let's see. It is. Every single time it's on my featured on the bottom where it says, a rise in a marijuana related sickness. Wait, the fuck? It just changed halfway through it. Now it just changed to how a healthy drink sold at gas stations is ruining lives. Well, that's interesting. It's almost like it, because I was calling it out there, just like, change it now. Gas is the lowest in 5 years. That's actually not true. It's the lowest since it was 2023. Remember, gas was pretty low during COVID because nobody was driving, but you guys forget about that. You guys like to make up statistics and not really look at the actual numbers. You want to do the feel-good ones. And it doesn't matter because diesel is still up. Therefore, our costs of moving the economy is still up. But again, this is my favorite part. Because gas stations put the number out there, you guys see that as your fucking daily stock market. Do you understand the amount of fucking literal just brain dead idiots, and this goes for the left and the right on this one, that if you go outside and you look at the gas station and go, economy good or economy bad based on the number on the gas station, you're properly an effing R word. I'm getting better, guys. I'm getting better. You really are. You're one of the biggest boneheads on the fucking planet. You know? And you guys got that for a half second. I heard in like 2020, anytime that we would bring up the gas prices starting to spike, I would constantly hear, well, the president doesn't control gas. The president doesn't control gas prices. It's like, okay, so you get it. You get it. You get the whole thing. That's funny. And also, inflation is still up. Until the tariffs are actually wiped out by the Supreme Court, which it does look more and more likely like it's going to happen. Things are going to be more expensive. They still are getting more expensive. Certain items have gone down, but this is where, again, you guys are like the biggest political tools on the fucking planet. If you guys can look at, as I said, gas prices and egg prices and go, yeah, Trump did it. A year later, after he said day one he would take care of that too. By the way, beef is a luxury. Exactly, and it's not getting any better. The few moves that he's tried to make it's kneecapped the fucking meat industry. So I don't see that getting any better. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. That's not true. Gas has gone down a little. And it has nothing to do with orange cheeses. Coffee is still $30 a can. Beef is through the roof, and candy bars are $20 a piece. You can eat gas. Exactly. Well, no, it's the same thing with water. Like, they don't understand that water's about to become a hot commodity. And most of these idiots, because it's happening mostly in red areas, they're going to be the ones really hurting the most from it. Like, yes, we do have a few data centers in, like, the big cities. Even we have one about 45 minutes away from where I live. But I'll tell you what. Oh, boy, it's about to hit even harder. The inflation is down. Where is it up at? It's still up from every metric from January of last year. Inflation's only come down by like 0.2%. You do understand that, again, Trump brought inflation up with his fucking stupid tariff mess, and we're still living through that. Everything is still more expensive. Car battery is still more expensive. Fucking car parts still more expensive. Anything that's coming through a fucking port of entry still more expensive, but... unless it's gas. But no, I love the fact that you guys are sitting here arguing it, because you guys know in the very least that I'm fucking right. You guys know, like, this is my favorite part when they don't argue the substance of what I'm talking about. They start kind of backtracking and just being like, yeah, well, I mean, even with gas being cheaper, that means everything gets cheaper by that metric. No. Oh my God, a car battery is so damn much. It is. It's fucking insane. The same car battery I was looking at before I purchased, which this was my bad. I should have purchased when, some economists were just telling us, like, hey, if you're going to get, like, essentials for your car or your home, do it now. Because if you don't do this by next April, and they keep saying April is, like, the key. Like, I don't know what the hell they know that we don't that's going to happen in April. But fucking, they keep saying that that's, like, the crashing point for all this inflation bullshit. Also, the stock market was... it hit you know how it hit its all-time high? Well, with the all-time highs come all-time lows, and that's kind of funny, especially with, like, the way that it's been dipping. I don't see a lot of people criticizing Trump for the dips. They only give him credit when it's high, which kind of gives you a look into the state of mind of anybody that really does call themselves a Trump fan, because they're not willing to criticize the man. So that's all you are as a fan, which is weird. I honestly made a rather large purchase and cashed out more than a bit of my savings because I'm thinking that things will be getting a bit problematic soon, so I'd rather have it than not. Yeah, it sucks that I'm in this position with the cancer stuff because, yeah, we're like, our entire life has been frozen. Like, everything has... even that car battery, that was a huge purchase for me. So it was just like, man, you think that's expensive? Think about RAM. Oh, yeah, computers. Yeah, God forbid your fucking computer goes out anytime soon. Knock on wood. Maybe I'm missing something here. Car batteries are expensive. I've seen 3 sets at the lowest. Again, which ones were you buying? Tires are way up. Yeah, tires are way up. Exactly. But no. Keep ignoring it. Gas prices won't help with childcare and health insurance costs. Well, the health insurance thing isn't going to happen the way that the Democrats were saying it was, because the ACA was extended at the final hour, which is good. It's objectively good. They all got on. Well, all got on board. 17 Republicans got on board and said, okay, this is way too contentious for us to continue. So... I remember my first computer was in 1984 in a Macintosh. Jeez. I was buying a set for $499 in 2020. Goddamn, same set is $100. Yeah, or $1,200. My wages didn't go up. Fuck me, huh? Yeah, no, that's your fault, Josh. That's your fault. You're a failure. You're a fucking failure. You listened to Biden too much, therefore you're a failure. Didn't you know? Only Trump supporters are going to have good things happen to them. It's kind of like that whole prosperity gospel thing. I hate that it takes until the last effing second to actually fix the Republican break. Yeah. Well, again, because funny enough, they needed to do it at a time where Trump wasn't really paying attention, because for Trump to come out and then, like, do his obligatory threats that he is so good at doing, be like, oh, you know what? I'm going to support your challenger in the primary. I don't like what you're doing. Yeah. I think that was the whole thing. And now, because it was the first session, he probably didn't even know Congress was in session. Like, let's be real. Yeah, that's why they did it. Either that or he did... Like, no. You know what? No. He had an economic meeting with enough people that he may not respect, and he may think, like, he does the thing where he's just like, you know what? I control it. That's why he's doing the thing with Jerome Powell. Is because he understands that how bad the economy is, and everybody has been warning him for the past year, literally since last May. He has had every economist on his side talking about how if you do not stop with these tariffs, if you do not stop with the fucking fudging of the numbers, this is going to collapse the economy in a way that you will not be able to recover from, and you will never be seen as a successful president. Because do you understand? He can do all this shit that you guys love the second that he's like, if he takes us into an actual depression, which I hope doesn't happen. I'm one of these people that lives in this fucking country that I just hope this doesn't happen. You know, this is why I eat crow when I do, where I'm just like, oh, you know what? Oh, he did something that made sense for once. Or, oh my God, Republicans did something that made sense for once. Hey, thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Provocative AF clips. Interesting channel you got there. Yeah, give the stream a like, but of course it's my fault. I'm a loser. I knew that. I shipped manufacturing jobs to China in 1976. I abolished the law in 1995 to prevent private equity from consuming the housing market. It's all my fault. Well, that's the thing. I actually gave Trump a lot of credit for going against Blackstone and just being like, you know what, no more private equity in homes. But I knew there was something else there. I knew it. It took one day for him to walk that one back and just go like, well, you know what? Unfortunately, that can't happen because we got a lot of people, you know what? So we'll have to figure it out. We'll just say no single family homes. It's like, okay, Long Way Enterprises. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow. I'm a clown. Oh, well, at least I hope I'm funny. Trump is the logical conclusion of Cheney's doctrine of we create history. Yes, it is. And that's why I think that I am still like so up in arms about this. Cheney's era was looking forward. Trump's interpretation is that he gets to decide what all of history, yeah. And learning mean. I don't know why this is happening again. Hold on. My comments are slowed down. Like this one. You know, I got effed again, I slipped and fell, and that's it. I know there's something else there. There we go. On that dick, my fault again. Yeah, well. Well, don't you know? Oh, hey, by the way, guys, here. Rowdy Road Steamer, or Robbie, I keep calling him Rowdy. It's Robbie Road Steamer. You know, the guy in the elephant. I know my animals. I wouldn't be able to pass that cognitive test that Trump is so proud of. I can't tell the difference between an elephant and a giraffe. Yeah, the guy that's in the giraffe costume that does all like the music stuff, you know, pretty famous guy. Apparently got arrested today.
Hey, you gonna sing some songs? Oh, yeah. Oh! Again! What are we doing here?
What the fuck? What the fuck, man?
Arresting the dancing giraffe. Is that the right side of history? The line is in the middle of the street. It's in the middle of the street.
Yeah, he's literally in the middle of the street.
I said he's going to get arrested. I called it 10 minutes ago. I said, this guy's going to end up getting arrested. And he's getting arrested. They're arresting Loudmouth. Loudmouth out of there. And we knew they were going to come out. Loudmouth is gone. They're like tired of Loudmouth. Loudmouth is out of there. You're out of there,
Loudmouth
buddy.
is perfectly
Have fun.
legal right
Loudmouth,
there. So
they're arresting him.
Again, sit there, dude. Nothing's more pathetic than you fucking losers lapping this shit up. When even the fucking the cops, the boys in blue, they're telling you and us, nah, this ain't the way, and this is gonna end up causing way, way more danger in the long run. Although, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. You know what? I waited on this one. Where is it? Here we go.
Wednesday, January 7th, ICE agent Jonathan Ross shot and killed
We're gonna watch the Legal Eagle video of
a
this.
motorist during an immigration-related operation in Minneapolis. The victim, 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good, a U.S. citizen and mother of 3, became involved or sought to legally observe the proceedings after dropping off her 6-year-old son at school that morning. She was shot in the head in the front seat of her car. The incident took place shortly after the Trump administration escalated immigration enforcement operations in Minnesota by deploying thousands of agents in the state. Diametrically opposed narratives have emerged over what led to the shooting, with the administration uniformly defending the agent's deadly use of force and seemingly everyone else saying he was 100% guilty of murder. Not surprisingly, it depends. But just hours after the shooting, the U.S. Department of Homeland Security issued a statement blaming Miss Good for the confrontation, characterizing the fatal shooting as an act of lawful self-defense. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told reporters that
when a mob of agitators
let's see what this means legally.
all day began blocking them in, shouting at them, and impeding law enforcement operations. ICE officers and agents approached the vehicle. She then proceeded to weaponize her vehicle, and she attempted to run a law enforcement officer over. This appears as an attempt to kill or to cause bodily harm to agents, an act of domestic terrorism.
President Trump echoed these conclusions, insisting Ms. Good, quote, viciously ran over the...
Until he saw the video live from the New York Times and then changed his tune very, very quickly.
ICE officer justifying the fatal confrontation. And as Vice President Vance has so eloquently put it, but videos posted online and witness accounts appear to contradict the official narrative. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car. As we'll talk about in some depth, analyzed from multiple angles, the video footage seems to show Miss Good's car attempts to back away from officers surrounding her car and trying to force entry, and then lurch forward in an ill-fated attempt to escape confrontation. Mayor Frey has aggressively pushed back on DHS's version of events.
Again, he was so scared for his life, he didn't even drop his fucking phone.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
And now, as the country reels in the aftermath of the shooting, Minnesota investigators say that they have to withdraw a probe into the deadly use of force after being denied access to evidence by the FBI. Now, in a non-dystopian universe, the Justice Department would launch a comprehensive, non-biased investigation into the matter and, depending on the outcome, bring federal charges against the ICE agent who killed Miss Good.
Yeah.
But right now...
Yeah, they would have taken his gun and then put him on administrative leave.
Now it's safe to assume the Trump-controlled DOJ will take no such legal action.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem. This is what happens when you get rid of the precedents that, were established where they would have to follow these protocols. Once you get rid of those protocols, then it's the wild fucking West.
The question, is Mr. Ross guilty of any crimes, and is there any feasible recourse to hold the agent liable for the death of Miss Good? Now, the fatal incident took place shortly after 9:30 a.m. on Wednesday in a residential neighborhood south of downtown Minneapolis, about a mile from where police killed George Floyd in 2020. A frame-by-frame analysis of bystander video footage raises serious questions about the administration.
No, they don't. No, they do not, actually.
Narrative that
This is the thing. Most cops have come out and condemned the way that he got in front of the vehicle because most cops would not get in front of the vehicle. Anyone that has just a modicum of police training knows that you're supposed to stand to the side of the vehicle. You're supposed to stand off to the side and kind of keeping their steering wheel in your view because it gives you a better view of the car inside. Also, makes it so it's a lot harder for you to be put in danger of getting hit.
Agent Ross was forced to fire defensive shots.
Also, if you have multiple police the way that they did, they're supposed to form an L. That guy walked around the car.
To protect the life of himself and others. Video taken by a witness shows Miss Good's vehicle, a burgundy Honda.
And no, they do have consequences. Anytime that an officer discharges his weapon in the field, they have to give up their weapon to their sergeant or to one of their superiors, and then they will be put on administrative leave pending an investigation. This guy got in his car and walked off.
SUV stopped in the middle of a one-way,
which also flies in the face that he got ran over.
Road, its engine idling. And we're now starting to see more videos from the moments leading up to the shooting. It appears that the SUV was initially parked on the side of the road and was only in the middle.
This video shows she wasn't even obstructing the side of the road. I mean, I've seen every video that I need to see.
A relatively short amount of time before the incident began. The video taken from Mr. Ross's own cell phone.
The problem is you got a lot of people that are putting out AI videos now to kind of fit their narratives. And I've seen it on both sides, guys.
Shows him filming the vehicle, trying to apparently record the license plate.
Stay off X for any information on this one, by the way.
Of the SUV.
It's
Good's
bad.
wife, Becca, was also using her phone to film him. She says,
"That's okay, we don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be the same plate when you come talk to us later."
And eventually Good herself says
That's not a case anymore. She should have never been there. That's not a case anymore.
Hey dude, I'm not mad at you.
No, by that logic, I should have never been there. That level of enforcement should have never even been greenlit, but here you are. And then you guys want to do, well, Obama, I didn't see you guys criticizing Obama over this.
And
no, just admit that you guys love fascism and that you guys are not actual Americans. You guys don't believe in the Constitution. You don't believe in any of the things that actually made America great. What makes America great is my ability to disagree with you, but not necessarily want you to get locked up for your opinions. But you guys are the polar opposite of that. You guys would fucking scream to the heavens, based, if that happened to the left. You're actively saying it. Like, keep fucking clowning on yourselves, guys, because the only ones that are getting clowned in this are you.
Apparently,
anybody that supports this blatant fucking fascist bullshit, I'm telling you, man, like, history is going to remember that you were a piece of shit. I thought about this yesterday. So you guys know how we in history class always learn about the Nazis and like who we really haven't like talked to, and I need to look seek this one out. The ones that were just citizens, the ones that were too old to either be drafted or any of that, the ones that just went with it.
Last words. Although bystanders,
because that's you. That's you. Historically, that's you. You guys are the ones that would have just in Nazi Germany been like, based, you know what? I kind of like this Hitler guy. Even the ones that are just like, yeah, you know what? He's not coming after me. That's you.
Yelling at the federal agents and blowing whistles. It does not.
And I know you can do this. We've all watched movies. This is the whole point of like movies resonating with people is you're able to put yourself into the shoes of whoever the story's about. So I know that you're able to do this. It's just funny when you were watching Indiana Jones. You guys are the ones going after the Ark of the Covenant. You guys are the ones. I mean, Indiana Jones, the most prominent anti-fascist, may I say.
Here that Miss Good was engaged in that behavior. You can see federal vehicles start to approach Miss Good's SUV with lights flashing and sirens blaring. Agent Ross can be seen approaching from behind the SUV and crossing the SUV's right-hand side, all while filming the scene on his cell phone. In the crucial moments before the shooting,
I'm sorry, Vinny, that your mother never loved you.
Miss Good rolls her SUV.
You can tell that, like, she was giving you as a baby and was just like, ew, that you are like the quintessential like version of. Guys, make sure that you have enough contact with your babies and like you show them a little bit of love.
Slightly forward into the street, then stops and waves at other motorists to go ahead.
And you're a pathetic, tiny dick, little fucking douchebag on the internet, man. Here you are.
Ahead of her, two agents are seen exiting his silver pickup.
You're the one watching a stream trying to call me a girl. And that's the best you got?
Up and approach,
dude, for real.
The SUV, telling Good to...
It's your insecurity showing, brother.
The SUV backs up, then veers forward to the right. Seconds later, gunfire erupts. Re-examining the scene from a closer vantage point, we see Agent Ross walk around the car while filming on his cell phone, disappearing from view. Other agents pull up and order the driver to get out of the car. But it's not clear who exactly those agents were.
Now, make no mistake, none of these guys are actually getting to me.
Or whether the driver could hear them. But it's clear one of the agents grabs the car's door handle and reaches inside, but is unsuccessful in forcing the door open. Almost simultaneously, you can see the SUV backing up and turning right in an apparent attempt to leave using a two-point turn. At the same time, Agent Ross crosses towards the left side of the vehicle and grabs his gun with
Foster covers,
his
thank you.
hand. To me, it looks like he unholsters his weapon before the car is moving forward.
Hey, you.
He opens fire on Miss Good and continues shooting as she drives past him.
All right, guys, cat's in the room.
At no point does Agent Ross appear to drop the cell phone carried in his left hand, and that's bolstered by the footage he took on that cell phone continuously during the shooting, which we'll talk about in a second. Looking more closely at the moment Agent Ross fires, he appears to be standing to camera left of the SUV while the SUV's tires are pointed all the way to the right away from him. And things are happening fast, and it's not clear if Mr. Ross is in front of or partially in front of the car at the time that the first shot is fired.
I'm sorry your wife left you. I'm sorry that if you have kids, they all hate you. I'm sorry, Vinny. Like, seriously, you are screaming from the mountaintops that nobody likes you.
But it does appear clear that by the time the second and possibly third shots are fired, he is fully to the side of the vehicle. Man. Reports are that the second and third shots were fired through the open driver's side window.
Yep.
It's unknown at this time which of the shots made contact or were fatal.
Typical Democrat turned to insults.
This
That's legitimately funny.
Contradicts the administration's allegations that Miss Good was running him over or attempting to run over Mr. Ross when he fired at her. Although other grainier video footage filmed from a different angle could appear to support this conclusion, but when this footage is synchronized with the closer footage, it's clear that Agent Ross was not run over by the SUV and in fact emerged unscathed. After being shot in the head, Miss Good's SUV then veers into a white car parked further down the road.
Well, I know that J.D. Vance, with his smoky eye, is bringing emo back to the conservative movement.
Before crashing to a stop. The agents witnessing the scene do not appear to rush to provide emergency medical care to Miss Good. Eventually, Agent Ross approaches...
Again, guys, if this is how they see the Democratic Party, this is a good example of how the Democrats need to wake the fuck up.
...the vehicles and instructs his...
Because nobody on our side is looking at this anymore and just being like, oh yeah, Democrats are here, they're going to save us.
...colleagues to call 911. Other agents can be seen blocking several bystanders who attempt to provide medical care, including one who identifies himself as a physician.
I go check a pulse.
No! Back up! Now!
I'm a physician!
I don't care!
Going back to the footage that Mr. Ross took himself, there's a couple of things that we can glean from this. Number one is that Miss Good appears very calm as a driver, arguably snarky.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you.
Yeah, she literally said, I'm not mad.
There seem to be conflicting orders. Some people are yelling, get out. Some are yelling, get out of the car. You can also see clearly from Mr. Ross's vantage point that Miss Good is looking all the way away from him as she backs up and also turns the wheel all the way to the right. In other words, turning to get out of that situation and not towards any of the agents. You can also tell from the footage that the engine is revving at this time, indicating that the car is going to speed up. But at the same time, this is all taking place at a very low rate of speed, close to zero, as she's doing what is obviously a 2-point turn. At the same time that another agent appears to be lunging into the driver's side door in an effort to apparently turn the wheel to the left towards the agents. You can also
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird how technically what that guy was about to do would have been way more dangerous.
see Ross switches his phone from his right hand to his left that frees up his right hand to pull out his firearm. But it's also clear that he never drops the phone and continues recording in his left hand while simultaneously taking his firearm out with his right hand and shoots at least twice. It also seems pretty clear that the reason he was arguably in front of the car was for video recording purposes and that at any time he could have gotten out of the way. And I will opine at this time that holding your cell phone in one hand while firing with the other.
Oh my God. Guys, this is why I use the word retarded, because these fuckers are retarded.
Seems pretty reckless.
I can't. I'm sorry.
If not depraved indifference to the human life.
Apparently, it's the only words they understand, you know.
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
Again, it's so easy to make fun of them. They're all fat and small. Bunch of fucking tiny assholes. Not one of them is over the I think you have to be under 5'9" in order to join ICE, because then you have the proper amount of angst.
Now, given the Trump administration's refusal to participate in the investigation,
filming and still popped her, yep,
and the fact that this video comes,
yeah, it's almost like he wasn't actually afraid for his life. Weird.
Seemingly directly from Mr. Ross's cell phone, it's extremely likely this video was leaked by either Mr. Ross himself.
Get out of the car, said 4 times. That is not a fucking cop! You bootlicking fuck! It's not a cop! They don't have the ability to enforce that shit on us, the citizens. That's why we are calling them Gestapo fucks, you asshole. Seriously, I'm done fighting for anybody. Like, if you want to make it to where, like, you truly want do you want the retribution? Do you want us to do the thing that you so clearly think that Biden was already doing? Honestly, at this fucking point, we shoulda. Biden shoulda locked you all up. He shoulda gone for all the fucking deplorables, apparently, because honestly, we were playing the good faith game, thinking that you guys genuinely thought on the same level as us, where it's like you respected the Constitution, but no, you guys don't give a fuck.
Someone in the...
It's all about, we need to smash the libs. We need to get rid of leftism. We are so anti-American that we just want to have a white ethno state, but then we're still gonna fucking push out minorities and fucking any woman. Or you guys just want it to be white men have all control.
Chain of custody at the Department
We get it, man. God damn.
Homeland Security. Probably because they think
you insecure fucks. You never amounted to anything. So you got mad when you saw somebody else do better than you. You got mad when the fucking jock fucked your girlfriend in school. You got mad when you saw a black dude that was cooler than you. Dude, we get it. We get what type of people you are. You look at Mexicans and you're mad at the community they have because the only community you have seems to be Mayo and pro wrestling.
Is exculpatory, which seems...
And that's a dig on me.
It's likely given that it was leaked to a right-wing news source. And as is the case in many instances, evidence can and often does support two diametrically opposed arguments at the same time. But from all angles, the video footage depicts a hostile, clumsy, and unnecessarily violent operation. The Minnesota officials have stated their intent to hold unlawful actors in the shooting incident criminally accountable. And to bring charges against a peace officer for the use of deadly force, the state must be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the officer's use of deadly force was not justified.
Oh, God. Him coming in with these pesky laws. These pesky laws.
Section 609.066 of the Minnesota Code governs the authorized use of deadly force by peace officers. Now, assuming for purposes of this analysis that the offending ICE agent would be deemed a peace officer, which is not 100% certain, there's not a lot of case law on this, there is a possibility that a Minnesota jury could convict the ICE agent under the present circumstances. How likely that would be remains to be seen. Now, Minnesota's applicable statute permits the use of deadly force when, quote, an objectively reasonable officer would believe, based on the totality of the circumstances known to the officer at the time, and without the benefit of hindsight, that such force is necessary to protect the peace officer or another from death or great bodily harm, provided that the threat can be articulated with specificity, is reasonably likely to occur absent action by the law enforcement officer, and must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay. Now, the statute also permits the use of deadly force to, quote, affect the arrest or capture or prevent the escape of a person whom the peace officer knows or has reasonable grounds to believe has committed or attempted to commit a felony, and the officer reasonably believes that person will cause the death
Well, there goes that
or
one.
great bodily harm to another person unless immediately apprehended. As stated by the city attorney's office of Hennepin County, where the incident took place, this statute provides a, quote, significant defense to criminal charges brought against an officer accused of.
Again, I want, as long as you guys are consistent, if this were a liberal peace force, you guys would get out of your cars, or would you guys be rocking the "Don't Tread on Me" flag all of a sudden again?
The use of deadly force.
Let's go. Come on.
And under this defendant-friendly statute, it would be difficult.
You guys, you're telling me that if Biden actually did have this, where he was enforcing a whole bunch of his rules, not even the law, his laws, you guys would just comply because you guys see them as federal employees, right? It's almost like you guys are full of shit because you guys wanted to go after Fauci and you didn't even want to comply with a mask mandate.
But not necessarily.
It's kind of weird how you have nothing to stand on.
Nearly impossible to prosecute Agent Ross for the unlawful use of deadly force.
Just comply unless it's at a grocery store.
Back to the footage, Agent Ross might have a viable argument in his favor based on his first shot into Miss Good's SUV. At the time of the first shot, Agent Ross appears to be positioned maybe slightly in front of the SUV, which would be consistent.
ICE is full of cowards. It is.
With the corresponding bullet hole appearing in the front of the windshield in later.
Dude, the ICE is full of guys that failed at being mall cops.
Footage.
That should tell you something. There's a reason that these guys weren't given authority in the first place.
It is possible that a jury would believe an objectively reasonable officer would believe that deadly force was necessary to protect him or herself from death or great bodily harm when they're standing in front of, or at least partially in front of, a moving vehicle. The statute itself says that the decision of the peace officer to use deadly force is evaluated under the totality of the circumstances, which, quote, shall account for occasions when officers may be forced to make quick judgments about using deadly force. And you could certainly imagine a situation where a driver was driving 100 miles an hour directly towards an officer with the intent to kill that officer. Of course, this doesn't appear to be that situation. The SUV's tires here appear to be pointed away from Agent Ross at the time that the first shot is fired, which would undermine the self-defense claim under the state statutes. Her hands appear to be turning the wheel to the right. Further, at the time that the first shot is fired...
Again, I don't want to hear about it. If you were not compliant during COVID, you can shut the fuck up.
The car is not speeding towards...
And I have a feeling that's like 90% of you.
Agent Ross, but rather...
80. At least 20% are people that do actually like me in here.
Pulling away at an extremely low rate of speed. Thousands of motorists are pulled over every day. Revving the engine doesn't give the highway patrol license to murder the driver. And it's much harder to make the argument that you were acting reasonably and fearing for your life while recording video continuously in one hand and pulling out your gun in the other like akimbo deagles. But certainly nothing is a given when prosecuting law enforcement officers, just ask Rodney King. And Section 609.066 is extremely favorable to the officers themselves. But it's also possible that the analysis is different for the subsequent shots or shot fired by Mr. Ross and may not be justified under the Minnesota statute. Unlike the first shot that Mr. Ross arguably took in front of or partially in front of the vehicle, these later shots were taken from the side of the vehicle. Assuming that Ms. Good has committed some sort of felony here, the U.S. Supreme Court has addressed the use of deadly force in the apprehension of a fleeing felon in Tennessee v. Gardner. There, the court explained that, quote, the use of deadly force to prevent the escape of all felony suspects, whatever the circumstances, is constitutionally unreasonable. It is not better that all felony suspects die than that they escape. Where the suspect poses no immediate threat to the officer and no threat to others, the harm resulting from failing to apprehend him does not justify the use of deadly force to do so. Here, interpreting the Minnesota statute under the limitations imposed by Garner, it's difficult to conceive of any reasonable grounds for Agent Ross to believe that Miss Good's attempt to drive away from the ICE agents would cause death or bodily harm to
Actually, there were mandates handed down by the federal government.
Anyone, so as to justify her shooting.
And also, by that logic, their ICE's laws to enforce immigration does not apply to you as citizens. So, yeah, it's almost like you guys can play this game. But don't get too close.
Now, given that ICE is trying to add
might have a stroke.
everyone's information to their databases, it's probably a good time to wipe all of your personal and private information off the internet. Your cell phone number, home address, email address, and private social media accounts, and tons of sensitive data are shockingly easy to purchase by anyone online. But malicious actors can't hurt you if they can't find you. And so you can fight back. That Mr. Ross was in fear of his life evaporates the second he's to the side of the car.
Yep.
And additionally, use of force experts analyzing the video footage of the incident have also questioned Mr. Ross.
Again, this is where you guys can have all the opinions you want of my content, of Legal Eagle. This is just the law, man. And this is what's going to end up catching up with these assholes.
Ross's decision to shoot at a moving vehicle.
I see my cat doing something
Most
bad.
police departments, including Hennepin counties, discourage shooting at a moving vehicle because deadly force is unlikely to stop a car and could endanger bystanders. Now, it's also not 100% clear that an ICE agent qualifies as a peace officer for purposes of Minnesota's use of deadly force statute. And if so, then Mr. Ross could attempt to defend against a murder charge on the basis of self-defense under Minnesota law. But under this scenario, the state would bear the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Ross was not acting in self-defense at the time he shot Miss Good. But under these circumstances, Mr. Ross would find it difficult, if not impossible, to prevail on a self-defense claim, given that Minnesota's self-defense law...
Oh, trust me, LA law would break these fuckers' minds. How you can actually, like in LA, it is perfectly legal to go stand in a roadway.
...applies only where the accused was...
and not use lethal force.
...not the aggressor, and imposes a duty...
Mischievous kitty. Yeah, he's in a bit of a mood today.
...to retreat. To defeat a claim of self-defense, the state must disprove beyond a reasonable doubt that at least one of the four elements of self-defense, the absence of aggression or provocation in the part of the officer, to the officer's actual and honest belief that he was in imminent danger or death
on those
or great
things.
bodily harm, and that the action taken was necessary to avert that danger, the existence of reasonable grounds for that belief, and the absence of reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid...
James, where the fuck are you from where you're calling everywhere else a shithole?
...the danger.
It's weird.
And I think a jury would be hard-pressed to
I
find
have this feeling that you live in an actual shithole, but...
Mr. Ross did not engage in the aggression...
What do you got, 2 gas stations and 1 McDonald's?
...or provocation that ultimately resulted in the shooting. Video footage shows Mr. Ross approaching Miss Good's SUV, encircling it on the right side as he takes video with his phone, and re-emerging near the driver's front side.
If you know anything about people, there's no way that she wanted to run over the officer. No, her demeanor, like that's the thing. A study in the demeanor of both these people kind of gives you an idea where their heads were at. She was trying to de-escalate. He was all about escalating.
And he first draws his gun as the SUV reverses away from him. And while the aggressor in an incident...
Yeah. The thing is, again, drew the gun while the car was in motion. It doesn't matter that it was in motion backing up.
...really has no right to claim self-defense under Minnesota law. An original aggressor can still claim self-defense if he actually and in good faith withdrew from the conflict and communicated that withdrawal expressly or impliedly to his intended victim.
Ain't that a bitch how the law does not actually work in favor of the ICE officer? It's maybe why he's decided to go into hiding.
But here the video footage shows no...
And I'll tell you what. He ain't ever going to be able to come out of hiding.
...or communication of withdrawal. To the contrary, it shows Mr. Ross originally...
If there's anything that's going to happen, that's it. They threw him under the fucking bus.
...incident, and then proceeding with the escalation...
He ain't going back on duty.
...nearing the vehicle, drawing his weapon, and aiming it at Miss Good. And another hurdle facing...
Remember how he had PTSD too, so... That's the logic that they're using.
Mr. Ross in the self-defense analysis is his failure to retreat. A valid self-defense claim requires the, quote, absence of a reasonable possibility of retreat to avoid the danger. And the Minnesota Supreme Court has explained that a reasonable opportunity to retreat exists if there are, quote, options for escape or avoidance of peril rather than directly confronting someone. And here the video footage shows that Mr. Ross...
The agent's father docks his name. Good.
...had time to get out of the way of the SUV because he did. Mr. Ross was not trapped. He was not unfettered in his ability to escape, back away, or otherwise protect himself. And in fact, he had the opportunity to take out his gun.
Those with PTSD shouldn't be on the streets. Yeah, it's almost like he had no business being there.
And shoot the driver. If I was the prosecutor, I would certainly argue...
He'll probably be cleared in a court just because people are stupid, but civilly, he's fucked.
...that a reasonable officer would have done everything that they can to get out of the way first, before even thinking of unholstering their firearm. And of course, maybe put the video camera down too. Mr. Ross did neither, and still was seemingly unscathed. This failure to retreat or safely avoid the confrontation before resorting to force likely dooms any claim of self-defense in a
And if he doesn't, then are you going to go out and protest because you have such strong convictions that he was right?
...officer scenario. On top of that...
Or is it almost like everybody calling me a fucking keyboard warrior or like... any of that bullshit? You guys don't have anything you would stand up for except for just this, what you're doing. Like you're sitting on your phone or you're on a keyboard. You're literally the definition of a keyboard warrior.
The state could argue that Mr. Ross did not have a reasonable
biggest bunch of bitches online
basis to believe that he was in imminent danger of death and that the discharge
making fun of the left. Yeah, at least they're doing something.
That's because an objective standard applies to the amount of force used. In other words, the force must be proportionate to the threat and limited to that which would appear to be necessary to a reasonable person under the circumstances. Lastly, it's come to light that Mr. Ross is a 10-year veteran of ICE and was involved in the prior months in a similar situation that did result in his injury. And although Mr. Ross would likely argue that his past experience of
Well, then get to work, bitch.
being dragged by a car in a previous ICE
How hard's your job if you can sit here and talk shit online?
enforcement operation demonstrates his actual and honest
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you don't actually do a hard job.
belief that he was an imminent
Is that why you're so scared of immigrants coming in? Is because you know you're actually useless and anybody could do what you do?
danger of death or great bodily harm. The state might use that same evidence to show that he was still traumatized by that incident.
Dude, Asmon Bronze, how are you guys? Like, seriously, I got to do all the hard work for you? I mean, I get it. Right wingers, not exactly the best with coming up with anything funny. That's also why you guys can't do anything in entertainment.
And his belief was
Like, man.
unreasonable. Now, as if the shooting itself couldn't have gotten any worse.
Well, go get an audience there.
Towards the end of the video footage, we see other federal agents impeding a physician's attempt to render aid or to check the pulse of Miss Good as she lay slumped over the steering wheel of her car. Witnesses also report that ICE vehicles
Ooh, did I strike a nerve?
blocked an ambulance that arrived on the scene. These
Little bitches in chat.
obstructions of
The second that I land on something,
medical aid
hey, I do work harder like you.
could prove further grounds for liability against the agents under Minnesota law.
Bothered. Oh, what is that one? Oh, triggered. Sorry.
Minnesota statute section 609.66.
I felt like that meme was so old. I mean, the fact that you guys are still out there using the one of that one protester triggered.
2
you bothered.
imposes a duty to render aid to shooting victims. Specifically, the statute provides the quote, a person who discharges a firearm and knows or has reason to know.
What kind of moron still believes a pathological, lying, pedophile, con man, piece of shit with Alzheimer's?
That the
A lot of people in this chat, apparently.
discharges cause bodily harm to another person shall 1, immediately investigate the extent of the person's injuries, and 2, render immediate reasonable assistance to the injured person. If the victim suffers death or great bodily harm as a result of the discharge, the person who discharged the firearm is subject to imprisonment of up to 2 years and or fines up to $4,000. Here, although Mr. Ross does appear to take his time in checking on Miss Good's condition and instructing his colleagues to call 911, his response might be deemed inadequate given that he's whisked away just seconds later. But it's also possible that response does meet the statutory obligations. Now, to the extent that ICE agents might have deterred bystanders and ambulances from reaching Miss Good to administer aid, those agents may also be liable under Minnesota statute 609.50, which prohibits the obstruction of legal process. That law subjects liability to anyone who, among other things, intentionally interferes with or obstructs a member of an ambulance personnel crew who is providing or attempting to provide emergency care.
Well, shit.
And the reports are that it took a significant amount of time for the ambulances to appear. ICE agents did not allow ambulances to park next to the victim, and as a result, they were forced to walk a significant distance to render aid. And the penalty for any such violation where the accused knew or had reason to know his obstruction created a risk of or actual death or substantial bodily harm is subject to imprisonment of up to 5 years and fines of up to $10,000. And less significantly, Minnesota's Good Samaritan law imposes a general duty to assist a person at the scene of an emergency who is exposed to or has suffered grave physical harm, but the violation of this law results only in misdemeanor liability. And finally, criminal liability may also be available for the other ICE agents involved in the obstruction of medical care if it's found that these officers' actions or failures to act resulted in a death that could have been prevented by earlier medical treatment under Minnesota statute 609.205. With all this said, it remains unclear whether the state will in fact press charges. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison has stated that anyone who broke the law as part of this incident will be held accountable. And the Hennepin County's Attorney's Office has already stated it has jurisdiction to bring criminal charges against federal officers involved in the shooting. Although the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension initially said it was partnering with the FBI to conduct a joint investigation into the shooting.
Yeah, but then the FBI went and kneecapped him, so now they're just like, okay, well, now we're not playing nice. We tried.
It later announced that it has been notified by the FBI that the investigation would be led solely by the FBI, and that the Minnesota Bureau would no longer have access to case materials, scene evidence, or investigative interviews necessary to complete a thorough and independent investigation. The Bureau further stated it may not be able to present a case for prosecution without access to evidence gathered at the scene of the fatality, especially when it's in the possession of the federal government. But then, of course, there are the immunity issues. Now, despite what noted Yale law graduate, J.D. Vance says, federal
what a pick.
officers do not have absolute immunity simply by virtue of being federal agents. This is, at best, a misunderstanding of established law. The Supremacy Clause of the Constitution does provide some immunity, but it does not give federal officers...
It's not absolute immunity the way that everybody thinks that they are.
Automatic immunity from state criminal law.
And diplomatic immunity.
We've talked a lot on this channel about qualified immunity, but that's in the context generally of civil suits against state law enforcement officers. Here you have the potential of state criminal law applying to federal officers. That doctrine comes from cases that we've actually talked about many times, like In re Nagel, which held that states cannot prosecute federal officers for actions that were authorized by federal law and necessary and proper to carry out federal duties.
But there's one thing that I've learned about this Supreme Court and just any of these court cases is they don't mean dick anymore, because apparently all we need is just a few justices that are left-leaning, and then they change all that. Isn't that how that works?
That
so
protection
might be, might not be tomorrow, but another few years, unless you guys actually do the coup, you better hope that the pendulum doesn't swing the other way. But
is conditional.
Then again, that's just me doing the thing where I'm like, oh, it would be nice. And if, wait a minute, Corpo Dems win back, then they're not going to do shit. They're just going to say, well, they went low, so we go high. We're going to forget about it.
It's not enough that the person is a federal.
And then they'll probably maintain a lot of that force and give them a bunch of funding and just tell them, hey, no more of these antics on the streets.
Officer or was on duty. Courts ask whether the officer was performing a federal function and whether the specific conduct was reasonably related to that function. If the conduct was excessive, reckless, or unrelated to legitimate enforcement needs, the Supremacy Clause arguably doesn't block state prosecution. So the legal question is not, was this an ICE agent, but was this killing necessary and proper to carrying out federal immigration law? The Supremacy Clause defense is fact-intensive and usually cannot be resolved just by holding up a CBP or ICE badge. States may prosecute federal officers if they act outside of the scope of their federally authorized duties or violate state criminal law in ways that are neither necessary nor proper to carry out their mission. But there aren't really many recent examples of state law enforcement charging federal agents. But it does happen on occasion. In a case called Battle versus the State of Maryland, a state court allowed
the fact that he had to go, I own 2 companies.
Allowed the criminal prosecution of a federal
What a
DHS
loser.
agent to go forward after he assaulted someone during
That's most of these guys. As I said, most of these guys have families that hate them.
off-duty altercation at a convenience
It
store.
shows.
Mr. Battle claimed that he had a right to make a warrantless arrest of the victim he got in
Most of their friends are dudes they work with that would probably not even want to hang out with
an
them.
argument with.
Like,
But the court
yeah,
held that
we
the
get it.
Supremacy Clause
You don't have a real community.
did not protect him because he was not carrying out a federal duty, and his actions were neither necessary nor proper to enforce federal law. The court found that Battle had a personal motive to stick up for himself instead of by desire to perform his governmental duties. But this particular case is different because
Loser, yes. Liar, probably.
the agent was on duty, apparently and arguably enforcing immigration law in the neighborhood, which drew a crowd. And the video and witness statements
Ha! Me mom's a shoe.
indicate
What?
the ICE agent got into a verbal argument with Good and her
Wait
wife
a minute. This guy.
before he opened fire.
There once was an old woman who lived in a shoe, and then you're just like, my mom is the shoe.
And you can see in the
Wait a
video,
minute.
it shows the agent trying to film their license plate. Good's wife said, we don't change our plates every morning. It'll be the same tomorrow. She then tries to get back in the car. And we know that CBP and ICE agents are now photographing and scanning people they encounter to add to their various databases. But was the shooting necessary and proper to the governmental functions? Well, it depends on what level of abstraction you're talking about. Clearly, he's part of a general ICE operation, but then if you dig into the specifics of actually firing the weapon, that analysis might dovetail with the self-defense analysis that we already talked about. And the Supreme Court hasn't decided a Supremacy Clause immunity case in more than 100 years. So where does that leave us? Well, with a two-part test articulated in the Nagel case, whether the agent's acts were A, authorized by federal law, and B, necessary and proper. And on the first prong, courts disagree about what degree of authorization is necessary. And the second prong evaluates the agent's reasonableness, but courts seemingly don't agree with each other on whether the use is a subjective or objective standard. In the case Wyoming versus Livingston, the 10th Circuit reviewed whether federal officials and a contractor could be prosecuted under state law for trespass and littering after they unintentionally entered private
Nice Godzilla poster. Thank you.
land while capturing and collaring wolves as part of a federal wildlife program. The defendants transferred these state charges to federal court and argued they were immune under the Supremacy Clause because they were performing their federal duties. The appeals court held that they were entitled Supremacy Clause immunity, meaning the state of Wyoming could not criminally prosecute them for actions taken in the course of federally authorized work. The court reasoned that federal law imposes an obligation on the agents to monitor wolves and that the agents had an objectively...
Do you feel I deserve respect and rights as someone who pays taxes, obeys laws, and respects both sides of the political spectrum? The only catch is I'm trans.
Reasonable.
Oh, well, trans rights are right bites here. So
well-founded belief that their actions were necessary.
Most of these guys probably don't. Trust me, don't do the thing that you don't play politics because you're trying to placate to the other side a little bit, because you might be one of the good ones. Then don't do that. You'd rather not be one of the good ones and just commit to, the political spectrum of the people that will actually go to bat for you.
Fulfill their federal duties, even though they were not authorized to trespass. Now,
So be very careful with that one.
people on social media will...
Trust me, a lot of minorities are about to learn that the hard way because they chose to think that they are one of the good ones. Candace Owens, too.
will insist that Minnesota authorities...
Trust me, there's a reason that she's throwing a little wrench into the workings of MAGA and the right.
Charge Ross with murder based on the video alone, but Minnesota officials...
Because I think someone figured it out.
will have to consider all of
especially when Charlie died.
these factors before making a charging decision, and they'll also have to gather a huge amount of evidence. And if they do charge Mr. Ross with a crime, he'll obviously seek to remove that to federal court, and then they will battle over Supremacy Clause immunity. But to that end, the Hennepin DA wants people to send in videos and photos of the killing to their office so that they can develop an independent body of evidence. It appears the FBI took shell casings, car, and other physical evidence that they would normally use to prove how the crime occurred, but it's not clear that the FBI will turn that evidence over to the state. And you'd hope that the federal government would cooperate with the investigation, but so far it looks like the Trump administration will do everything
So she was DEI then?
it can to stymie it. But since murder has no statute of limitations, it's possible a future administration could still seek to hold Mr. Ross liable for the killing of Miss Good. But that's assuming that Trump doesn't issue a preemptive pardon for Mr. Ross before leaving office. Though, ironically, a federal pardon wouldn't stop a state prosecution, but then we go back to federal immunity.
Oh, God, not the mom's basement burn. Oh, my God. Guys. Someone in chat was so creative. They told me, get this, that I live in my mom's basement. They told me I live in my mom's basement. I don't know how I'll ever recover.
Questions. But even if the Trump administration obstructs the state's access to evidence, the video footage may already be enough to secure conviction. It's certainly not an easy case. It never is when you're trying to prosecute a putative law enforcement officer.
A lot of politics are based on the same division tactics found on the early Reagan administration, using minorities to leverage.
But sometimes it's worth the risk. Now,
the thing is, that never went away. Like, a lot of these people were Reagan Republicans that turned into don't tread on me, fucking, Tea Partiers. I almost forgot their name.
This highlights why it's so important to get
like the Darth Maul. Thank you.
a great lawyer
Appreciate
when
that.
you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I'd get hundreds.
All right, this is ground news. Let me see. Oh, no. Just in general. All right.
Dog, say no. Let me fuck. There you go. Hey, back up. We're trying to get status. We got a Honduran here. We're trying to get status. That's fine. Open the door and break the window. On 1, 2. I'm going to break it. Open the door. Open it. Last warning.
You can help build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people, for as low as 16 cents a day. Corporate media, they've been lying.
This one that you're watching, it turns out that he was a citizen.
That's for years, and you go straight to the people. Flint, Michigan. Brooklyn, New York.
Yeah, again, this whole show me your papers thing. You know how they said that they can profile? Well, guess what? The Fourth Amendment makes it so they really can't. So this is going to end up seeing some Supreme Court challenges that if they want to abolish the Fourth Amendment and 14th Amendment, well, guess what, guys? That means illegal search and seizure. Bye-bye. That means that you guys, anytime that you're up for DUI, which we know you guys, that happens to y'all a lot, you might find yourself in a different position.
Your government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago. We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so fucking important.
Fuck yeah.
Covering what the corporate
status
media
coup
covers up.
We're trying to get status. We got a Honduran here. We're trying to get status. Texas Tech. That's fine. Open the door and break the window.
That's funny. I'm the only one in this situation right now still standing up for your constitutional rights under what we live under. But I don't know, man. You guys are kind of making me rethink my position on this one, because why should I put any energy into wanting to protect a bunch of assholes that would gladly want to see me in a fucking camp. It's almost like, honestly, it's like, oh shit. Okay, now I kind of see the whole merits behind making these guys kind of feel that shit. But since you guys are perpetual victims, though, we know how that will work. Like you'll scream that you're already being victimized the second that a Democrat wins. Like, God forbid a Democrat wins the presidency, you're already victims.
Open the door. Open it. Last warning.
You know why they get so nervous about this? Is because they know that they're in the wrong, and they know that the rest of us do outnumber them significantly. Bunch of tyrants. What up, Devil's Advocate? Good to see you. No, you're trying to get on the keyboard. Stop it.
Back up.
Show me your ID and paperwork because you look illegal is against the Constitution. Again, they don't know the Fourth Amendment. And then this guy wants to say how we wipe the ass with the Constitution. At least we know our rights. God, look at Benino. He's fucking 4 foot nothing. Look at all these guys. Not one guy is a head above the car. The rest of these guys literally head at the car. We all know that these guys love some big trucks because they're very insecure.
At just $2,142.02, one group of 50 armed protesters could stop this.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the Trump administration wants. The thing is, you would think, like, as an American, you would think that people outside of our country would think that that's what would have happened anyway with all the pew-pews we have. Like, since we're, such advocates of the Second Amendment, which I myself am. I believe in the Second Amendment. No reason to let you all guys have the fucking pew-pews. Nothing scares a right-winger more than a lefty who can shoot. Oh, wow, this guy just asked if my wife died yet. Hey, all right. We get to play the game. Hey, guys, you get to own him. You get to own this one. I hate libtards. Okay. So, Trumpers. No. I will literally pause the entire show for this shit. Chatter named I Hate Libtards asked if my wife is dead yet. Do you guys condone what this guy is saying? Do you guys think that coming in here and making it about my wife's cancer immediately, you guys are going to own that? Like, Trumpers are going to own that in chat. Right-wingers going to own that because, honestly, that's all I need. That's all I need. Oh, I gave my wife cancer. Here we go. Oh, cool. All right, guys, just remember that these are who you stand up with. These are the people that you stand up with. This is also why I know you're so insecure about not having protests or any of this, because none of you would ever fight for each other. The one time you almost did was during January 6th, but that was not for each other. That was for one person. It's almost like you guys kind of see that you'd rather just do the thing. Like, you want to have a dictator. You want to, like, cool. Nah, it's awesome. I mean, just seeing the bastions of humanity in here, cool. New subscriber. Hey, welcome. You don't agree? Well, then maybe tell him to get fucked. I don't know, guys. It's almost like when you see stuff like that, if you genuinely care and like you want to, like, you got the platform here, you might as well tell them to get fucked and like, hey, I like Trump and I like ICE, but you're a piece of shit. I don't know, but you do understand that these groiper fucks, like, that's when they do that shit and they see all you guys doing this, they automatically think that you're with them. So just remember that. Everything's rage. Okay, yeah. Showing ICE doing exactly what they do is rage bait. That should tell you something. If you're outraged, then maybe you should do the thing where you feel the outrage and go, oh fuck, oh yeah, this isn't good. Oh yeah, you know what? This also doesn't look great. Because just remember this one too. For everybody that thinks this is good optics, it's not. Because do you understand that during 2020's presidential race that they had to use a whole bunch of footage from the George Floyd stuff, which again was under Trump, to try and be like, this will be Obama's America. Well, this is Trump's America. Gestapo jackbooted fucks that you have to sit here and worry about your fucking rights if you just happen to be the wrong color. Oh, it's awful optics. Now, again, outside of your little bubble, which you guys don't get out of very often unless you want to come here to troll. Like, that's the only time you get out of a bubble. It's not like you're actually listening to me. Most people don't like this. Like, this is the thing. I engage with real people out in real life, and I ask them about these things and just say, hey, do you think that ICE was out of hand? And everybody, short of one Trump supporter that I talked to this weekend, said that this was completely out of line for ICE to even fucking stand up for. But that one Trump supporter was just like, it did kind of look like she was aiming for him. But go ahead, guys. I know that you're insecure. It's okay. Most of the numbers you even see online are bots, so that should tell you how much like support you actually have.
Back it up, don't you understand?
Oh, now you understand what projection is. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Then maybe you can look back through all the Trump shit, and then you could tell us what which one he was projecting on. The Epstein stuff, maybe? Maybe the fact that you guys protect a pedophile, like a bunch of billionaire pedophiles, and you guys are 100% behind it, so i.e. you protect pedophiles. Cool. Oh, trust me, we're getting back to that next week.
Take all the pictures you want. Just don't come back to me there, okay? Just be careful if he backs up, all right? Just be careful if he backs up.
Now you got one that actually cares.
Watch your back. Get over here. Come over here.
I want y'all getting hurt.
Yes, sir, yeah.
I want you to take all the pictures that you want. You're going to go around. Put back over here for me.
You're going inside?
Everybody step back. Get back. Get back. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. What did he do to you? Stay back. What did he do to you? Hey, stay back. Do not put your...
Yeah, dude. I'm telling you right now. Whoo!
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting.
History is going to hurt
I'm not resisting.
for you guys. Did something change with my audio? What's going on with my audio?
Hey, I'm not resisting.
Oh, you know what? I just saw that my mic was changed. Yeah, you know what? Here, let me do something real quick. Is that better?
Nobody.
Yeah, it was a little loud, wasn't it?
Did. I'm not resisting. Cowards are here. Back up. I'm not resisting. Put your arms. You're not doing shit. Leave me
I saw my
alone.
audio was peaking.
Put your arm behind your back. Hey, my girlfriend's right behind you. Give us a phone number. My girlfriend's right behind me. Once you guys get him in, let's get him into Victor 3, okay? I'm going
Yes, you see that guy with the camera? That's them scanning faces. But again, Big Brother, you know, the Palantir scanners, all that stuff. None of you all stopped caring. You guys stopped caring about government tyranny the second that you had your idol in fucking the White House. That's insane. It's insane.
Give him a good pat down once you get him up. Give him a good pat down. Put him in the vehicle. You do look. All right, we're good. Pick up his leg. Back up, you guys. That's a fucking bitch. Stay back. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. Don't let me fucking play you guys. Hey, you gotta get up. Back up. Move the shit. Move the shit. Move the back. Sorry?
I don't even call them Republicans anymore. They're the FPA.
Sorry, I cannot hear.
Fascist Party of America.
I'm in the middle of a raid, so I'll be right back.
Here's the one. The more people that see these raids, by the way, and it doesn't matter if they agreed with you before, once they actually see it in their neighborhoods and they see just how fucking ham-fisted you guys are, no proportionality. Can anybody explain why Trump is on the Epstein list? No, because they forgot about it. Because again, they're complete dumbasses that constantly take the bait. They never actually cared about it, though. They don't care about kids. They don't care about laws. They don't care about anything. All they care about is making sure that other people they don't like feel bad. That's all they genuinely care about. That's what gives them joy. Like, you do understand that, like, they're broken people. They have to see other people like doing poorly in order for them to feel better. And honestly, this is where I think that you're going to see the shift in society.
You're broke, nigga. You're broke. You guys are broke. You guys are all broke. Look what you're doing for work. This is what you went to school for? You went to school for 4 years to be an ICE agent? Is this what your parents should be proud of? Huh? You guys are fucking bums. What are we doing, man? You guys are fucking bums. All of you. Fucking bums. What are we doing? Fucking bum. You're a bitch. And if your wife you got problems, fuck her too. You guys are all bitches. You can't do shit to me. Get the fuck out of here, Craig. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out. Nobody fucking wants you here. Right, get the fuck out. Walk the fuck out, you stupid bitch. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. You fucking coward. You're a fucking coward, bitch. You're a fucking bitch. Hold on, babe. I'm on the phone to you, bitch ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you stupid.
Yeah, this ain't just a bunch of lefties either, man. This is where you guys are showing your insecurity here, because this is mostly just your average Americans that aren't cool with having a fucking police force just coming into their community and using these tactics. But again, you can keep saying based all you want. Just do not be shocked when, even if the economy is good, that this shit is going to be horrible during the voting season.
You're a fucking coward piece of shit. Fuck you.
But here we go. Oh, that's right. That's right. Trump has already come out and said he's going to rig the election for you guys, so you have nothing to fear.
We're good.
If the Democrats are guilty of another just blatant fucking failure, it's not just using every single thing that Trump has ever said against him. Usually takes independent media to do that. You know, I usually wouldn't even answer, but I've already sold a decent amount of my shit, so. Yeah, sorry, nobody wants old Warhammer stuff. Unless you do, if you guys are interested. Like, for real, I should have probably done that. Yeah, if you guys are interested in old Warhammer stuff. Unbuilt. You're new here, you're wondering what kind of cancer my wife has. Colorectal. Now I'm really going to piss people off. MSDNC, what?
Being physically attacked. By this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation.
This was hilarious, watching her fucking dodge this.
Is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. But they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
Sorry to hear that. Thank you.
Pardoned every single one of those.
Proud atheists. Appreciate that.
And make sure that they're getting justice.
CNN is cancer. I could agree with that.
Just for their actions going forward.
The funniest part is CNN became actually watchable to you guys. Like, they did the exact thing that you guys all wanted. You wanted them to pivot right and start telling it like it is for MAGA.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem pressed yesterday on the apparent double standard.
Again, if you guys got the, with all the plethora of stuff that I have given you to go after me on, if you go after my wife's cancer, then that just shows me exactly what type of person you are, shows you what type of person you are to chat. And again, chatters, you got to own them. If you guys are on the right, you're owning each and every one of these fucks.
For Capitol Police.
Good job.
Police officers during the January 6th
Very
riot.
good job.
And ICE agents currently on the ground
She says
in U.S.
it
cities.
depends on the situation on the ground. Well, does that mean it's okay if police officers have the hell beaten out of them? Because
that is fucked. My uncle died from cancer. The amount of people that come into my streams and use that is insane.
they buy into
lots of lowlifes in chat.
Conspiracy?
Oh, yeah, no, today's a special one because usually I see like a mix of ones that are kind of like, yeah, they'll just go after my politics. But no, this one, they've been blatantly trying to go after me.
Theory, I don't see that in police regulations. I don't see that in ICE regulations. I don't see that in any regulations in Washington, D.C. But people that were beating the hell out of police officers, people who were found guilty by a jury of their peers for beating the hell out of police officers on January.
How'd the football game go? The fucking Bears won. They pulled that shit out. Did you not see it? If you guys don't even like football, that was a fucking hell of an ending.
Noem is now sending more federal officers to
Especially if you're a Bears
Minneapolis
fan.
as protests continue there in response to the deadly shooting of Renee Good last week by an ICE agent. And while the Trump administration is trying to crack down on protests at home, President Trump is showing support for demonstrators in the Middle East amid growing unrest across Iran. Meanwhile, the president says he may block ExxonMobil from operations in Venezuela after the company's CEO called the country, quote, uninvestable.
Now, where did we hear that before? We heard it last week.
Yeah, it's almost like that whole thing where there's not a lot of trust there.
David Ignatius reporting the day after.
Cancer Fund is halfway there.
At least right now,
almost.
It is uninvestable because it's too dangerous, and it's going to
Hold
take
on,
a while
my
to
cat.
bring
No.
stability to the country. And when stability comes to the country, then they'll send oil executives down there. But they don't want their oil executives beaten up. They don't want their families, if they go down, or other people kidnapped by motorcycle gangs that are in the streets right now. I mean, there's been a warning sent, Mika, over the weekend that if you're an American, watch out, get out of Venezuela because they're coming for you. So why would an oil company, which again, at some point, I mean, they want money. They're in it for the money. They're in it for the bottom line. They just understand that if America's telling Americans, the American government, that you need to get out of Venezuela, why would they send their people into Venezuela right now. It's going to take a while.
Uninvestable. It comes as he continues to talk about taking
God doesn't cover six-figure medical
control
bills.
of
That is true.
Greenland, one way or another,
God, if
despite
you only knew.
warnings.
We just got another wave of bills.
What that could mean for the future of the NATO partnership. Plus,
crazy.
federal prosecutors have opened an
What's crazier is the way that they're just like, yeah, we're covering this, and then they're like, never mind.
investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Will show you how he
Yeah, this is crazy. I mean, I hope you guys understand this. You guys can hate Jerome Powell all you want, even though Trump appointed him. You do realize that he doesn't set interest rates. As a man, he doesn't set interest rates. This is that elementary school fucking child version of looking at America and being like, you know what? Powell, it's all his fault. Like, and you guys buy that shit instead of just looking at the complexities of the American economy.
funded. A lot going on this Monday morning, and with us,
NATO's over, dude. I hope you understand that we are now positioned to lose. You do understand how geopolitics actually work better when we are like the superpower. Like, I thought you guys wanted imperialism. Now he did the thing where he just wants it to be like Western Eastern Hemisphere, which it's almost like he had a previously worked out deal with somebody.
we have
Who would he make a deal like that with?
Foret staff writer at The Atlantic, Frank Foer, CEO and co-founder of Axios, Jim Vandehei. Good to have you both. Let's get right to it. Thousands of people, both in Minneapolis and across the country, hit the streets to protest the recent deadly ICE activity. Nearly every major city.
Powell's just one vote of 12. They think that because he's the chair that he can override it, though. Because, again, they understand how, like, how a president of a situation works.
Demonstrations marching in opposition of the immigration crackdown and the death of Renee Nicole Good last week. The progressive organization Indivisible said there were more than 1,000 planned events scheduled over the weekend.
It was crazy how many there were.
Minneapolis police said more than 24 people were detained after a Friday night protest. Most were cited and later released.
Friday night, I know which one that was, though. That one was we watched that one happen live here. They got arrested outside of the hotel, and that was the half dozen that got arrested. They didn't even make arrests for the ones that broke in because apparently there was a door inside that they could not get past, so they were just standing in a corridor.
While Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem,
which arguably they broke the door open and entered, therefore that is technically breaking and entering.
says hundreds of federal officers are being deployed to
You
Minneapolis.
saw 3 separate protests in Chicago all over the weekend in different neighborhoods.
Some of the officers
Yep.
arrived yesterday. Others will be there today. Noem told Fox News the
I'll be honest, I was thinking about going yesterday. It was just
extra reinforcements are needed to support ICE
couldn't get my ride to the one that I had planned, and then
and Border Patrol operations. She also defended her statements
Nothing
about the ICE agent
near me,
who
so.
shot and killed Renee Good.
And I'll be honest, the only reason I want to ride is because I fucking hate looking for parking anywhere near where a protest is.
Last week.
Because, they come in with those flatbeds real fucking fast, even if you're legally parked.
If they conduct violent activities against law enforcement, if they impede our operations.
How do I know this?
That's a crime, and we will hold them accountable to those consequences. I'll remind
Best of luck, bruv. Love to the missus from London. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that.
Maria, that every single thing that I've said has been factual about what's been going on in Minneapolis, what's been going on in Minnesota, and with the incident that we had where we had a tragic
Hey, Cassandra. Welcome.
loss of life.
Good to see you.
When you lie about your lies, and this is a trick that over the past 10 years, as we've gotten into this new Orwellian sort of sense thing, you'll have podcasts saying, here comes the most honest person of all time, or here comes the greatest historian of all time. And then they'll say that, like, World War II was Churchill's fault. Or they'll say, this is the most honest person I've ever seen in the world, or everything
And the thing is, you all suck it up.
say is true. Christy
MAGA sucks it up.
Noem right there, Frank Foer, says everything I
Hey, horizontal
have
friends.
said about ICE and everything. She says it's true. No. It's just the opposite. You go back to her cowboy hat press conference. Everything she said was a lie. Absolutely everything. And
the fact that she went out there looking like Yosemite Sam is hilarious.
while we're looking at the head
Tarnation
of DHS.
Anytime you got to wear a hat where you get asked a question, you got to go,
A couple of things for President Trump to keep in mind while looking at the person who is running this agency into the ground and running.
Oh, just like Ashley Babbitt. Oh my God, wait a minute. So Ashley Babbitt, if she was minding her own business and wasn't in the Capitol, she would have not gotten killed.
His number.
Crazy. You guys can apply that, and now that you guys can see your logic, you can agree, right? So now we agree that Ashley Babbitt was in the wrong.
Down on the issue of immigration, approval of Kristi Noem's ICE itself has plummeted 30 percentage points since she took control. I read it in Axios, so I know it's true. It's a YouGov poll, and more than half of Americans, 54%, say ICE's tactics are too extreme, and only about 25% support the tactics.
Isn't that fun being in a massive minority, but cool.
Frank Four, American.
I mean, I know we already know you love being victims, so you're gonna run with that one.
Are seeing their streets occupied, and they're seeing it's so crazy after you have.
That's crazy. All progressives end up in hell? Man, where'd that Jesus guy go then? God. Oh, man, you're telling me that Jesus went to hell? That's got to be one of the most breaking stories in all of history. How did we miss that one?
Secretary of Defense, and yes, that's why
that's
it's
wild.
Called Secretary of Defense.
This guy that told us, give me your tired and poor to, love thy neighbor.
Talking about, quote,
damn,
fat
dude.
Officers
damn.
And fat members of the military. How ironic
that's rich.
that we see all of these fat, out of shape people that they push through.
Trust me, I know that most of these people in my chat right now, like, if you're real, I'd be shocked. The Russian bot game on YouTube has been insane lately.
Right? And in how long?
Ashley Babbitt was asked to stand down 4 times by a badged officer protecting Congress from a murderous mob and shot once. Yep.
Instead of 5.
No. She was targeted, guys. Don't you know that she was just touring the White House and they didn't make any threats?
They're talking about shortened training sessions, so they go out there and they're ill-equipped to handle.
Here, to the bots in chat, I'll get this out of the way. 1000110001.
What professional law enforcement officers,
beep boop,
the NYPD or the LAPD or any of our law enforcement agencies are equipped to do.
Julian Fry, thank you for the sub.
And suddenly, tragedy is unfolding on the streets, but we all predicted this was going to happen. We all said, these guys are untrained. They're out of shape.
I mean, they are. They're all fatty McFatties. It's funny.
They don't know the basics of law enforcement. Tragedy is going to strike, and sure enough, it's striking.
They look like they get heartburn eating ketchup.
And ICE's numbers are plummeting. Donald Trump, I mean, the Wall Street Journal said it last week, even on the one issue that he's always been strong on, immigration, those numbers are plummeting. Why?
It's almost like border security doesn't actually mean anything when, I don't know, technically illegals are getting over the border still because they need the drugs to cross over the border, so they have another thing to point to and go, we need to stop this because the Democrats caused it, even though we're completely in charge.
Not because of the southern border, because the southern border is like sealed off. It's because of what Kristi Noem is doing with ICE.
Right. You have these paramilitary squads being parachuted into cities where they're not welcome. They don't have any of the training that a conventional police officer would have about interacting with the community.
Do you think they know what Lady Liberty means or stands for? No, because they deport her for being French.
They feel besieged. They
don't tell them because then they're going to get rid of Lady Liberty, which, I mean, France has offered to take, well, not even offered, they demanded it back. Still
operate
happy. Thank you for
with
the sub.
this alternative set of rules where their faces are covered, they're operating in these vehicles that are stealth and are intended to blend in, and they feel as if the community around them is hostile to them, which in fact it is hostile to them, and it's a terrible cocktail where you have
Misty Lane.
police
Where's the MAGA? They are in the vertical chat.
officers who aren't up to the job being thrust into
There.
an impossible
link
situation
it.
where they have
make
infinite
it easy on you.
authority and are suddenly confronting huge numbers of citizens who aren't comfortable with the presence of this alien force operating in their streets. It is something that I think you could only say has been designed to induce the sort of confrontations that we're seeing right now in Minneapolis.
Well, and Mika, pre-Kristi Noem, the ICE professionals at work, they did it along the border for the most part.
Well, they're border agents.
They're not urban.
That's the training.
They're not trained to engage.
I mean, you guys talk about libtards all the time. I mean,
in what's happening now.
maggots are body. I was about to say they're body feeders,
The NYPD, they know how to do that.
not bottom feeders.
Right.
They're extraordinarily professional. You look at
Even though we do know that you guys eat everything that Donald Trump shits out, so therefore, kind of makes sense.
the LAPD. You look at other
Not my best work, but it's true.
police. They're used to that. That's what they're trained for. Under Kristi Noem, she has put all of these people that are grossly ill-equipped to do this. New recruits that had a really shortened training time.
And they're breaking protocol right and left. They're breaking
Right and left.
procedure right and left. I mean, if you,
Yeah.
the much talked about video where everyone's looking at the shots and what the angle was, which is absolutely legitimate to look at. I mean, from the beginning, the ICE agent is walking in front of the car. You don't do that. The ICE agent is shooting
Losing your hair, bro.
at the car. You
Man.
don't do that. And then who?
Wait, hold on. He's carrying
his,
You guys, you seem to care a whole lot more than I do.
He's holding
An
his
iPhone
phone. What
and a
ICE
gun
agent is
and
fumbling
fumbling it
with
around.
his phone and a weapon? Like, what are you doing?
F you, Joe, for kissing the ring. Trust me. I hope that he feels good for doing that.
Family videos along with a weapon? It's nuts.
Nobody does this, and you look at the shots that are up there. There are the first shot. His feet are to the side of the car. I'm sorry for people that don't like the truth and you want to watch shows.
Woot, Pep just got home.
that
Hell
lie
yeah,
to
Edge.
you, and want to watch networks that lie to you, and want to watch podcasts that lie to you. I'm sorry you don't like the truth. But here are the shots. Much debate over shot number one. What was she trying to do? And the poor fools that sent out the video.
That doesn't seem like any of these guys know how to fight. The first thing they do is get the pepper spray out. You guys want to act like these guys know how to fucking fight? I think that's part of the problem is they are afraid that we do know how to fight.
Of his phone, thinking it was going
That's
to
my
help
favorite.
him.
Like,
Those
you're not a scaredy little bitch. If you go out there without your pepper spray, without any weapon, and then you still do this, then I might have a different opinion. But
poor fools
they really
have
don't
no
give me
idea.
a lot
They
of
just
big strong man vibes.
made his case worse. And then look at the second shot. He's at the side of the car, shooting point blank inside of the car. And then the third shot, again, side of the car, extended, shooting right in her window, point blank. Looks like it's directed straight at her head. Now, we could find out which one of those shots, or two of those shots, were the kill shots. I suspect even this officer couldn't have missed from point blank range, aiming straight at her head from the side. That would get any police officer with any investigation in deep, deep trouble. But what's happened here, Mika? What's happened here is the feds have swooped in and basically shut down any real investigations. When you have Kristi Noem off the top saying, oh, she's a domestic terrorist.
What's my opinion on AIPAC's influence on American politics? I mean, for anybody that was saying that Joe Biden was bought and paid for and thinks that Donald Trump is not, is insane.
The same woman that said, hey, I'm not mad at you.
I don't know, or is that the reason that we all of a sudden care about protests, in Iran?
Her last words were good. I'm not mad at you.
If we care about all these other places that were apparently we have to be the arbiters, why don't we accept, like, for everybody that's rah about the Venezuela thing? Okay, well, I hope you're prepared. Like, I've heard or seen a bunch of people saying that they would like me to open my house to an immigrant. I implore you to do the same to a Venezuelan, specifically. Since you guys are 100% convicted that, this is good for them.
The woman in the video is not screaming.
If you're still using gay as a slur in 2025, that tells me that you're the one that thinks about sucking dicks, dude.
She's not being
like we know.
A radical extremist spent on
You've wondered if dick tastes yummy. You might as well just go find out.
killing an ICE agent, says Charlie Sykes. Her very last
Twice with the same one? God.
On this
it's almost like you're a bot.
Earth were conciliatory, not threatening. That's fine, dude.
Oh, 2026. My bad.
I'm not mad at you.
Oh, my God. Did you just call me a moron when it's literally January?
And even when you...
Oh, we're not doing that thing? We're not doing that thing where we even give a little, even the month to just be like, oh, yeah, that's right. It's a new year.
See her turning her steering wheel sharply.
You know the thing that we all did in elementary school the first week where if you were turning in an assignment that you were just like, oh, yeah, my bad.
To the right.
Yeah.
To avoid him. Look at this.
That's how wheels work.
Look, that's what Kristi Noem called a domestic terrorist. Right here. The last second.
Another mom's basement. All right, I need to start counting these.
Of her life, she's sharply
My mom is hungry.
turning her steering wheel to the right to...
this is for me to say, but my mom's dead, so... Okay.
Avoid...
I saw somebody up there saying they were fucking my mom, which... That's problematic, and I think we should call somebody. I'm not even sure if it's the cops. I mean, you guys got bigger problems if this guy's out there fucking a corpse.
The ICE agent, who, of course, is standing to the side of the car now because she's...
The sweet basement? Fuck yeah, it is.
Sharply to the right.
And slowly.
Surprised that everybody could tell it's a fucking basement.
And he shoots her despite the fact she's turning sharply...
When I first started, people were just like, is that a basement? Now you're so sure.
To the right. And then... just for good measure, shoots her at what appears to be at her head at point-blank range.
Now, my mom was based. She hated Trump, hated people like you.
Of the car.
Was a good person.
When he's at the side of the car.
He's a community organizer. So
when he's completely...
We all know what you guys think about community organizing, though. We all heard what you said about Obama when you found that out. You used it as a slur. He's a community organizer.
Of danger. Completely out of danger. And again...
kind of funny how that works. Like, you guys demonize people that are, that have community, good people.
Who's justifying this?
What's the common thing? What's one thing that they don't like that they have in common? Oh,
Who?
Yeah, you're not invited to the cookout. That's why.
Ghouls are justifying this?
Never been to a block party in your lives, so you have no idea.
Is that where America is? Because I'll guarantee you this. If there was a 27-year-old Iranian mother that was trying to drive out of an area of protest...
They're not showing body cam because it wasn't body cam. The guy actually had his phone up. That wasn't his body cam, by the way. So that should tell you that, because it wasn't stationed on his person, he was holding it the entire time.
And a member of Iran's security forces stuck a gun to the side of her car and shot at her head in point-blank range? Oh, my God. The world would be up in arms. And Donald Trump, as you will see when we play the clip, would use that as justification for invading Iran. But here you actually have people calling this woman...
I wasn't even going to answer the father one, but it's just like, where's your father? It's like, not watching my podcast.
Who raised you?
What?
I've got to ask that question. Who raised you
Yeah, I mean, who raised you guys?
to celebrate
Yeah. No, honestly, this is great. This is a great, like, call
the
out.
shooting of
Yeah. The fact is, you guys are out here saying based about somebody dying in general, which, man, that's crazy that you have just such a lack of humanity that you can't even put it away for a second. You guys are that jaded. Again, insecure. You guys are so insecure in your standing in the United States that you would rather celebrate this shit and be the opposition. You would rather just cause more fucking division with all of the civilians and prop up a fucking regime that doesn't give a fuck about you. These billionaires don't give a fuck about you, but here you are lapping their balls. You guys call me gay.
37-year-old mother
Fucking A.
whose last words were 37-year-old whose last words were conciliatory and who was trying to leave the scene. And not just shooting from the front side of the car, but just for good measure, aiming twice in her window at the side for 2 kill shots. Look at shot 2. Side of the car, leaning in to shoot at her. And then look at shot 3. Again, completely clear of the car still, aiming to shoot at what appears to be her head. A final kill shot? Well, we really wouldn't know, would we? Because the feds have desperately tried to clean this up as quickly as they could.
Taking the investigation.
And taking the investigation away from people who actually might conduct an honest, fair, and straight investigation. Instead of having an investigation done when you have the secretary,
the only one drinking
responsible
sperm
for this,
and doing it
calling her
openly,
a
and it's his sperm, is RFK. He likes to felch.
domestic
If I have to know that he likes that, you guys do too.
terrorist
And this is on record, by the way.
and talking about snowbank,
Look up RFK felching. Have fun.
like right after this happened. Getting
Hey, that's your Health and Human Service guy, right?
everything wrong. Well, listen, Mika thinks I'm too optimistic. But I do think.
I just gotta say that I really like sucking out the cum that I made in my lover and having her blow it back in my mouth.
The wheels of justice do grind finally. And I do think those that are
Oh, he loves to play with his stuff.
Responsible.
It's gross. Yeah. I had a bountiful harvest.
For this kill.
It's all for you, baby.
Will ultimately be held
Yeah, RFK's love letters were extra cringy.
accountable in the
But come on, guys. He's like the guy. Like, he's the testosterone guy.
court of law. I just do. We're still.
You know? He took out the what is it? Or he put beef tallow. Now you could go Steak and Shake get beef tallow fries, which taste like ass, by the way.
Despite the fact that Christina
Literally, it tastes like you're eating a candle.
thinks that ICE agents can shoot whoever they want to shoot from a side window.
Hey, that literally an exact quote. It was. Yeah, the bountiful harvest. It was. Oh, I love the fact that I just got a whole bunch of people with that one.
That's not what we are at. What you should be doing right now, what Donald Trump should be doing right now, what the administration should be doing right now is saying this guy screwed up. We're going to do, you know what they should do? They should actually do what Tom Holman did. Say, I'm not
Well, I mean, yeah, RFK, he likes to eat healthy. Maybe, you know.
going to pass any judgment right now.
That would be.
Dude, the fact that so many people started drinking their own piss because of Joe Rogan, I mean, go for it, guys.
Unprofessional is what he said.
That would be unprofessional. Let's get the investigation on. And
Finn Von Smith, you got to bounce. All right, I'll catch you later, man. Thank you for being here.
then do an honest and fair and straight investigation. And then after doing that, let the chips fall where they may. And if there was somebody who was untrained, somebody who made a mistake, somebody who made a deadly mistake, well, you actually announced that in your investigation. And I know this is hard for people
You never met a MAGA who didn't offer to orally pleasure you.
in the White House to understand.
Well, you're obviously not a woman.
That would actually make people trust you more, that you are an honest and fair broker, instead of lying immediately, talking about snowbanks, talking about people trapped, talking about domestic terrorists for this 37-year-old woman who was being conciliatory until she drew her last breath.
And then
All right.
And you can hear her. She's freaking out about it. She doesn't know what to do. She wants to protect this woman, but she also has a kid. And
there was a mother that was just shot in the face, murdered 3 times by an ICE officer. And that's they don't want this kind of solidarity.
Then they're gonna break the door down. That's fine, but I don't want to open the door if they don't have a warrant. Because this was my DoorDash lady.
Must be signed by a judge.
I
Yep.
don't even know the lady. She just ran to my house.
Yeah, the problem is the ones that you've been seeing, like the ones that ICE is even showing on their social media, is not signed by a judge.
I have a baby here. Like, I really don't know what to do. I'll open the door if the police, say that I have to open the door, but like,
Trump
I don't
mercenaries?
know
Yeah,
what to
that's
do.
exactly what they are.
This lady just was shot yesterday. Now I ordered fucking food and there's people outside my fucking house.
Cheyenne, I'm on my way, okay? All right.
I wouldn't be surprised if we lose the World Cup over this shit.
What do I do? What do I do? I'm so scared.
Because once enough people cancel their tickets, that could cause a major problem for that.
James, come downstairs.
New brown shirts. I mean, they are.
Okay, so she's downstairs.
literally-
Yep.
Let's skip ahead. She basically asked the woman to come up. She feels horrible. She doesn't want to force the woman out into the street, but she feels horrible because she does call the
We will.
police department, and supposedly the police department said,
Knowing our rights, building a community that actually cares about each other. At the end of the day, when all you have is your fucking bro ICE force that's still going to come after you for something, trust me, at some point you're going to fuck up or you're not going to matter to them. You're going to lose your job, get disenfranchised. Just remember, guys, you're going to be on that docket too. You just might not be out there with us, but we have a sense of community where we all hate this. We all think this is anti-American, and we're all here for our communities.
you gotta kick her out.
Which include, brown people and people that don't necessarily think like us. But the more and more that this is happening, that doesn't include you guys anymore. You guys are it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You guys are truly pushing yourselves out of a functioning society.
All right, so here's
Have fun with it.
They come up to her.
And honestly, you guys are in a self-eating, you guys eat your own way worse than the left does.
Sure.
I am mad at leftist infighting, and I thought it was a much bigger problem until I saw the problems that you guys have.
Right, here we go.
That's hilarious. Just wait.
I don't think the police are going to do anything. 'Cause
If you're a woman or a minority and you're supporting MAGA, they're going to come for you next.
I don't know what to do. I'm just waiting for the warrant.
Ladies, if you're if you've ever been unhappy with your man, just remember that these guys want no-fault divorce laws stricken.
I don't know what to do, man. This is scary.
But there's a reason that they're not just
Can I just get
busting
a
down
war-
this guy's door because they don't have a warrant.
I just want a warrant, man. I got my child in here.
Zero red
This shit
hats
happened yesterday and
don't believe in, Zolo. Solo red hats don't believe in laws and morals.
If we wait, it's going to get worse. Our SWAT team's going to come. You have an active warrant.
They are totally going after legals. They've arrested plenty of legal people and held them for extended periods of time, which they don't have the authority to do.
Why do you make it worse? We don't want to deal with nothing with you.
Do you have your ID? She said she has her ID on her.
We saw her.
She's a delivery woman. I don't give a goddamn if she's not documented. This whole thing is a fucking joke. This entire last year, the entire campaign, and people saying, "Oh, I just wanted to get." What if it's just about the criminals? No, it was always gonna be about this, and this is absurd.
He called her a fugitive. I mean, and
it's a woman delivering food.
how do we not look at this? How do you not look at this and think about like fascist movements and having to hide, say, like Jews from the Nazis in Germany? I mean,
It's the same
I
thing.
don't want to be hyperbolic, but we know what this can lead to if it goes unabated, and we know what
These people are
abuse-
already going to camps now. Like it's
Yeah,
here. Like,
yeah.
And it was all about some bullshit. Like this idea that we have government resources going to track women who are delivering.
All right, so the person that just commented, that person is making it their problem. Banks8292. We already know that you're on the wrong side of history with this one. Specifically, for any of us that read The Diary of Anne Frank, well, I guess you were on the side of the Nazis then, huh? Cool. She should have just complied, huh? Cool.
Suburbs in Minneapolis.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
The only hyperbole here is that we don't have gas chambers. But the thing is, we haven't even been allowed into the ICE detention facilities to really do an audit on that. So we don't even really know.
Or that to
people are getting disappeared. People, when they go to look for them, it turns out that they are indeed dead. So yeah, we're gonna start finding this out too.
Put that much of the state toward that is you are a Nazi. And
Yeah.
your main concern is
Yeah, and it's not hyperbole. And if you guys are all butthurt about being called Nazis, stop supporting Nazi shit.
white demographics.
Yeah, yes, you are. You're supporting a fucking dude that is using the tactics straight out of Joseph Goebbels' fucking playbook. So yes, Andrew, you are. If you support what is happening right now and you support what happened in Minnesota, you're a bootlicking Nazi fuck.
And like that needs to be called out. The idea is this is for fucking jobs. God.
Well, and
skip this.
My brothers and 5 uncles and grandfathers served. Yeah, but
550.
And go ahead and just briefly, just to say, like, they are borrowing, I think, from the Nazis specifically. Like, even with the stripping Jews of through Nuremberg laws of citizenship and stuff
well, even if you served, so did you not take the oath? So technically,
like that to remove their legal protections. This is in many ways exploiting those same very systems to target an other so that we can distract from the policies, or not. It's a part of the policies. It's not a distraction. It's other than like actually materially benefiting people. It's the immigrants.
That's who? Why don't you go find it? Since you guys are so good at providing evidence for anything that you claim, go find it.
Okay, and so let's.
Because honestly, no, that's how you guys work. I'm working the same way as MAGA now.
We're jumping.
I'm gonna just claim shit. You guys can decide if it's true or not.
Ahead here, and she, the woman. The police had said basically, it wasn't unclear whether they were going to help or whatnot. And so she asked the woman to come upstairs. You can see how much this is really, really painful for this woman. But she has a kid. She's nervous. And she, again, watched another woman get shot 3 times in the face, has no idea where ICE will stop in this instance. All right, so pick it up from here.
Kara, you're on my stream commenting. Thanks.
You need to come with me.
I always need to remind you people who are just like, what a nerd. This guy's wasting his time on the internet, blah, 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 blah.
Family, I'm sorry.
Well, we see how you've chosen to spend your time.
You need to come
You couldn't even spell dork right, you dummy.
with me, man. Come
There's
on.
nothing we can do.
Come on.
You can't even insult right. God.
There's nothing we can do.
Come on. Just come on. I am so sorry. I
You have free time? Yeah.
don't want
Because you're jobless.
to do this. Come on.
We get it. We get
I
it.
don't know what to do. I'm Native American. This is against everything I stand for. What the fuck do I do, man?
I mean, she's about to comply.
I need you to come up.
I'm sorry.
Ma'am, I need you. Come on. I can't. Don't. No guns.
You have a farm and successfully. That's funny because then you're about to feel the hit when you don't get your payment from Mr. Trump there.
No guns.
Anybody.
Trust me, you're about to get put out because he's got a sweetheart deal with some Chinese farms.
No shooting anybody.
You got to make that food cheaper somehow. Look at what you did with the cattle farmers. So have fun with that one.
No guns.
I don't know what you farm, but I hope it's not cattle. Hope it's not soybeans.
No guns. No nothing.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. I'm so sorry.
There is no such thing about being chicken shit to serve your country. When the country has proven time and time again since the Bush administration that they're willing to support a needless fucking occupation of places and use you for cannon fodder to go and serve the interests of corporate billionaires, mostly oil barons.
I have TikTok
But
followers.
cool.
I have this going on my TikTok. I have 11,000 followers.
The thing is, with all you serving, that doesn't mean dick if you're supporting ICE. That actually shows that you are a traitor. You're the ones who took an oath to uphold the Constitution. You're watching these guys break it. Nice one, dipshits.
I will let everybody. What is your name? What is your name?
But keep going.
What is your name? Let me see. What's your name?
Gotta defend yourself in some random dude's chat. Tells me that you have a lot of conviction in what you actually believe.
Okay, ma'am. The police said I have to let you go. Ma'am, I don't know what to do. No,
Wait, I'm a few minutes behind, but FIFA and any other events that the U.S. has done, no more, not safe. Why should people who have money to travel, why pick the U.S.? I mean, the tourist, like, that is another thing that they're not talking about in Trump's economy. They're not focusing on how tourism is taking a massive hit.
Pause it for a moment. Now, what's starting to happen here? She's at the front door.
The like it or leave it people.
The police have
I love these people, the ones that don't criticize America, like it or leave it.
said you got to let her go. She doesn't want to do that, but she's torn because she needs to protect her child. Really, what the police should have done is stay in your house. Do not open the doors. We will be there shortly, because the law is whoever these people are, if they are actually have any authority to come onto your property to grab another individual, they need to have a warrant signed by a judge that specifically says who they're there for. They can't come onto some rando's property, search around for someone they think is there, or even someone that they know is there, but they don't know who that person is. And
yeah, how many watch your live streams?
and so they need to have,
yeah.
have a written warrant.
I mean,
signed by a judge.
Fuck it.
And what's going to be
I'm in an engaging mood today.
Here is, and it's unclear to me exactly what, like, at one point, the woman makes the decision like she's going to stand firm. And I think part of it is because you start to see neighbors come out and start to surround, not that many, but start to surround the ICE. And ICE knows, they know what they're doing is illegal. They know that all they can do is ask and cajole to get onto that property in terms of legally. If you say okay, then they can come on. But if you're saying no, and there's enough people around.
Well, every right winger on here would just let the cops in with their fucking, arms wide open.
In that
with arms wide open
instance,
let the cops in.
Get intimidated.
And tell me which boot to lick.
How could you do this to your own fucking people? That's insane.
The fact that they unironically brought Creed back and tried to convince us that they were somehow good when Creed has always sucked. Like, come on, man.
I don't fucking care. Y'all didn't have no fucking warrant.
Just give her some time.
Just give her some fucking time. Y'all just shot someone in Minnesota. I ordered DoorDash. My fucking DoorDash. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm Native American.
Hey,
Get the
Keith
fuck
Mello.
off my yard until she comes that way.
Oh, honestly, I'm just in the mood to.
You don't even have a fucking warrant. But I'm not going to go to fucking jail because y'all pieces of shit ain't got nothing better to do because your wife still want to suck your fucking dick.
All right, now
It's very easy for me to not engage with chat, just by the merit of turning chat off. But this was a choice.
Fucking puta. Pendejo.
Don't. Just don't. There's no reason.
No, eso es mentira, eso es mentira. Ustedes no separan de las familias. Digo, mis dos niñas solas.
They already took her kid. I don't know what to do. I have a baby. They were literally telling me
Creed is huge in the Amish
that
community.
if I don't, the cops are even telling me that if I don't open the door, they'll literally charge me with harboring. I don't know what to do. Come here, Come here.
You and your family, okay?
I ordered DoorDash. This lady ran into my house. They don't have a warrant, but they told me I was going to be charged with harboring.
She's now speaking to the neighbors who are starting to come across from across the street, or they've stopped in the car.
The police are saying we can't keep her.
You can tell they're getting nervous, the ICE guys, seeing all these people.
Yeah.
She's from Minnesota. She has a Minnesota license.
And how are you guys going to wear the police symbol if you guys are
Defend your neighbors. Yep. This is why I am thoroughly convinced that the people trolling in chat don't actually know what community is. They don't have anybody in their lives that they would go out of their way to protect.
I hope they turn on you and
They really don't.
family, because that's what you're doing to people.
Get him.
You're separating family.
They took her kid.
I mean, I'm convinced half of them would sell out their wives because, again, the man knows what's up.
I don't know what to do, my baby.
These silly, hysterical women.
I did call the police. The police told me that
are gonna help
they
us.
told us that we have to open the door.
We have two
or
options: get charged with harboring or fucking release her.
Fry needs to get his cops under control with that.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll admit that.
why are they not saying we'll send somebody there to make sure that nothing happens unless there's a warrant?
I mean, I don't, just to be fair, we don't know exactly where the location is. We don't know which police department it
Okay,
is. But
right.
whatever police department it is, they should be saying, we're going to come and we're going to adjudicate this. And we know what the laws are. And if this person just ran in there. Now, would that prevent ICE necessarily from coming and grabbing that person and arresting this mother, and then you go to trial and then you adjudicate whether what she did
I was just about to say, I'm not convinced that they wouldn't turn over loved ones.
constituted
they
harboring
would. They totally would.
versus just like
Especially if it's like a cousin or, a brother or sister that you have political differences with. Yeah, 100%. Like that famous podcast where it's the kids talking to their parents. I'm pretty sure that dad would turn in his kids.
ran in here. But it sounds like from the scenario that she, DoorDash person, it's not like she just comes running in and you're like, what's going on? Then you look out and see there's ICE there. I mean, I think just even
That's funny because the guy who shot that woman was married to one.
in that sequence, you see ICE after the woman is running to your house.
Right.
May be enough to establish that, like, I didn't invite her in. I had no idea what was going on. She's just DoorDash.
No, she just was so desperate to make money because even knowing that she might get, they said that happened to her son, taken away by this Gestapo, that she had to
Well, I guess then your hero was not exactly a smart man.
had to make a living and was sent out there, and then her worst nightmare was confirmed. And I mean, I'm glad that this
Someone's triggered about that because they know it's true.
story, at least for the moment, seems to hopefully have
Which
a
one
happy
was
ending,
it?
But just like
Who is it? Your mom or your sister? Is that the one that you would probably be more than happy with?
preying on people's desperation.
You've probably already called him on just a random Mexican you saw at a McDonald's. We know how you guys work.
Here, and then racially profiling them as they drive down the street, just trying to make a living.
All right, pop up to
Trump
go
is a
minute
felon.
ahead
Yep.
here, because you start to see
No, that was all political. That was all a political witch hunt.
there's more.
He didn't actually commit fraud.
Neighbors.
The same fraud that they apparently care about with the Somalis. Because they all of a sudden care about defrauding, and people defrauding America.
Okay, go ahead.
It's St. Paul.
Okay.
No, I'm not fucking stupid. Good, she's terrified.
Oh, you mean the thing about Rachel Renee Good that was circulating online that you guys couldn't even get her age and date of birth correlated? You mean the one that also had a very piss poor Photoshop? I saw the one where you guys took the chick that was fucking, or that was flipping off the Charlie Kirk thing, where she was making fun of him getting shot in the neck, and then you posted her face on it, and so many of you guys believed that.
You're in an ice suit. How are you gonna reassure her?
That's my favorite one, is the fact that the AI slop works on you. Again, why do you think that Grok, or not Grok, what's the one? Sora. Why do you think Sora's still free?
No, es mentira. Ustedes los separan de los babies. No.
I don't know what to do.
Yo me voy con mis niñas, es lo único.
I called the police, but I
You see, they hear this crying, and this is music to their ears. If this is making you upset inside, just remember, guys,
don't know what to do.
that's the human response.
A woman was just killed in Minnesota yesterday from you guys, and you guys think that we're gonna just take this shit lightly? Literally, you just shot and killed someone yesterday, and you can put on your shit and go to work, and that shit just sits right with you? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? You guys are modern day Nazis. My fucking family got killed. Native Americans got killed for you guys to put on that fucking shit? Bullshit.
No, mis hijos, yo me voy con
Fucking
mis niñas,
bullshit.
yo me voy con mis niñas.
So nowadays we can't order DoorDash without ICE showing up to our house, right? I have a baby! A baby! Get out! Until you guys have a
Again, objectively, most people in any of these neighborhoods are starting to feel less safe with ICE around.
signed, get off my fucking property now!
There you go.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
I want judge papers.
Yep, and he's gone.
Paper, you don't come near my house because you're the one that has your hand on the gun the whole time. I have it all on video. I have 11,000 TikTokers right now.
Damn.
11,000.
I mean, if she's got that live, that's good numbers.
11,000 followers I have on fucking TikTok.
Hell yeah.
Get in your
Yeah. Bye.
fucking cars.
Off my yard until you have a judge's signature.
Off my property.
Yeah. I love how nervous they get the second that people start coming out of their houses.
beautiful.
Because again, they understand that the optics are bad. Once they go into a neighborhood, like, and most people are aware of it, nobody wants to see their neighbors getting taken. And once you do, once you see this happen in front of your eyes, and you experience it in real life, you got people that are changing their they agreed with you up until that point where they're just like, oh shit, this happened in front of my kid. Then I had to explain it to my kid. And then my kid kind of challenged me because my kid actually even said well, that's not being a good person, Daddy.
You hear those whistles though in the background, it's clear.
I hope you guys sleep real good at fucking night. Don't ever come back to my fucking house, cause I will sue you.
I can't believe.
Gee, I wonder why the threats on ICE have gone up by 8,000%, even though it was only a couple thousand%, but whatever. Love how you can pull numbers out of your ass and immediately expect people to believe it.
Where's your badge? You ain't got one.
Where's your papers? Where's your badge?
You guys are illegal on stolen land. You guys are illegal on stolen fucking land.
Damn.
Illegal on native fucking land. I am Midwakatin Dakota. Midwakatin Dakota. Do you know what that means? I am not illegal. Get the fuck out of here.
All right. I mean,
She got that adrenaline rush.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Awesome.
when you hear you point out the whistles, it's like this this hum beneath the
Oh, yeah, this is fucked.
to leave as she was on the toilet. So just to give people a sense of that this is sexual abuse is happening.
By the way, without Ice Watch, we wouldn't have even known about this.
There's the woman.
Oh, y agarraron a alguien. Ah, por. Ay.
Idiot falls, but
¿Por qué? Agarraron a alguien, llevan a
He
alguien.
gets up and falls.
into the porta potty.
And just from a optics perspective, and I actually am horrified by what might have happened in there, but closing the door behind you if
Yep.
you're helping someone take the cuffs off, ludicrous.
Mhm.
I mean, absolutely needs investigation.
Yeah. Needs investigation.
South Park's take on Ice was pretty legit. Yep.
Who knows what? Even being in there with her should not be allowed.
Yep.
They should have. I mean.
Yeah, well, filming them's considered a threat. Saying fuck ICE is a threat.
At
Yeah.
the very least.
Again, victim complex.
some sort of like process to.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't even know what I'm
the
saying.
idea that
Yeah.
they're doing any type of protocols here is also absurd. Like
Right.
there's no protocols associated with
Freelancing,
any of this.
yep.
They're completely freelancing on everything they're doing.
Yep. All right, I got more coverage here. I want to get to.
Say her name. Renee Good. Say her name. Renee Good.
And I say her name, Renee Good.
Renee Good's name was chanted all across the United States this week.
And you have multiple police departments coming out and saying that they're not going to allow this anymore.
And what's been called the Ice Out for Good movement, with people going out into the streets of Minneapolis, New York, Los Angeles, Houston, Philadelphia, Boston, D.C., and on and on. And in total, you had the activist group Indivisible saying that there were at least 1,000 events planned just for Saturday and Sunday.
Stand up, fight back. No hate, no fear. Immigrants are welcome here.
We demand justice for Renee Nicole Good.
You know, I've heard that same chant like all week, and that was the best sounding one because like they slowed it down a little, but it had a beat to
Golden
it.
Globes, where you had celebrities wearing pins featuring slogans like "Be Good" and "Ice Out," and those including the likes of Ariana Grande, Wanda Sykes, and Mark Ruffalo. And that is, you had one battle after another, which is a movie about a white nationalist authoritarian regime hunting down undocumented immigrants, winning 4 awards, more than any other film there. Now, all that said, that does not mean this reaction has been universal. Right? The reaction from the American right has been pretty dismissive of the whole protest movement. And among those, you had people like Fox News host Rich Edson being like, why aren't people protesting the repression in Iran? And there you had AOC's former communications director, Corbin Trent, just shutting him down with this answer.
But isn't that the same though? Where's the protest against the regime that's killing people in the street right now? I mean, I don't see anybody at Columbia.
Well, they're doing those today, and it's called the ICE protests.
Well, but they talking
what
about
you're
Iran at
asking?
the ICE protest?
No, I think they're talking about the regime that's shooting people in the face.
And for many, not just these protesters,
Nice.
they really do see it that way, that Trump's federal agents here, they're not just ordinary law enforcement, they're a hostile, occupying army in communities that do not want them there. It's why increasingly we've seen just too many videos to count of people confronting ICE agents, filming them, shouting at them, even getting into one-on-one debates like this guy did.
Get the fuck out of our city! I'm not gonna get out of your city. Yeah, you're a Nazi. You work for the orange fascists and chief. You Nazi piece of shit. I'm not. Don't point that gun at me. You take off your mask, you little. Just leave him. You. That's right. Get the out of here. Get the out of here. Get the out of here. You. You.
The thing is, this is where I know that a bunch of right-wingers are terrified that this is going to radicalize people that had nothing to do with politics at all. You know, all those Latinos for Trump? They ain't around anymore.
Now, Trump's allies, they insist that these people, they're just radical fringe activists saying that the majority of Americans actually back what they're doing, but the data, it just proves them wrong. Right back in February of last year, ICE's approval rating was actually plus 16. But now, as of the day that ICE shot and killed Renee Good, it's minus 14. And maybe more important than that, from September of 2024 to just this month, the share of people who support abolishing ICE more than doubled from 19% to 42%. And that is, you've got poll after poll showing clear majorities of Americans disapproving of how ICE has done its job and say that the agency's tactics are just too forceful. All while, when Americans were asked, do they believe there is a war or conflict happening in U.S. cities, nearly 6 in 10 Americans said yes, with 16% saying they're not sure and just over a quarter saying there's no war, no conflict. And it's really not hard to see why, right? You've got local and state officials in Democratic states openly condemning ICE's conduct and refusing to cooperate with them. You've also got countless videos circulating online of masked agents brutalizing people or threatening them for seemingly no reason.
I can record. I am back. Get your hands off of me. I'm not in your way and I'm not stopping nothing.
Fuck you! Fuck you, mask police! Take your fucking mask off! This is your warning. For what? Stop fucking following us. You are impeding operations. This is the United States federal government. I live over here. I gotta get to my house. This is your warning. Gotta get to my house. Go home to your kids. Go to church. Go to home to your kids. This is your last warning.
That's not illegal, by the way.
Exactly. Let people go to church. You did not learn from what just happened? Go home.
So over the weekend, you saw a lot, including protesters gathering outside of the hospital in Portland where 2 people shot by U.S. Border Patrol were being treated, or with Homeland Security saying, just like with Renee Good, that the people weaponized their vehicle against federal agents. Also in Washington, D.C., you had protesters gathering in front of the White House on
It's almost like it's unbelievable that this keeps happening.
Saturday and then marching to ICE headquarters on Sunday. Right on Friday night in Minnesota.
Dude is wearing a baseball hat with police gear. What the fuck is going on? It's almost like he's not a very professional person. It's almost like you don't need to take him seriously because it could just be anybody. It's almost like the fact that these guys anybody can put on a mask. And again, you don't have to show a badge. So do we arrest all of them for impersonating federal officers? Like,
hotels where ICE agents were supposedly staying, and they chanted, played drums, and banged pots to keep them awake. We also had the city's police chief there saying that a group of people split off from the main protest and began damaging hotel windows and spraying graffiti.
There were 29 arrests last night. We are aware of one police officer that was injured from a chunk of ice that was thrown at them.
You also then had the mayor adding,
the vast majority of people have protested peacefully. This is what Donald Trump wants. He wants us to take the bait. He wants those agitators to get a hold of this crowd in a way that it makes them cause harm to others and or damage to property.
But regardless, you had Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem telling Fox News yesterday that ICE is ramping up its presence in the Twin Cities.
We're sending more officers today and tomorrow. They'll arrive. There'll be
real police can't be with this? No.
hundreds more, and in order
No, that's why in Chicago they're not allowed to wear their masks anymore.
to allow our ICE and our Border Patrol individuals that are working in Minneapolis to do so safely. We're going to continue to, if they conduct violent activities against law enforcement, if they impede our operations, that's a crime, and we will hold them accountable to those consequences.
And that's coming after she reportedly sent a memo to DHS staff telling them that any visits to ICE facilities must be requested at least 7 days in advance. Even though federal law and the courts have affirmed that members of Congress have the right to make unannounced visits to facilities funded by regular congressional appropriations. But Noem, she argues that since the detention facilities are funded by the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, the law just doesn't apply to them. So when Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar, Angie Craig, and Kelly Morrison trying to visit detainees over the weekend, you saw this.
Shortly after we were let in, 2 officials came in and said that they received a message that we were no longer allowed to be in the building and that they were rescinding our invitation to come in and declining any further access to the building.
It is our job as members of Congress to make sure that those folks detained are treated with humanity, because we are the damn United States of America.
Also, I'll say while we're talking about Kristi Noem, we should also talk about this moment and this clip that's been making the rounds from her interview with Jake Tapper. Because Tapper, he played these clips of January 6 rioters attacking Capitol Police officers and then asked,
by this standard, would any of those officers be justified in shooting and killing the people causing them physical harm?
Every single situation is going to rely on the situation those officers are on. But they know that when people are putting hands on them, when they are using weapons against them, when they are physically harming them, that they have the authority to arrest those individuals.
The president pardoned every single one of those people.
And make sure that they're getting justice for their actions going forward.
President Trump pardoned every single one of those people.
And every single one of these investigations comes in the full context of the situation on the ground.
With 2 other figures, J.D. Vance and AOC, sparring off over Renee Good's killing.
God, when she has so much makeup, she actually starts to look like Edward James almost.
You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that
Tomatoes
her death is
for the word salad.
tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy
Botox
of her
got to her
making
brain.
and a tragedy of the far left who has marshaled an entire movement, a lunatic.
I find it funny that they sent him out and Trump didn't handle this one because, you know, Trump is slipping.
Fringe against our law enforcement officers.
I understand that
It's almost like you can't do the job. Weird.
President Vance believes
Again, could you imagine if something like this happened and President Biden wasn't the one speaking?
that shooting a young mother of 3 in the face 3 times is an acceptable America that he wants to live in, and I do not. I do not believe that the American people should be assassinated in the street. Thank you.
But when Trump was asked about Renee Good, he just justified her death.
Everyone's seen it, and the woman was very violent. She was a very radical person. Very sad what happened. Her friend was very radical. We have to respect our law enforcement. At a very minimum, that woman was very, very disrespectful.
Yes, and that's a reason to lose your life.
Law enforcement. And you heard the same noises. You saw the same crunch that I saw. You can't do that with law enforcement. Whether it's police or ICE, or Border Patrol or anybody else.
But with many hearing that going, what, so the penalty for disrespecting law enforcement's execution? But as scary and concerning as
again, we have ears.
Federal agents are to the country right now.
We're not supposed to, apparently.
It's just one component of a much broader effort to consolidate power around the presidency.
Disrespecting the police is free speech.
And with that, you actually had a New York Times reporter asking him, when it comes to
actual First Amendment,
law and order, the military,
not these assholes crying that they got their Twitter taken away,
etc. Do you think that the judges have no right to stop you on anything within those categories? And at first, Trump replied, no, I didn't say that, then going on to complain about how judges have stopped him. But then he added, now, I will say, if I feel it's important to invoke the Insurrection Act, which I have the right to do, that's a different thing. Because then I have the right to do pretty much what I want to do, but I haven't done that. Right? And actually, regarding Trump attempting to exercise his right to do pretty much whatever I want to do, one of the huge areas we're seeing him try to do that right now is regarding economic policy.
Yep. And this is where you guys should probably pay attention, because what he did today, he undid 2 weeks of planned policy as far as like trying to boost the economy.
Right, because yesterday, Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell released a highly unusual video announcing that the DOJ had opened a criminal investigation into him. And in addition to this whole situation being absolutely unprecedented, making you think, what the hell is going on? I cannot understate how insanely consequential this is for you and all Americans. But where we have to start here is with the allegation, the investigation, because according to Powell, the Trump administration claims that the investigation concerns a $2.5 billion renovation of the Fed's headquarters that went about $700 million over budget, as well as the testimony that Powell gave to Congress about the project last June. You see, Powell, he says this is just a big pretense. It's a smokescreen. Where Powell says that what's really happening here is that Trump's threatening him with criminal charges because he just won't fall in line and cut interest rates to the levels that Trump wants. Right? And despite Trump's repeated
what's that, Tennessee pickle liquor?
Threats to fire Powell, the president only has the authority to remove a member of the Fed for cause, which generally has been interpreted as serious misconduct, legal violations, or dereliction of duty. So Powell appears to be saying that the Trump administration is just launching yet another frivolous investigation in order to give Trump cause to fire a Fed leader who won't do his bidding, with Powell describing this as an unprecedented challenge to the Fed's independence.
I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in
just a reminder that Trump was the one who put this guy in power in the first
our
place.
Democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation.
Which, again, if you guys are for that, don't be surprised when your 401k goes bye-bye.
So again, you might hear that
completely.
And think, wow.
Which it's already likely to do if the stock market holds with this AI bubble.
Big shocker, Trump challenging the independence of American institutions. I'm so surprised. But I really cannot emphasize how significant this is. First of all, it is just
House of Cards is falling.
Incredibly unusual for a Fed chair to come out and make a public statement rebuking the president like this. So the fact that Powell felt like he had to make this
We're not even a full 2 weeks into the new year.
statement, it just underscores how seriously this ploy would undermine the Fed's independence and how high the stakes would be for just the American people. Because for some quick context here, the structure of the Fed is actually very unique. She's not like other government agencies. The Fed is a central bank that is part of the government, but Congress has given it broad autonomy to set interest rates and other monetary policy. There's a very good reason for that.
It'll get 401k-o'd.
Independence. It's to prevent exactly something like this from happening. Congress explicitly gave the Fed this kind of power in order to protect it from presidents who might act in their own self-interest to lower rates in order to boost their economic favor with the American people. And presidents, or at least presidents like this, they have a short-term outlook when it comes to interest rates. They might just be caring about what's going to make them look good to help them in the next election. And what might help the president now could hurt the
when the billionaires start shorting and retreat to their bunkers, it's too late.
Because it risks long-term inflation.
You've had a whole bunch of people that tend to lean right that are primed for this, though, because, again, just getting pumped and dumped is something that they're very used to, which...
everywhere.
I mean, it fits.
Now and historically, that when presidents control the central bank, it can
definitely show Trump their ass enough that he would definitely use it.
Hyperinflation and financial crises. And actually, to get a better idea about this situation, I talked with economist Kyla Scanlon today. Right, and Kyla noted that there are real-world examples of what can happen when political leaders meddle with the central bank and cut interest rates.
So if you start cutting rates like crazy, you can look at what happened to Turkey, where Turkey, they lost central bank independence and then started cutting rates. Inflation skyrocketed because too much money entered the economy. Things were too easy. And that's just functionally what happens. Like, we pretty much know the consequences of what could take place if the Federal Reserve does lose independence.
So to prevent that from happening, Congress specifically required the Fed to take actions that encourage low, stable inflation and a healthy labor market. Or with Kyla explaining that the whole point is to have a central body that makes sure that the economy is growing faster.
Again, nobody's listening to this stuff because it's not sold to us the same way that Trump's bullshit is. It's not flashy. It's not sold to us with a bunch of fucking idiosyncrasies that don't make sense.
In a sustainable way for the long run.
The whole goal is really, to protect.
But somehow, some way, people take his numbers and they're like, that's what it is. That's what the jobs numbers are.
Protect the public and make sure things can continue to grow.
So in other words, you have Powell
But they listen to someone like that and they're like, well, she's boring. And you know what? She's probably a liberal. I can't listen to that.
He's doing exactly what Congress has mandated that he do and ensure economic stability rather than caving to political pressure from a president acting in his own self-interest. And that's a hard thing to do, right? I mean, it's been a massive undertaking to keep prices and the labor market stable amid Trump's constant flip-flopping on tariffs and sweeping immigration crackdowns. And actually, according to most experts, they've done a decent job given the hurdles. I mean, they've already lowered the rate from 5.5% to about 3.5%. Yeah. But Trump,
which is
he's
great,
been publicly pushing Powell to push rates down to 1%. And while just that public pressure alone is unusual, Trump has gone even further, continually targeting Powell and attacking the central bank's autonomy. And actually, in addition to his repeated threats to fire Powell, the president has also tested whether he can remove another member of the Fed's board in a case that made its way all the way up to the Supreme Court. Going back to Powell, Trump's even previously threatened to sue him over the Fed renovation. Trump administration officials even alleging this summer that Powell either lied to Congress about the renovation or grossly mismanaged it. Though then also with this, you had Trump telling reporters yesterday that he actually doesn't know about the investigation, while
it's actually held at 2.7, but okay.
Also criticizing Powell's
Go Steelers,
saying that he's, quote,
what's up,
certainly
Rowdy?
Not very good at the Fed, and he's not.
Dude, that had to suck for you.
Not very good at building buildings. But then also, in addition to saying he knew nothing about,
I mean, I thought that game was over at halftime. I'll admit it.
Claimed that the DOJ subpoena.
I wasn't like my friend that was like, "Let's go, let's not even watch the rest of this." I'm like, nah.
To do with the interest rates. Adding, I wouldn't even think of doing it that way. What should pressure him is the fact that rates are far too high. That's the only pressure he's got. But with all this, a lot of people, including people at the very top, very notably lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, they appear not.
The average is 3%. In what world? It was 2.4 under Biden when we were coming out of the fucking when he was coming out of his presidency. So Banks, explain that one to me. Explain. So you're telling me that Biden actually did good then by having 2.4% inflation at the end?
People slamming the criminal investigation. You even had multiple former Fed chairs and Treasury secretaries from both parties signing a letter denouncing the move, calling it, quote, an unprecedented attempt to use prosecutorial attacks to undermine that independence. But then even more significantly, we also saw some Republican lawmakers coming out of the woodwork to condemn the probe as politically motivated. And that includes top officials who will directly have a say in how the situation goes down. Or with Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the banking committee, vowing to oppose the confirmation of any nominee for the Fed until the legal matter is resolved, including the upcoming vacancy for the chair. Because you see, Powell's term as chair, it ends in May, though his term as governor of the board, it runs through January of 2028. And with all this, you had Tillis taking a swipe at the Trump administration's efforts, saying if there were any remaining doubt whether advisors within the Trump administration are actively pushing to end the independence of the Federal Reserve, there should now be none. And that was actually also echoed by another Republican, Senator Lisa Murkowski, who wrote on X, it's clear the administration's investigation is nothing more than an attempt at coercion. Right? And a huge thing here is that Murkowski then went on to back Tillis's blockade of any nominees for Fed positions. So overall, you just have this super messy, tangled situation, and like so many other things in Trump world, what happens, it's really going to depend on how this legal situation unfolds. And right now, you've got a lot
also
of
how many of the billionaire
case scenario, arguing that
lobbyists are going to fucking pressure
and, very
and be like, hey, he can't do this. is.
There are still a lot of things that would need to happen before things get very, very serious. Because to be clear, Trump hasn't secured a criminal indictment against Powell yet. His administration is just investigating right now. And then even if he does secure an indictment, it might be hard to make it stick. Or think about it, remember there that the indictments that he made against James Comey and New York AG Tish James, both of those were thrown out by a federal judge. Which is why you have many experts, including Kyla, saying, you know, we've seen the markets having a more modest reaction to the news. It seems like they think nothing's going to ultimately come of this, or it's going to be pretty minimal. And with this, you're even seeing the argument that if Trump was successful in ousting Powell and he jeopardized the Fed's independence. Right now, we don't know who he'd try to install as the new chair, if that person would actually get confirmed by the Senate, and if they would actually try to lower interest rates to meet Trump's demands. Right? And even then, a loyalist Fed chair might still be limited by institutional checks or legal battles. And that long path ahead is also something that Kyla noted while emphasizing that while the impacts could be major, everything is very speculative, and it's important that people not jump to conclusions or panic yet.
All of this has to go through the legal system before anything does get confirmed, and I think if, you know, it does go through the legal system and does get confirmed, the U.S. has some pretty big problems to face, because what this would show is that there really isn't a reason to have faith in the U.S. dollar. There's not really a reason to have faith in the
I have a feeling that he's been convinced that these will somehow strengthen the U.S. dollar when he's being played.
Treasury market.
This is the world. This is the other world powers, you know, China, Russia, trying to make it so the U.S. isn't the petrodollar anymore.
I think that's a very extreme circumstance, and I very much hope that
who does that benefit?
That does not happen. But that's the risk, is that the U.S. loses a lot of its superpower status.
And somehow that's going to be Biden's fault.
Because you can't trust them economically anymore.
And then there's more we've got to dive into in just a minute. But first, let me say, you know, when I signed up for today's sponsor, Rocket Money, it
All right. Let's discuss. Chill out for a minute. What up, Bloodstone? Sorry, I missed the normal time that we usually go here, but my bad. Yeah, welcome to stream, everybody. If you're new here, I'm Pep. Nice to meet you. We're going to be going through some of the protest videos here in a minute. We're also going to be going through the Anna Kasparian versus Pearly things. Actually, you know what? Here, I'm going to just bring that up now, because this was wild. I can't watch the whole thing because it is behind, you know, it was behind a paywall, so you can only do clips, but here, this is wild. I'm not sure if you guys saw, number one, that they didn't have a proper working light on Anna Kasparian for the whole beginning half of it, if you watched it, but this shit is crazy. She didn't talk for like an entire minute.
Are you just making things up?
Smile awkwardly.
Pearl, what are you doing? Like, seriously. Next question.
By the way, people paid to watch this.
How many women die every year during childbirth?
Not many.
This country has the highest maternal
Waste of money.
mortality rate of any
I
developed
agree.
country. So a lot of women do die as a result of pregnancy and childbirth, yes.
Yeah, and the only video that she's released on her channel is the one where apparently she dunked on Anna and said that if I said this about my husband, Kami, it's like, what? Again, this was Pearl's response. This was, again, the live response.
Pearl isn't saying anything. What?
You got this, Pearl.
What the fuck?
Are you just
Dude,
making things
again,
up?
how fucking weird is that?
Shouldn't get married. That instead they should shack
I didn't say
up.
that.
You did say that with
did
Trent
not say
Horn. Word for word, you said it makes more sense for them to shack up, live with a girlfriend instead of getting married. Do you think the advice that
Right,
you give to
right.
men is the type of advice that will fulfill their lives? Because I'll tell you one thing, the best part of my life is my husband. I love my husband. He's my rock. He's my foundation. And no, my husband is number one. I love my career, but you know what my career did? When I met my husband, my career was already established. He, on the other hand, was couch surfing, he was in debt, and didn't know what he wanted to do with his life. I married him anyway. You want to
You
know
know what's
why?
funny? She used to
Because I
sell
had the
it like he was some
take
big
care of me.
successful baseball player because he played for a AAA team.
How tall is he?
Oh, he's 6'1", about your height.
She's 6'1".
None, I don't want kids.
Let's not do shouting questions from there, please. Allow these two to debate each other.
Okay, what's your question?
I mean, you don't really have much to answer, so I don't know what else to ask you. Do you think you're helping men by discouraging them from entering fulfilling marriages?
What happens to men if they don't pay child support?
I mean,
what happens? What happens, Anna?
How many men do you think get
What
arrested?
happens to
I don't know
men
what the
when they
number
don't
is,
get-
but the
What
idea that
happens
there's
to
like a
men when
huge
they
number
don't-
of men getting arrested for not doing what they're supposed to do
15%
and take care of their children, it's not a huge issue.
What happens to men when they don't
Really?
pay child support?
Only 60%.
Did the trad wife girl really just ask how
You gotta let her
all
to
her
answer
husband
it,
is?
not them. You gotta stop yelling questions
Look,
at her.
You can minimize men's problems all you want, but I don't think you understand how privileged of a position you're in.
In what way? How am I privileged?
Men are the ones that are on the hook for child support. Men are the ones that are on the hook for alimony. It's easy for you to tell men to just take the risk when you're not in that position.
So are you asserting that men
Meanwhile, the
shouldn't pay
statistical
child support
anomaly,
following a
you know,
divorce?
women that pay the husbands are just like, oh yeah, bitch.
Do you believe that
Feminists-
women should
feminists
be
wanted-
financially
feminists-
responsible 100% after a
Feminists
divorce?
wanted to be equal. So I say be equal. If you guys want equality, 50-50
You can get the full
custody,
debate.
No child support, no alimony, no
Natalie
special
Marie.
privileges.
I'm interested in it here. You know what? I'm gonna link the Discord for you. Put it in the Discord, and I'll see if I can run it through my checks. Because realistically, I'm already kind of playing with fire here, even using the Twitter stuff. From my understanding.
Alimony is paid out in 10%.
I mean, yeah, like somebody was telling me that this is gonna get like worse than like Jubilee videos, which they're already pretty intense.
Doesn't matter if you're part of the
It does matter.
10%.
It does
As far
matter
as, like,
because
coming
it makes
after
it
you.
seem like
Part of the 10%.
it's a widespread issue when it's
the tender
only
years
10%.
doctrine is a sexist law against men. That's sexist.
How is it sexist if
Where
a
have you
woman
guys-
decided
it
to forego a
assumes
career, decided to be a stay-at-home
Did Anna
mother,
really think that this would be a
and the
great thing to
marriage
do?
doesn't work out.
I just gotta say
She
it.
has no job. She has no income. So you think it's unfair
This was
to get
stupid.
support from her ex-husband so she can raise the kids, so she can
60%,
pay.
60% of kids under 5
Oh
have
God, what did
daycare.
you walk
Daycare is an
into?
option now. You
Anna
wanted to be
Kasparian
men.
Do you know how much daycare costs?
debating just pearly things.
Wanted to be men. Here you
Do you know how
have
much
it.
daycare
costs?
costs? Do you think it's
You're not
free?
letting her answer. Let her answer.
A lot of
Um,
things are expensive.
I'll be honest, I thought Pearl was kind of out
That's
of
not-
like
that's not an
influence,
answer.
so
Women have 85% of consumer spending. Women spend money all the time. You spend money on hair dye, you spend money on Botox, you spend money.
You should
on
think
the-
about it.
On the
that was good.
I sure am.
That was
you
funny.
spend money all of the time.
Yep.
I'll admit it. You should think about it. Bitches call her ugly. It's a nonsensical debate. Yes, I'll even agree with that. Don't agree with you on anything, but I'll agree with you on that one. Whoever wins that debate, we all lose. It's true. It's true. It's true. All right. Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon gave his take on what happened in Minnesota. Let's hear what Tim Dillon has to say, since, you know, a bunch of MAGA podcasters tend to love Mr. Tim Dillon now since he became one of them. Is he still one of them? Let's see.
But as far as this woman, what's her name? Her name, Renee Brown? Renee, this is very sad. Renee Brown is a motivational speaker. That's not who we're doing.
I couldn't tell if he was trying to do a bit here.
What's her name? Renee. Remember that song, Just Walk Away, Renee? Let's not play that because it's a copyright and people will say I'm being insensitive, and I am not. What is
Okay.
it, Renee Nicole Good? Renee Nicole Good. you know, again, this is a unfortunate, horrific situation. I don't think, listen, if you disagree with ICE, as many people do, blocking federal agents, and I'm not saying this woman was doing this, by the way, but I do think that she was part of a group of people that was trying to interfere with what they were doing.
Sounds like a bit.
I do think, and that's just, she's on those.
Well, it didn't. The thing is, he didn't do a bit with it. That's why I was like, maybe he didn't know her name.
Groups, message groups, and things like that. I do think that when you do stuff like that, federal agents are going to respond how federal agents respond.
Dude, Zoran's first day on duty, he went after a corporate landlord that owns, I don't even know the numbers. I'd be bullshitting if I said I did, but I know it's a large proportion of buildings in New York. So just going after this one, like giant corporate landlord is going to take care of a lot of people.
You cannot
So
obstruct law enforcement, physically use violence, try to intimidate law enforcement. Now, the extent to which she was doing that obviously is what everybody's debating. I don't believe the cop was justified in shooting her 3 times in the face. By the way, I've always believed this, and this is something that I've caught heat for, but I've literally believed it since I'm a kid. I don't believe you should ever shoot someone in the face more than once. Seriously, I just think it's
you're a good streamer. This is fun, but go now.
Ridiculous. So that they did that, and they, you know,
He's doing a half bit. Yeah.
the guy. These are not well-trained law enforcement people in ICE right now. We are taking people that did backyard wrestling. I mean, we are the people that are in ICE right now are, I mean, this is your cousin who, like, was in backyard wrestling. Like, this is tough. This is not the cream of the crop. You know the guys that...
Wait a minute. Bringing up backyard wrestling, and then he brings up the cream of the crop. Aha! Can't bring up wrestling and bring up the cream of the crop and not expect Macho Man make an appearance. Aha!
Kidnap Maduro, like Delta Force, Navy SEALs. This is not them.
Oh, God. I could also do a Tim Dillon. Wait a minute. If I do this, this is kind of more like Tim Dillon, okay? Maybe I'm a silly Billy and I'm doing it. I'm going to do a bit. You know, what was her name? Renee. It was, I don't know. Like, you guys keep saying she's bad, but I feel like it was good. Wait, Renee Good?
This is not the
That was
Delta
about as
Force
lame as
Navy
his
SEAL
was.
people. This is people that, like...
See, I can do it too.
This is people on their 3rd grade report card the teacher wrote that has violent tendencies. You know, I mean, this is not... It just is what it is. I'm not saying you don't need law enforcement to deal with people. Certainly people that have committed crimes.
90s backyard wrestling kids, 97% stronger than most 35-year-old men right now. Well, most 90s kids are now 30-something-year-old men who have tons of permanent injuries from backyard wrestling and a lot of regret. Trust me, if they have a bad sciatic nerve because they were backyard wrestling, and most of them do because they couldn't take a back shot properly.
People that are in the country illegally, there has to be a process.
Double entendre.
There has to be some accountability. I understand that. And most sane people...
Those who didn't overdose.
Understand it. The thing about Minnesota where you go, no one's illegal on stolen land and stuff, this is also silly and ridiculous. All land is stolen. That doesn't mean you don't have laws in a country, dummy. These people are not like serious people. But the same people that are saying she deserved 3 shots to the face are also not serious. The country desperately needs serious people. They desperately need people.
Meanwhile, Tim Dillon, the one telling us that we need serious people. I mean, to be fair, I myself have admitted that, you know, I'm not exactly the most serious person, and that other people probably have, you know, more
people that are not like
justification to be talking about like certain news stories in a different light that I do.
Completely off the chain. That's why I showed.
AKA, I'm a bit of a silly Billy.
The video to a 6-year-old at the Cheesecake Factory to get some perspective. Show your children the video. Show your...
Yeah, I watched a few of those that did it, and like the kids just came out and said, yeah, no, I saw what I saw.
Children the video. You have too much baggage. You are to one side or another, you've been too radicalized. Show it to your child. Go, hey, bud. Hey, bud. Hey, bud. Don't touch the dog like that. We don't touch the dog by the eye. We don't do that. You know that. You know we don't touch the dog by its eye. We don't touch his face. We pet him, okay? But we don't touch his face, and we don't put our face near his face. Now, Mommy wants to show you a video right now, okay?
That tells me that he's actually dealt with a kid before.
Now, it's because we want to get a fresh pair of eyes on this.
Don't put your face near the dog's face.
And your father have been
That's
fighting
how
about it
you
for
get
half
a
hour.
big face.
We want to get a fresh pair of eyes. All right. Would you like to watch a video? Bluey. It's not Bluey. It's not Bluey, and I want you to look at me, and I want you to focus. Do you know what a civil war is? What? Well, we're on the verge of that. It's a war, okay, between people that live in our country. And it's happening because people, they're watching this video, and we don't know what happened. Now, before I show you this video, I just want to prepare you. All right. The woman who drove this car got shot in the face 3 times. What? She was shot in the face 3 times. And I want you to watch this video and tell me what you think. Now play the video. And then the kid will do this. Why he do that? He was on the side of the car. It didn't seem like he was going to get hit. It seemed like he's freaking out.
Oh, no. The comedians aren't there to do the thing where they spin the web where it's just like, guys.
But it feels like to me, even though I don't know why that woman was in the middle of the cops, even though they're doing fucked up shit, she was putting herself in danger. But he didn't have to shoot her in the face 3 times. And I find it weird that the FBI is not letting a local investigation happen and they're giving him immunity. And that's what the child would say. And then people, you know, because that's the answer here, by the way. The answer is this. We need better trained people in that role. We can't have people going into community. And you don't want to call them ICE. You want to abolish ICE or call them something else, whatever. If Tren de Agua, if somebody does something, law enforcement's got to exist. The abolish the police crowd, they're not serious. But again, it's like, what are we doing? What are we, 15? Like, I don't have
Their stuff doesn't fall under qualified immunity. We already watched a video on that.
time to deal with these people. I can't. See them on threads all the time.
That's why they have to wear the masks.
People, they want something they're not ready for. They're not ready for what they want. They want some civil war. They don't want this. I'm telling you. They think they do because everything's a tweet and a threat, whatever. This is not what you want. So we have those people. And then we have people that are cucking for law enforcement.
I don't even know if Trendy Agua is real at this point. I mean, it's become comical because they only bring it up whenever Trump needs somebody to fucking demonize.
No matter what they do.
That happens to be brown and, you know.
And those people are celebrating this.
We've investigated ourselves and concluded that we have done nothing wrong. Yeah, exactly.
Celebrating death is ghoulish. It was ghoulish with Kirk. It's ghoulish now. And I think that people have to, understand that if we're going to have a civil society, if anyone has any interest in having a civil, functioning society, you're going to have better trained people in those roles so that things like this don't happen. You're also going to have to do not glamorize attacking or blocking federal agents. If you glamorize this, if there is an idea that this is a historic mission that you're on and that you're going to take it to that level, there will be a consequence depending on what you do and the response to it. So when you glamorize that, as I have seen, she died for a good cause. She died, you know, when you do things like this and you're egging people on to be violent towards law enforcement, federal agents, ICE, whatever, whether you hate them or not, whether you feel that they're justified or not, they're federal law enforcement. So if you're glamorizing people being violent, then you're going to get people killed. Nutrafol is such a great thing. A friend of mine is taking it.
All right. On to the next segment. What's the next segment? We're gonna do something. We did that one. Wait, is this live now? No, it's not. Damn it. I like to check in with live volcano videos occasionally. Although this was live earlier. Kilauea. Look at all that. That's a lot of lava. Alrighty. Let me... I'm going to set up my next segment here. Just give me 1 second. Let's chill for a second. Talk difference, National Guard, and active duty. Well, I mean, people seem to understand the nuances of the differences between federal law enforcement, you know, and what their jurisdiction is. And then there seems to be a lot of people that don't. It's kind of crazy. Holy shit. We actually did it, guys. We quieted down chat. Oh. Yo. The vertical streams getting the numbers up are always nice, but god damn does it pull. It pulls in some of the worst, I'm gonna say. But did everyone in Vert get banned, or is it Algo doing Algo's things? I think it's Algo doing Algo things. I don't know. Honestly, I'm fine with it because I needed the break. So what I'm gonna do? You showed that video and all of them dipped out. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Interesting. Yeah, I'm fine with that. No one had jokes like you called them out for. Yeah, I was in a rare mood. I was like in a rare space where I actually wanted to interact with some people like that. Where I was like, "Fuck it, let them come. Let's let some of the trolls do their thing. Let's see what they are like. What's their best? What's the best they got?" And they didn't really have that great of representation in chat today. So, all right, let's find some of the highlights of the protests yesterday. I had a few of them pulled up. There we go. Let's do this. Excuse me. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is JT Siskowski, reporting for Status Coup in partnership with the Midas Touch Network. I'm going to thank Midas Touch for their
I was about to say,
partnership.
Midas Touch's boost has been huge for
doing
them.
out here. That have been helping lift up and support the on-the-ground reporting that we do here. And a lot of what we do reaching the audience is that tear gas that is already of the vehicle. The sheriff's deputy is now walking away. He had originally seemed like instructing the crowd to move back, had now walked away. You got the protesters directly standing and barely touching the vehicle. And there you go. Federal police there coming out and physically pushing the protesters back from away from the vehicle. And these officers here are labeled as DHS police. You'll see a mix of these agencies and these officers out here. We're seeing now some more militarized police. I'm trying to get a sense for these are actually ICE agents, and it seems like maybe even some other agents that are coming out here from different, from the Federal Bureau of Prisons and elsewhere, forming now a line across against these protesters and press on the other side. You see them there outfitted in all of that tactical gear. They're already starting to pull back some here. Pulling back there across the road to the other side, and the crowd shouting, "Shame, shame." And the crowd inching forward, moving towards those agents. You see many of those agents, what they're armed with. They've got guns that fire pepper balls. Many of them are holding pepper spray or mace canisters in their hands.
Get the fuck out!
And what we were just about to hear from Flynn was about the use of tear gas that has already happened out here today. And of course has happened in previous days when myself and John Farina, who's behind the camera, have been out here covering these evolving protests outside of the Whipple Federal Building, as the Trump administration applies more pressure, more force to the Twin Cities area, attempting to effectively beat or arrest it into submission, as these communities have stood up to express that they do not want the federal government in their communities, and even in one now high-profile case, killing a member of these communities with the shooting and killing of Renee Good just a few days ago. You see the agents now coming back forward, telling the protesters to move back. Another shove there.
Someone brought an Aztec death whistle to an ICE protest.
One protester off to the side of the camera here.
Yeah, somebody brought one of those to the one in Broadview.
Big man with a big gun! What are you gonna do? The people back here! Traitors! 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 Traitors!
This is all right. So this explains why the one downtown doesn't be focused on as much.
Animated response from the crowd, and the way they get more animated when they're met with that federal presence, when the officers have been back across the road as they were when we first arrived here on scene.
For the follow, appreciate that.
To get set up and get ready to
Justice XX.
do this live report. The crowd was quite calm, subdued. That's part of a pattern that we've seen not only here but in other cities.
Rude Mark, I'm new. You're just finding me. Welcome to the stream. I appreciate you being here, man.
Across this country, where we've been documenting what the Trump administration has been doing as part of its deportation agenda. We have repeatedly seen that it's the federal agents who come in and directly escalate the situation. It's one thing to clear a path for a vehicle to travel, another to then keep adding more and more agents and then leave that presence out here, even as vehicles do not need to get through.
Yep. Technically, the cops can come in and disperse this just as easily, like they could disperse the ICE agents. That's what's going to technically happen. You're gonna see it either in Philly or one of these cities that is now actually vowed to keep ICE out and to keep them in check. And if ICE wants to try and play this game that they can just do whatever the fuck they want, then it's like, nah, then you won't be here. You will find yourself lacking in any support for any facilities. And yeah, once you need some extra crowd control, guess whose side they're going to be on? It's already starting to happen. I did call it. I said that the cops are eventually going to start like heeding the warnings where it's like, maybe we should actually like do some protecting of the civilians here, because it seems like these guys don't really know what they're doing.
You notice how militarized some of those agents are.
Here's Chicago roar.
With the
I mean, if you guys were
the camouflage
I'm surprised the entire country didn't hear the stadium on Saturday.
that they are wearing, the vests, the weapons at their sides.
Yes, yes. It's not the state cops doing it. It's the local cops that are start going out. Do I think cops will actually do that? Yeah, I've already seen it.
Right now,
the CPD was. This is why I was getting mad at people for like kind of ripping apart the CPD when you guys didn't understand that was Broadview Police and the state police. CPD, they followed their edicts. They did not protect ICE in the slightest. And anytime that they showed up, they were turned away from ICE, they were turned towards ICE. I should. My mistake. And they had their backs to the crowd where they were protecting us. So I got to say,
the federal government is using a bullhorn to tell the
kinda
protesters
nice.
to disperse. And
Especially because, I'm not exactly one to trust the CPD.
to do so could result in arrest. They're saying more, but I can't quite make it out over the
Thought we were against local militias? Well, don't put us in a position where we need to have one. It's almost like that's what tyranny and like that whole Second Amendment thing was all about.
Of this
It's almost like we're getting close to that, man. Damn.
crowd.
As I've been saying this entire stream, guys, you're gonna have enough people in the independent sphere that see this shit and they just see it for what it is. They see it as being worse off than what they originally had under Biden, like they are financially too. And then they see that their neighbors are scared. They see that like they're going into schools, they're making things just objectively less safe. You know, this whole war on crime it's kind of easy, I guess, to keep those optics up when it's like, oh, the ones committing the crimes tend to be the ones that you hired. Weird. And they have proven that a bunch of these guys were ex-January 6ers. Go figure. And they mix that with improper training and a vendetta? No way that could ever go wrong.
You see here some more another federal vehicle moving past here. Looks like several of them, or at least a couple. But what we've seen is a real pickup. We've been on the ground here in the Twin Cities, with aside from a break that we took around Christmas, we've been on the ground here since early December. And that's enough time where we can see patterns develop and change. And we've been here at the Whipple Federal Building. There weren't these kind of protests here back in December. It was just a few activists who would monitor when ICE agents were going out on patrol in their communities so that they could be prepared to document what the agents did or to warn their community members that the federal government was going to have a presence in their neighborhoods. And at that time, you'd see some vehicles come and go, and there'd be lulls of long periods of time in between. But what we've seen now over the last several days is the Trump administration originally began a surge of some 2,000 agents over the course of the next
Quit acting like you actually care about the people of Iran Banks.
month. Right before Renee Good was killed. And then since then,
You were Zionist until literally all of your fucking people that you watched turned on a dime, and now all of a sudden you guys are like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am anti-Israel. Never say pro-Palestine, just anti-Israel.
another
Shut up.
1,000 agents. So 3,000 agents that they are going to now deploy here in the wake of Renee Good's killing is a huge uptick in the amount of traffic here outside the Whipple Federal Building, as it seems agents are constantly go in and out of the facility. Some of the protesters chanting, "We want Ross, we want Ross," a reference to Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who shot and killed Renee Good. and who is now the subject of a federal investigation led by the FBI into his shooting to determine if it was just. You see a big van now moving past this crowd. You get a sense for how animated this crowd is. John, I'm getting the sense that things are probably stable enough where I could probably do an interview. We always like to hold off on doing interviews when it's a dynamic situation, not only for our own safety, but for the safety of the people we might be talking to. They need to remain aware of their surroundings in case tear gas is going to be deployed or they're about to be shoved by an agent or jostled by the crowd. So we always try and pick those moments carefully, but right now things have kind of settled into a new normal. So I'm going to go and grab somebody to talk to very quickly here.
Shame, 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 shame.
All right. So I'm standing here with Graham. Graham, can I have you start by spelling your name for me?
Graham.
And Graham was one of these demonstrators who I had, right before we went live, I was talking to him and Flynn, getting the sense for what they'd experienced here on the ground. And you see some of the protesters moving back seemingly by themselves to just clear a path here on the road for some what seems to be non-governmental traffic that needs to come through, making the path there so that those vehicles can pass here on the road. That's why the crowd moved back. But we had originally were going to talk to Graham to get a sense for what had happened here across the day, and Flynn. But then obviously we had that happen. Yeah, some things happened. So before we go back and talk about what had been happening here across the day, I heard you guys yelling out some things to the federal agents. Can you say what you were yelling, if you got any response?
Well, of course they're never going to respond. They have nothing to say for themselves. But I was just letting them know that one day justice will come for them, and it will flow down like a mighty stream. And they can't stop the moral arc of the universe. They cannot stop the people united. We are standing together as a community, and we are stronger than their jackbooted thuggery.
When you say that justice is coming, what would that justice look like to you? What do you want it to look like?
I mean, it's going to come in the form of indictments. It's going to come in the form of, public accountability and transparency. It's going to come in the form of unmasking some of these people and putting their names out so that they can be held accountable.
Honestly, let's be real here. We've gotten so used to the idea of what's your badge number? What's your badge number? Get your sergeant. We kind of have an idea, especially if you've ever gotten pulled over. You have an idea of what your rights are. So the idea that we've gotten so comfortable with these people wearing masks and not having their badges, dude, shut up. It's not about doxing them. The cops are apparently at risk of getting doxed all the fucking time. Then Banks, shut the fuck up.
Accountable by the government and by
the military. They don't get to wear fucking masks like that.
Community.
So.
And their families, because
not just to protect their identity. What do we have? It's weird. Every time that I look, it's weird. You got these little rip-off patches things, and one of them tends to always have your fucking name on it.
They're ruining lives. They're traumatizing children. They're tearing our families apart.
So it's almost like you understand the logic of this, where it's like, no, you're supposed to keep that on,
and they need to be held accountable for that.
Flynn, is there anything you would add to what
you were forced to wear a mask? Where?
Justice could look like in the event?
And are you talking in regards to operations, or are you talking you're a bitch boy that didn't want to wear a little face diaper?
And that it is ever fucking able weirdos. To come?
There it is. This guy's a fucking joke.
For these communities?
This guy, seriously?
It's gonna be... The first step is them leaving, is them going, is we don't want them here. They are not welcome here.
Oh, yeah.
The city of
That's
Minneapolis, the state of Minnesota, we don't want them. We are proud of our immigrant neighbors.
Well, it's also to the point I was getting at before, we've become accustomed to the idea that not only do we know who our police are, we can demand it. We can literally demand on a dime. Give me your badge number. Who's your commander? These are things that are just baked into the policing of America. That's why a lot of us are just repulsed by this. Half the people that see the heavy-handed tactics, it's not even the fact that, they're doing immigration. Half of them, they probably even voted for Trump. but they don't like what they're seeing because there's zero accountability here. You have cops now coming out and saying how they don't support any of this because it's making their job less safe. I've had to say this multiple times.
In our community.
We need to take a sovereign citizen seminar. Well, at this point, I think all of us need to become sovereign citizens. If this is how they're going to treat the fucking Constitution, fucking A, we might as well just go back to the Magna Carta.
For the audience's benefit, just so you know what's happening.
I'm traveling. I am traveling, and I am not in the middle of commerce. Therefore, I am just traveling, and let me be on my way.
Happening here just off screen. The agents have taken a few steps back. I suspect also to allow that traffic to pass. And the protesters are basically holding their space. They're just chanting, "Ice out now, ice out now." So if you're hearing some of that come across through the mic and wondering what is going on.
Who'd you campaign for, DeSantis?
Oh.
The crowd, the federal government is back on that bullhorn now, announcing that this is the demonstrators' second warning to stop blocking the traffic of federal vehicles in and out of that facility, or else they'll be met with arrest or with force. What's your reaction when you're hearing to the extent you even can hear it, hearing those warnings from the federal government that they're going to use force, going to potentially arrest you for demonstrating?
No, but they still want to use those roads.
On,
and then they'll bitch if they hit a pothole.
Ostensibly
Trust me, I know the type.
Is public property, the street.
Yeah, this is our city. We walk these streets. We know, these neighborhoods. They are invaders in our city. They don't know us. They don't know our city. And these are public lands. These are city streets. These are sidewalks. And they can't tell us what to do in our own city. They have no authority here. They have no leverage over us. They have no legitimacy with the people of Minneapolis.
Flint, I think probably a lot of people watching at home who aren't out here, they're going to see, or maybe who have never been through being tear gassed or pepper sprayed or threatened with arrest by federal government. They're going to see this. Oh, and we're just getting some pepper balls being fired here at the seems like being fired just at the ground, perhaps. It wasn't exactly clear where those pepper balls were fired, but that sound that we just heard, that very distinct sound, was the sound of a pepper ball gun going off. I'm not seeing the telltale
Wait a
marks.
minute. Hold on, guys. I gotta see this. Fuck it.
Has been on a holiday hiatus that ends tomorrow. He has been publicly reacting and going through a bit of a journey to
the
brutal shooting of Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old American citizen.
So Piers Morgan finally chimed in on this, huh?
At the hands
my buddy Charles, what's up, man?
Of an ICE agent in an act that many, myself included, would describe as murder. And given Piers's prompt,
God damn it, just get to it. I hate these fucking commentary channels where they can't just get to the point.
Piers's first.
All right. I've watched the Renee Good video endless times from all available angles. Anyone who says they know what happened is lying and we should await the investigation, but killing a mother like that is surely a tragedy. The lack of humanity I'm seeing towards her is repulsive.
First public response. He says on January 9th, remember he's in England, right? So they're several time zones ahead of us. He says, tweet.
All right.
Now, that was him on the 9th, and this was him later that day. He says, 2 of the first responses to my Renee Good tweet, one accusing her of attempted murder, the other accusing the ICE officer of murdering her, says it all about the instant politicization of everything that now happens in America. This corrodes any society. So again, still a bit of both sides initially, right? But calling out again the inhumanity from MAGA, this is good. Now, let's continue.
I'm so sick of these. I'm calling Josiah and all these assholes out on this. I am getting tired of Kyle Kulinski and Josiah, the way that they play games. He wants Piers Morgan to come around because I guess he enjoys his content and he doesn't want to constantly disagree with the guy. Kyle Kulinski does that with Joe Rogan. And it's gross, dude. Get over your fucking Stanism and just either like the guy or in his opinions and just be like, yeah, sometimes he has shit opinions and just still like the guy, or just be like, no, I hate watch the fucker. This shit where you're constantly just like, okay, you know what? Okay, well, this is a reason I actually might be able to like him again. Okay. I did that with Vosh for a little bit, and I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to watch his content. I don't agree with the guy on a lot of shit, and that's just how it goes.
Later on,
Same with Hassan.
He's responding to somebody from MAGA. Somebody said,
Don't know who this is. He's a political commentator.
it was okay to block ICE. She thought it was okay to block ICE agents.
Pretty big in this
Sad,
space.
especially for her kids. But the main story is how insane these activists are. I can't imagine trapping police officers with cars, let alone federal agents. It's insane and a direct result of the rhetoric on the left. So again, a pro-Trump, pro-MAGA person. Pierce responds with, again, some both sidesism, but pushing back a little bit. I think a lot of mistakes were made that day by everyone involved. Again, very clear. He's uncomfortable.
All right, so this is interesting. I will say this much. It's going to be an interesting, return show for him.
Those would have hit, or if they were actually directed at somebody in the crowd. We'll be getting some more, we'll be going around talking to people and trying to get some more, but
I admit it. I enjoy Piers Morgan's
escalation that I talk about.
Uncensored panels.
What we have noticed out
Whoever
here and in other
he
cities
has
is that the
booking
federal
him
government,
does a good
their
job.
agents are so quick to reach for the weaponry that
They're entertaining,
they have.
sometimes
There's
informative.
Not much in terms of
Actually, rarely informative.
There's not much in terms of
America.
with the crowd.
America.
Aside from a couple
This
of
is
warnings,
America.
that's it. And then it's immediately to the use of tear gas, the use of pepper spray.
Yeah, I mean, they've already used pepper spray.
First, which as we saw down in Chicago and was even the subject of some court cases, is that in that case it was largely Border Patrol agents were not issuing those warnings, and a judge actually had to step in and attempt to force those agents to use those warnings, and still it was found that the federal government was in violation of that court order.
We'll see.
But then you see here an even larger
I think I
gulf
hear
now
him.
between these agents and where they are standing, and these demonstrators and where they are standing here on this side. And I'll note that this entrance that we're looking at here to the Whipple Federal Building, it's not the only entrance. There is
Here he comes. He was upstairs.
Two more. But
where were you?
This was not the original site of the demonstrations outside of the Whipple Federal Building. There's at a secondary entrance down the street from where we're standing, down the street in the direction you're looking, is another entrance where the protesters.
Thank you for the $2. I beat you to it.
At HBX $2.
Demonstrating out there.
Stand treat time.
You get double. You know what? I'll match that one.
That entrance was very quickly.
Thank you for the $2,
Eventually,
I appreciate it.
It was even had
look
a
how happy you
barbed wire
are.
gate installed across that entrance.
All right, stands in.
Installed across
He's-
that entrance
he's very happy.
to, I guess, make sure that the protesters could not walk in.
Thank you.
To through the gate or down the driveway. And you see and hear a car drive by, laying on its horn and giving the finger to the Trump administration and its immigration enforcement agents. Another here driving down, holding out a sign. I cannot see what the sign says.
Wow, they got like a little procession.
Another
Interesting.
is a whole convoy of
He's just like more.
vehicles that
Oh, Stan.
are also against the federal government rolled by as part of this demonstration. That was met with cheers from the crowd. That other entrance was locked down, had a barbed wire fence gate put across it, I guess to keep the demonstrators from walking up that entryway, though I had never seen them attempt to do so, get into the parking lot of the Whipple Federal Building. But still, they had that barbed wire fence installed. They had concrete barriers like you see over here installed over there, including on the opposite side of the street. And there the federal government was kind of holding a line of, which side of the street. They were allowing the protesters to be in the street so long as they didn't cross the yellow line in the middle of the road. Otherwise, they were very quickly met. Oh. We're hearing another warning, a final warning, the federal government, that the protesters need to stop prohibiting entry and exit here from.
I like how he's even in on that one where he's just like, nah.
From the federal building.
Stop prohibiting entry when did you just see how these cars can get in and out? Yeah.
Or else they'll be met.
It's almost like they're creating these fucking false narratives by lying.
With arrest
and also exerting excessive force. Weird.
And it's being met with jeers from this crowd.
Why is it always so consistent and somehow, some way, so many people? Well, these people shouldn't even be there. Okay.
It's not clear exactly
the amount of MAGA that has come out that they're just like, go home, sit down, shut up, and don't say a fucking word.
Would the attempt be to arrest all the protesters. Is this just a scare tactic? If the previous demonstrations are anything to go by, the use of force probably very much in the cards, as has already been seen today. Flynn, Graham, I want to bring you guys back in here as we're continuously interrupted by the proceedings out here.
And Fox will now parrot the BS.
But I want you to just give, again, that sense. The agents moving forward now, pushing the demonstrators off the road. Few of them holding pat.
And we're seeing here the use of pepper spray and the firing of pepper balls. Seeing a lot of coughing right now. Myself and John have donned our safety equipment so that we can continue to breathe and protect our eyes, because them spraying that pepper spray and shooting those pepper balls kicks up a huge cloud of chemical irritants into the air that affect not just the person that the federal government is aiming at, if those agents are even aiming with a single target in mind. But it all
did you see that? The guy kind of even had it turned so he caught pot.
Also affects everybody else, even anybody who was obeying any orders that the Trump administration was giving. Those people get punished too. Members of the
again, this is where the cops need to be there. This is a failure on Minnesota's policing.
Like ourselves, who are
the fact that the chief of police is not putting out frickin' squads to go and deal with this is insane.
Here to document what is happening. Get affected too. Make no mistake, there is no such thing as a single targeted event or a single targeted use of force. Any of these quote-unquote non-lethal means always have collateral damage.
Yes, they should have local cops there. They also should, I'm not sure if they have a protest warden that is making sure that they know where they can actually stand, because again, they weren't impeding traffic there. They were letting the cars go. Tim Walz has failed his people. I'll agree with that.
John, if you could turn the camera on.
Yeah, he bitched out at a time when he was the strength was needed the most.
For just a moment.
And honestly, this is kind of on him. Nice guy, but that's not what you need. You don't need a little bit of a knucklehead.
The agents are pulling back right now across the street.
Even fucking J.B. Pritzker came out and said, you know what? He should have just stayed. The fact that he bitched out so quickly, too.
The actual entryway to the Whipple Federal Building.
Because then automatically you got people on the right that are just well, I guess he was guilty with that fraud thing. It's you know what? If he's just going to leave and just not even try to challenge it, you know what? Maybe he was.
But I want to take...
That's why I'm glad. Fuck him.
A moment just to reflect.
Get somebody better in there. Someone way more effective.
Look at the way I am dressed. All right? This...
Too busy covering his tracks. He was never implicated in the fraud, you dumb fuck. Don't make me ban you.
Be able to cover.
I'll start banning you for blatant misinfo.
The Trump administration.
And that was a dumb fuck thing to say.
Administration's immigration agenda. It is a reporter donning goggles, a reporter donning a respirator.
Yeah, that's how that goes. Especially in these areas. I mean, Broadview, this was how every media figure was dressed.
My side. If need be, I've got a helmet at my side. These are the necessary tools of our trade just to be out here to hear from demonstrators, or some of the same things that the demonstrators themselves need to wear just to be able to exercise their First Amendment rights.
I disagree. His family was attacked. He's not up for re-election.
Because of how quick the federal government is with a...
I thought he is. No, he is up. No, you're wrong. He is up for election.
Trigger use.
He had to quit the election. Klobuchar, she went in.
A force on these...
I'm sorry, you can like the guy and you can disrespect all, or you can disrespect. You can disagree all you want, but no.
Agents out here.
They have a governor. Yeah, the governor is being voted on this year.
I
learned a long time ago that we need
to be prepared.
Minnesota needs Jesse the Body back.
Or whatever.
I mean, he's arguably one of the most successful governors, not just in Minnesota, in American history.
They come our way. So when we come out here, we've got this gear already on, ready to go. I wanted to talk about this because
You can't follow the money because half of it is already been investigated, and the one that you're focusing on, the leaning center, which again, stupid.
John.
Yeah, that that didn't turn out to even be the one that had some actual fraud.
And I have been through this so many times now, just in the coverage, John, for years.
Also, you wouldn't be so disingenuous, and you'd be talking about how the ringleader of that exact, like the daycare fraud specifically, she's been picked up and she's been arrested and charged.
Don't get me wrong, has been
this is Comet Pizza all over again.
Covering scenes where there is authorities
Fuck you. I'm done
using
with them.
force. And I'll just point out really quick across the road that a lot of the agents are even walking even further back now. This is the pattern that I keep trying to tease out in these interviews before we're interrupted by more use of
He was annoying me.
force that we need to cover. But this has been the pattern today. The pattern has been
Talk about Homan?
these agents.
You mean the guy that even
agents
said,
largely
like,
hanging
fuck
back
it?
until
I actually,
the protesters
my bad. I meant to put you in
apparently
time out.
merit another round
to
of
ban
force,
you.
and it seems to be somewhat regularly. We were hearing perhaps every 35 or 45 minutes or
There we
so
go.
that these agents will come out and use this force again. But I want to point out that I'm making such a point to talk about this use of force out here because I was reflecting when John and I were last broadcasting, after we had last broadcast here outside of the Whipple Federal Building. I was reflecting on the fact that we got tear gassed that day. It was just a couple of days ago. We were tear gassed out here along with everyone
Pep the
who was
Merciful.
out here demonstrating. As the feds that day were using a lot of force against the people who were out here, and we're seeing a taste of that already. But I had become so inured to it just from our coverage down in Chicago, and the months and months and the
To be honest, I didn't want a hard ban.
regular use of force
Didn't do anything to deserve that.
out there, that I barely even mentioned the fact during the broadcast that we got tear gassed. Like, if you weren't watching, if you would have just been listening, it would have been such a fleeting mention, such a small thing. And I got to feel the need to really emphasize.
Oh, no, he took 50K? Yeah, I know.
That what you were just seeing
And then they investigated it and determined he did nothing wrong. It's literally the fucking meme.
there, that
We're living in a really stupid time.
cloud of chemical irritants that was kicked up by the Trump administration out here. I don't want to normalize it. That use of force on Americans using their own tax dollars to buy weapons to use against them shouldn't be something that's normalized, especially by the press. And just because I'm dealing with it as a regular part of my job, I should not be falling into that trap either. So I want to emphasize that is...
By the way, guys, I actually want to let you know I was able to do a new chat setting, so you in horizontal chat have priority now. So
what is happening out here in these places, these front lines in the fight against the Trump administration's immigration agenda and its other policies that it is implementing that are leading some truly cruel outcomes for people.
Jesus. Not sure if you guys heard that.
Cannot be kicked under the rug is that use of force, including deadly force.
Sweet. Yeah.
Like what was used against Renee Good on Minneapolis' South Side on Wednesday.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I could actually get that to work, but yeah, my horizontal chat is my OGs, you best chat.
Graham, first of all, thank you. We'll get this interview done in about 40 parts across the next 8 hours. But as we're
committed at this
before I launch
point.
back into my questions of you guys, I should probably start with just, are you guys okay after
We're
that?
fine. We're great.
Yeah, we're
I got
good.
hit worse earlier. It was not as bad.
So that's what I want to talk about was earlier. So when you're saying you got hit worse and earlier, what was happening?
So what happened is an older gentleman who we would later learn is a 74-year-old veteran came to the Whipple building and backed his car into the entrance here and got out of his car with an anti-ICE sign and stood behind his car. And as a bunch of protesters came to join him at the line, a raft of DHS, HSI came around the corner hot. They deployed tear gas first, followed by, pepper balls. And then, once we didn't immediately run for the hills, it was pepper spray all the way. And I was just trying to hold that gentleman's back. I was trying to stay behind him and give him the space that he needed, but he didn't want to come back with me. He wanted to stand his ground, and we got pretty much the worst of it. But that gentleman did end up getting arrested and not only detained, because they can't, obviously, and not only 30 minutes ago, they sent him back out here because his car's on public property. He was out there with a sign, and, you know, they let him go because they can't hold him.
And Flynn, do you have anything to add to that description of events? Or
notice how everybody knows that? This is kind of the whole part of knowing your actual rights. That's why everybody has the confidence to go protest ICE the way that we are, is because they don't have the fucking authority to just arrest.
Or maybe calling out any of the other uses.
Now, I'll admit that I have there's a second guess when I see, you know, state cops there, because I know that they're the ones that are super fucking questionable, whether or not they're going to side with ICE or us.
Of course, like how many times have you?
That's why I was emphasizing that, you know, at least the Blue Boys, you know, the CPD. Yeah, at least we knew where it's like, all right, they ain't gonna fuck. They're not joining ICE at all on this. And if they showed up, they were telling ICE, like, no, you get the fuck back.
This sort of pattern that
we
just
needed more of those videos
out in front of our camera, where the agents come out, use the force, and then pull back. At least in the time that you've been here,
Say like 4 or 5 times in the last like 3 hours or so. So yeah, probably about every hour, 45 minutes to an hour, they'll come out and do this.
The feds are on the bullhorn. The feds are on the bullhorn right now, calling out one of these protesters by a description. They're saying, "Hey, you there in the black hoodie with a hat on and a certain glove," that seemed like they were describing, saying that you'll be arrested. We have probable cause if you keep doing what you're doing, which it wasn't exactly clear to me. I couldn't hear everything they said, but calling out now individual protesters, almost as if to say, we're watching you. You were talking before about how the display of force out here was not intimidating to you, but I mean, even that, I mean, when
no, you can only be detained by them.
Calling out individually, describing what somebody's wearing, like you don't feel you're not cowed by that.
I hope they do arrest me.
You there in the pepper hat.
I hope they do.
We've been watching you. See. Pep talks. You know what? Pep talks very little on his own show. He watches a lot of videos. Yeah, we can comment too there.
Why the hope? Why the hope?
Because the world
they just start ripping me like Chad
is watching. The world is watching Minneapolis right now, and if they
that'd be funny.
Prove that they are arresting peaceful protesters who are standing here,
I literally have to do they got me on that one.
doing nothing more than like yelling at them. They're scared of words. They're scared of words. And it's shameful, and the entire world is going to pay attention to that, and it's not going to last. They're not going to be able to keep doing this at the same scale that they are.
So in all of this excitement that has happened, normally I would begin an interview with a very basic question like, "Oh, why did you come out here today?
I mean, dude,
what's the message?"
This is crazy. They've been pepper sprayed twice.
To deliver. Not getting to that until just now because of
and they're taking it so casually, like, let's go continue our interview over here.
Everything else we've had to deal with, but I do want to ask that question. Let's not get the message or the purpose of being here get lost in the actual just back and forth action that is happening. Why did you feel passionately enough to be standing here and to actually desire to maybe even desire being arrested for the stand that you're taking?
This community is so tight.
I'm gonna go up here. It looks like something ends up happening. All right, so
some more agents are coming out here, Flynn. That's why I'm letting you know. They're just turning on some lights, and yep, we see the parade of agents coming back this way. John's going to turn the camera here in just a moment. He's got to resituate some gear to be able to do so. But then, yes, we're going to turn and show you, because there's been another spate of federal vehicles coming and going traffic here on this intersection.
The mascot. He's like,
as
nope,
thousands of more agents are now being deployed here to the Twin Cities, we're seeing that greater presence. And apparently, it's not clear to me. I guess it's where the protesters stand in the street, because it's always so hard to tell with these things. It was the same way in
The lick-maxing is something
Chicago,
else.
outside of the Broadview, Illinois ICE detention facility.
We're seeing a lot
where
of it,
we
man.
were regularly
lick-maxing
live.
Oh, God. That's how it's going to be described in the history books?
It was so difficult for us to know on a day-to-day level what the rules were going to be for authorities, for the federal government, and then eventually the local and state authorities who took over.
That was a badass zoom, and then like with her face, and then like the
For a lot of the
that
security
worked out.
around Broadview. To know
was
on a
art.
day-to-day level what the rules were going to be. When would someone be
Oh
arrested?
shit, we're almost there.
Or when would force be
Where do we at?
used? And it's the same thing here. When we were
Oh.
last here at the Whipple Federal Building, the rule had been do not cross the midline of the street, which
Damn,
for the
guys. Yeah, like and subscribe for sure if you're enjoying the content, because we're getting close to that 2K.
most part, the protesters have respected that here today. But now it seems as though the federal government is saying,
Man.
nowhere in the street
By the way,
is
I do have live protest coverage that I'm going to be going through tonight. Should be starting here in about 15 minutes.
acceptable, perhaps, because the protesters were, as far as I could see, they
If
were
the
all
feed
standing
holds.
just on this half, the near half to where our camera is, on this side of the street, and still you saw all these dozens and dozens of agents come out here.
Wait.
I should give you a sense of scale of these
Shouting.
protests as well. As many agents as you're seeing right now, it's probably
show the
somewhat
guy
more
who's shouting.
protesters than
Wait.
the number of agents that are out here right now, but it's very close. It's very close. And that's a common thing as well, where we see the federal government mete out punishment. They deploy nearly as many agents to handle the crowd as there is members of the crowd. But of course, there's a huge power imbalance, and the crowds in, I think, every scene that John and I have been at are not inherently threatening. But it's still the federal government that power imbalance works. Is there not only in the training that the federal agents have to deal with these crowds, but also the amount of force that they have. You're seeing there some of those agents that are holding those pepper guns, the pepper spray that we called out earlier. But now I'm seeing even at least one agent who's wearing the tear gas canisters on the front of his vestments. So it goes to show.
Breaking news: County attorney moves forward with Renee Good investigation after FBI rejection.
They have that ability as well,
That's
beyond
good
the
news.
pepper spray and the pepper balls that we
Melt
saw
ice. Hell yeah, Ryan.
deployed out here earlier. And as the federal agents now
Hello.
advance, telling the folks to move back. You're seeing them there pushing and arresting one of the
the
protesters.
fuck?
Actually, two of the protesters now being arrested out here.
What the fuck?
Being arrested.
What the
But
fuck
it's
did he
still
do?
the federal government that power imbalance works. Is there not only in the
Sorry, guys.
training that the
I
federal
literally
agents
saw
have
nothing
to deal with these crowds,
and
but
no
also
reason for that.
the amount of force that they have. You're seeing there some of those agents that are holding those pepper guns, the pepper spray that we called out earlier. But now I'm seeing even at least one agent who's wearing the tear gas canisters on the front of his vestments. So it goes to show they have that ability as well, beyond the pepper spray and the pepper
What the
balls
hell
that we
was
saw
that?
deployed out here earlier. And as the federal
Okay,
agents
so they
now
walk
advance, telling the folks to move back. You're seeing
He was literally hands in pockets, just pushing
them
back.
there pushing and arresting one of the
Are you
one of the
fucking
protesters.
serious?
Actually, two of the protesters now being
Jesus Christ, dude. Like the way that they are just so piss poor trained is like on display here. This is all ruled by the fact that they're afraid.
arrested out here.
God, look at them. They're all losers. They're all losers. Especially, like, look at this guy. Look at
Being
him.
arrested. Multiple agents dogpiling on those protesters as the other agents come forward and yell, "Back up!
Look at all these fat, fucking short losers.
Back up!"
All with the same goddamn complex. This is normal for removing agitators. Again, they don't have the authority to be doing that. They are not fucking protest police. And if they want them to comply, then they can call the normal fucking cops. If it's blocking traffic, guess who has jurisdiction over the fucking the street there? They only have jurisdiction within that federal plaza, by the way. Adham, Banks, I am dangerously close to just banning your ass. You've already been pissing me off.
Get the fuck off of there! Fuck you guys!
Yeah, I was about to say you should. I mean, honestly, they should have already. That should have been like the first thing you do.
One of the men who's off camera right now is
LT, did you just fucking ban Ryan Kennedy? LT, that's it. I'm done. I'm not doing this. Ryan Kennedy was fine. He literally was fine. Looks like Hitler's brown shirts. 100 years later, Nazis are in the U.S. What the fuck did he say that... No, unban him right now. Dude, and honestly, that might have lost you your... Dude, I said I would take care of that. That was by accident. Well, man, you've been making these accents, and I gotta be... You gotta be more careful, dude. Otherwise, I gotta take the wrench.
being arrested is now being...
This is the third stream now.
Marched back towards...
And that was not cool.
The Whipple Federal Building. The officers pulled him up and have...
Apologize to Ryan, too.
One officer on each arm, pulling them back towards the building. The other protester is still laying down on the ground right now and is now being sat up and also being walked towards, it looks like...
I was already handling Banks. I was going back and forth with him.
Yes, walk towards...
I already timed him out once.
The Whipple
so,
building.
like, dude, but yeah...
And then the...
Like I said, you got to apologize to him. Otherwise, I got to make the hard choice there, man.
Officers there...
That's not cool.
Moving backwards. The protesters moving with them a little bit, though allowing
no harm, no foul.
a bit of
All
a
right.
gulf to develop between the two sides as they yell, shame, shame. And I'll note that a lot of the heads that you're seeing out here in front of you in the camera on the protester side of the street are actually press.
This isn't the situation where I have, 100 plus in chat either.
It's not protesters who are getting that close in many cases. That's actually
Like,
press
this is
sitting in there to
doable.
get shots, etc.
Shame, 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 shame.
Seeing some of the protesters urging some of the protesters to move back because they feel like they might be giving the federal government what it wants. There's always that push and pull.
That's
in the
where I
protest
was like
movements
kind of
that we have
confused by
covered.
this.
The desire
Where it's like, did they not have an established like place that they can stand?
to be in a position, be in a physical place to,
I mean, I'll be honest. This is
throw
more clear cut when I go to like protests.
stand in the machine, so to speak.
I haven't been to one single protest where they didn't give us an established parameter of where we can and can't go.
Try and slow down the federal operation.
I mean, this guy's being a moron. And honestly, at that point, you just got to be like, hey, man, stop instigating because you're going to fucking make this worse for all of us.
Or just to be able to make your voice adequately
Like we're
heard.
doing
You
the
see
protest.
one protester out there with a whistle who had walked closer to some of the federal agents. But
We should be able to defend ourselves against rogue agents from abuse like pepper spray and taser.
push and
I mean, it's insane that they are just able to do this again with impunity, it seems like, because they don't have anything that's identifying. So it's not like you can really have a civil suit against these people. You're going to have to sue the department.
between wanting to be in a physical position to be able to say more, be able to say their piece, and then that pull of don't give
If you ask guys, there is no safe
the
place.
federal government what
Well,
it wants of the
again,
the visual, the propaganda.
if they need the full road and it's like about them blocking the road, then maybe they should stipulate that. They haven't even done that. That's where I'm like genuinely confused by this.
We've seen the Trump administration at scenes like this.
Also, I'll be real. The fact that they have this number of protesters here with ICE, no cops, like when Broadview gets over 100, that's when like you start seeing state cops show up.
Agents.
And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying like it's odd that I'm like, huh.
With cameras.
They're just like, nah, fuck them. I mean, maybe that's the mayor like saying, no, you will not be going and helping these people. And that like, I guess that means not going anywhere within like a certain, yardage of the facility.
Who we have then
That
seen
could be it.
those cameras, their footage used to produce propaganda that's put out on the social media
I'm gonna see if there's any
for the
word on
Trump
this.
administration, for the Department of
Let's
Homeland
see.
Security. Some of
Yeah, it's a public access road.
constituent
That's what I'm
agencies,
saying. Yeah.
Or some of its leaders.
Yeah, because Banks was trying to make it out that was trying to make it out like it's like, no, they have access to that. And also unban banks, please.
Oh, you're seeing that back and forth. It is so.
He was being annoying. He wasn't being bannable.
Coming out here, John and I just
Like, dude, that's my point, man. And I'm not, this is the last time I'm doing this on stream. Otherwise, I'm going to take it to Discord. Please stop with the frickin' the heavy hand on that one.
moving back a little bit as
You're going way too fast and way too aggressive with that stuff.
as we continue to cover things here. But I want to, John, if you could point the camera down. I'm not sure how easy it is here. But I want to point out these white marks here on the ground. These are those telltale signs of pepper balls that I was talking about earlier. It's this using this white splatter that happens from where they impact, and I should actually be quite careful about how much I disturb it because you can kick it back up. We went through that at Broadview, where you can kick it back up and it becomes almost some dust that gets into the air and can re-agitate again. And it'll get on your clothes.
One of the guys brought it up. He was just like, yeah, that's why one of the most effective things that you could have at a protest is a super soaker.
Maybe a little bit.
Oh my God, status quo coverage is second to none. I know.
I got to be very careful about how I use these gloves now because pepper balls, once it gets on your clothes, it's very easy to brush it off or to, again, kick it up off of your person and have it agitate you that way. So I have to be very careful now.
Yeah, and if you've ever touched your eyes with, a hot pepper.
With these fingers, what I do, and I'll be trying to wipe
By
them
accident.
off here, maybe on some of the snow here a little bit, just try and wash that off a little bit. But this is the kind of thing that we have to be able to do to bring you this frontline perspective of what is happening in this fight against fascism, encroaching authoritarianism here in this country. We put ourselves right there on the line of where these things
You
are
just say pepper balls? Yeah.
to give you that on the ground perspective. And we've been on the ground here in Minnesota with a break around Christmas.
You
as
made
I've
me
been saying.
snort.
Aside from that break around the holidays, we've been here on the ground documenting
Pepper
what's
balls. Get it?
happening here since
We're
early December.
kids.
So not when
We
Renee
have absolutely no serious.
Good was shot and killed. We were already here in the city. John was on the scene very shortly thereafter.
Oh, man.
And was able to. It was some of our reporting that got out some
I
of
was
that
about to
video
say.
that you've been seeing, one of those camera angles that you've been seeing. We were one of the outlets that were able to get our hands on some of the video that's going to be used now in likely an independent investigation led by the state and local district attorney's office into that shooting.
Well, they're also going to use preceding video, and they're probably going to use videos like this to kind of prove that it's like, no, they're pretty consistent in not abiding by the law and the rules of the code of conduct.
Because we believe in being on the ground where these things are developing. It was not a secret that the Trump administration was cracking down here on the Twin Cities. Not a secret by any stretch. Operation Metro Surge, as it was called, and we're seeing some agents jog back there towards the building, but Operation Metro Surge, as it was called, was publicly announced by the Trump administration. The agents were here. John and I arrived shortly after it began. And we began documenting what was happening. And I was watching at the time when we were here how many stories were being written about what was happening. But what was
Why does that guy have a tennis racket? Wait a minute, what's with the tennis racket?
John's turning the camera here
you
to
guys
show
got-
you that
Yeah,
there's
he's
some
got a
agents
tennis
who are
racket
running
just
back
sticking
towards
out.
the Whipple Federal Building with some urgency. It's not exactly clear why. It looks like there might be a. What's going on in there? Trying to get the better perspective. Honestly, you watching at home might have a better perspective than what I do. You see their agents moving. It looked like it was press mostly, moving them back away from the federal building.
Fuck.
Flynn, did you see what was going on there?
All I saw was that they started running, and then I looked over, and there was some press standing at the fence. I think there were some people in the parking lot. Unclear what they were doing or why press was trying to take pictures of them and why they were immediately shied away and shoot out.
Yeah, it seems as though, excuse me, getting a dust up of pepper in my throat. John, if you come this way. Oh, I was going to show, I think, the people who they were
Oh crap, it's Jim
responding to
Cornette. I wish I could do an angry Jim Cornette impression right now.
And we're seeing some federal agents are down off to the right-hand side of the screen here, and that's who John is pivoting around to show, as some agents take up positions down there. And more agents are here off to the left side as well, here at the road. Watch out, John.
I mean, I keep seeing press like they're the ones going up. Huh.
Yep, and you see some of those agents now coming back to take back up their positions that they had after they had gone running back into the parking lot.
Yeah, weird. Wonder if they're find out what happened.
John, what I'd like us to be able to do is look down this fence line here, because. Yep. We are just so you guys are aware of what's happening right now. We have some equipment on our camera that's essentially sunglasses for our camera to allow us to have a little bit of a better image when the sun is out, as it was today. But here, as the sun begins to set, just like wearing your sunglasses at night while you might look cool, is not very practical. So we're just taking those sunglasses off of our camera here.
Hold it for a second. 1 second.
Yep, got it.
Well, that sucks. The live the live protest feed that I was going to go to is not up.
Chance to say it since we started the stream, but please share this stream, get it out to as many people as possible. I always like to make the point that on-the-ground journalism is not inherently rewarded by social media algorithms, and we need masses of people to send the message. We need you
which
to
is
send the
surprising
message.
because the times that I've been out, I've gotten a big boost in my viewership. So
that what we're doing here is important, and that more people should see.
And honestly, the people watching the stuff last week, so
is responding to the true masses of people who are coming out to demonstrate against what they are doing. We need that signal to those algorithms to be able to get the word out and get our journalism out. So on behalf of us and on behalf of our partners at Midas Touch, who are also supporting us in this journalism, please share the streams, whichever. Oh, we're watching agents now come out after one protester who's running back into the safety of the crowd there as agents surge forward. And I'll note that this black SUV that you're seeing drive past was just driven by a woman who was not related at all to the federal government at all here, and she immediately, as soon as she saw those agents coming, stopped her car and put her hands up in a motion of surrender. And that's the kind of fear that is embedded here in the people on the ground. Yeah. That sense of, if Renee Good was shot, what's to say that it could not be me next? I know that
it's literally it's the way you feel when you live in a gang occupied fucking neighborhood.
I was driving around
where you just inherently know not to go on certain streets, and also there's the whole no narc code. It's very similar, right? It's weird how they're using gang warfare tactics.
Near some Border Patrol agents as they were conducting operations in St. Paul earlier today, and I was being very, very conscious of how close our vehicle would get to the federal
notice where they don't go.
Convoy.
When they were in Chicago, they didn't go there once.
For that same reason.
They didn't go past 68th Street, which we know.
Being afraid and wanting
you just
to,
know.
out of an abundance of caution, keep that space, because we have seen the use of that force. You see some of the agents had come forward towards the crowd, now backing up a little bit. It seemed like, again, that hair trigger of force.
Yeah, I was about to say.
We've seen from the Trump administration.
Yeah, I'm going to speed this up a little. Let's see.
So, John,
I know that they start pepper spraying
just
again.
Behind these agents, you'll see a guy with a red backpack who's dressed in black with a red backpack, and another gentleman with a red or maroon sweatshirt on. Those two guys back there, that sprinting that we saw of agents back into the parking lot, it seemed to actually be to go and talk to those two guys who had, it seemed to me, they seemed rather bewildered when the agents ran up to them, that I think the agents assumed that they were protesters who were trying to gain access to the Whipple Federal Building. But I think there's a gap in the fencing down to the right, closer to the building, and I think those people were just coming up because there are a number of government offices that are housed inside that building.
Yeah,
Not
they probably
necessarily
work there.
coming here for federal immigration enforcement reasons, could have been for a whole host of reasons, but it just inadvertently walked up through that gap in the fencing looking to get to wherever they were trying to go, and then not realizing that they had.
All right, I'm gonna fast forward to here. This is where it looks like it gets a little hairy.
May very well lead to a federal response as well. We've seen them step in as de facto bodyguards for right-wing provocateurs who have shown up in the past.
Oh, is this a, it's a content creator. Yeah, notice how he's standing on the other side. I mean, to be fair, man, you did the first thing you did was get behind the line of those guys and then be like, yeah, come at me, bro. That tracks. Jesus Christ.
Come on, keyboard warrior. You got something to say, cunt? Say it. Back to your side, folks. He's here to get you in trouble.
We are seeing some federal agents come forward now.
Yeah, but here's the thing. They can now do the, well, I'm a right-wing podcaster. All right. Honestly, that's the best way to do it. But I'm with the, but wait a minute, I'm with you guys.
You see those agents there. Might be difficult to see with the
That's how you ruin it for all of them.
intense light of the cars, of the police cars, but standing just
Although that one dude that was just like, yeah, we already got one of you. I'm so glad that he did that because a lot of MAGA was just like, that was AI. It's like, no, we got multiple videos of that guy doing
in
this.
front of them is a group of federal agents.
Good
who
job,
are
though.
moving forward now towards where the crowd had gathered around Nick Sortor. You see the agents there saying, back up, back up.
There it is.
Firing a little, some sort of like noise-making rocket into the air there.
Which I haven't seen that.
You're looking down that line of agents. Nick Sortor standing there on the left side of the screen. See the agents there standing, some of them with the pepper spray in hand, the canisters ready to go.
Oh, all right. Well, they started with music. That means that fuck it. I'll go to the next story that I want to cover. All right. The degree mill thing. We're gonna go through this because all right. If you guys don't know what's going on with the Dr. Ritchie degree mill thing, can I get a summary of Cam's video? Because I have a bunch of people that are just like, why is this important? It's like, it's really not in the grand scheme of things. It's just kind of, yeah, it's happening. So it's just something that I wanted to cover here. I'm sure that he'll explain it here. But so Nate, the lawyer, who he's got a right-wing bias, believe it or not, which is a little weird. Because he seems to like do a lot with other like left-wing black creators, but then he shocked me when I was like, wait, that really? This guy's actually like kind of pro-MAGA? Interesting. But this whole story would not have gotten any traction if Rashad had kind of just been, he kept his nose down and then also just been like, this was a misunderstanding, but he had to go and quadruple down, man. Like, and now you got the rest of the internet finally just catching up and being like, nah, we're done. We're done.
Degree you could imagine, and with just in minutes, a few $100s, you've received a freshly minted printout with a degree you didn't work for.
It is a billion-dollar business, selling fake degrees to people we trust. Some of the buyers, cops,
No surprise there.
firefighters, teachers, and engineers.
Bunch of ICE guys heard that. They're just like, damn it, I could have done that all along. Fuck!
Right here in the Tampa Bay area.
Schools handing out master's degrees and doctorates for cash, even when students don't take any courses. Yeah, we found plenty of public employees and others. You know, there are hundreds of so-called diploma mills online, basically selling master's or doctorate degrees for a price.
So people padding their resumes with fake degrees is nothing new, as you can see from that intro. But Dr. Richard Ritchie, and I use doctor in air quotes, takes it to another level. For example, he says he has a law degree, a Juris Doctorate from Haiti. He then claims that he has a PhD in quantum physics from France. He's another Neil deGrasse Tyson. And let's not forget about his master's in neurophysics from Cambodia, or his neuroscience degree from Nicaragua, or his master's in applied physics from Costa Rica, and the list goes on and on and on. And if you're thinking that it seems like a lot of these degrees are BS and nonsense, you're right. Let's expose the fraud, which is Richard Ritchie.
Does it say with an R? Richard.
Here's a quick message from this video sponsor, ZocDoc. Okay, raise
Here's
your
a
hand
quick
if you've been
skip for
putting
me.
off Dr. Richard Ritchie from the Young Turk. Dr. Ritchie also works for Straight Arrow News and has once had his own law firm. Here it is, the Fairness Firm. Dr. Richard Ritchie, JD, PhD, LLM, and MBA. Now, when you scroll down to the education section, you'll see a lot, if not most of these degrees, are from schools outside of the United States. For instance, here's the education section.
I still can't get over
he
this,
has
man.
Here, for instance, Masters of...
Okay, this is part of it. Why would you do this when they're questionable to begin with?
Laws, LLM, Université de la Renaissance, Haiti. But that school doesn't even offer this type of degree. And he does that multiple times. For instance, his Juris Doctorate from Renaissance University is a school that doesn't issue Juris Doctorate. And then when he was called out on that, he then says it's for another school, but then that other school doesn't issue Juris Doctorates either. So this is the type...
Okay, so now... We've covered this enough on this channel, and I'm sorry if you guys don't know the full context. It will be explained in this video. But we have gone through this enough to know it's like, all right, man, you had enough people calling this out, and then Cam James, he got pretty much smeared. He did, because you had a bunch of people calling his integrity into question, being like, why would you do this? Now I kind of think it's like, I think people owe Cam James an apology.
The nonsense that we're going to untangle today. Now, to understand why...
Specifically a certain pastor.
Ritchie's degrees are essentially bogus. I got to explain to you what degree mills are.
What it is. It certainly isn't. Everyone you're going to see in our story tonight, Keith, bought a bogus degree from the world's biggest diploma mill, based in Pakistan, of all places. Now, there are probably 1,000 so-called graduates living and working in our community. It takes time, money, and hard work to earn a diploma.
Does it?
Unless, of course, you take the same shortcut former Tarpon Springs Fire Chief Rick Butcher did.
Jesus, he was a fire chief?
You've got a
what the fuck?
degree from Alameda University.
Well, I have a piece of paper from Alameda, yes.
It turns out Butcher bought his Alameda University degree online from a big corporation based in Pakistan. Our database of 5,600 degree mill graduates across Florida also led us to Larry Flutie. You're on that list.
What should your name your goats? Hans and Franz.
Smokes. How did that happen?
We confirmed that Flutie is a Florida licensed professional engineer, but Flutie also claims he earned a PhD diploma.
Or you could go with something German, a little more German, if you know what I mean. Peter and Eric.
Grant University.
Those names are very popular from what I've understood.
University, a diploma mill that's vanished from the internet. Our investigation also uncovered a VA police officer who submitted his fake Alameda diploma in a failed...
So many people in positions of power have done this.
bid
This
to
is going to be a
become
reckoning.
police chief in Polk County's Lake Hamilton.
Now, this is not a new scam. From fire chiefs to mayors to even school super...
Actually, I hate to say this. Do you know how many people got busted with this and nothing changed?
For attendance. Many people have been caught using these degree mills to inflate their resume. Even some university professors have been found to have fake degrees. All right, so now that you know about degree mills and resume inflation, let's get into the nitty-gritty of the lie.
Hard to sell academia when this is happening.
Hey, Nate, this is misinformation. He has documentation. So I want to make sure I'm as fair as possible to Dr. Richard Ritchie. Okay, this is Nate from the future. And in the past couple of hours, some very interesting things happened with this story. This video was already canned, and I was about to make it public, but I had to pull it back down and add this new information so you guys can understand.
That was quick.
How really...
He actually just got diagnosed with a brain tumor, and that's why you see here he's got this part shaved, and then he's got his eye looking a little weird.
Crazy, this stuff. So Dr. Ritchie did a response video.
Wow, he already had surgery and he's back to making these videos.
Essentially trying to clarify his fake degrees. This first one is an official letter of admission from UNIP. Now, this letter is fake.
That kind of stuff, I'm going to be honest, that gives me a lot of hope for like my wife's condition because she's going to have surgery. At least we think so. We'll find out later this week if that's 100% or if this is going better than we thought. Either way, we're going to have some news. But yeah, like when I assume like you have that kind of type of surgery, I'm like, that's going to take a while to come back from.
A whole bunch of things that show you exactly why it's fake.
Gotta pay the bills.
And it's leading me to believe that since he put two fake documents up on TYT, they made him take down this video. Again, that's just my assumption. Look how fake this document is. Now, let me show you exactly why this document is fake. First, this is allegedly from the Universidad del Pacifico. But when you go down and look at the seal of the document, it's from a totally different school, the San Jose University Santa Ana, Costa Rica. This thing was so bad, I put it into multiple AIs, and they all essentially said the same exact thing. Here's what Grok says about that letter. I asked, is this legit? No, this admission letter is not legit.
Wait, lawyers be using Grok?
It appears to be fake from a dubious source, likely tied to a diploma mill or unaccredited institution. Grok even says the school doesn't even have a neuroscience program. So it's insane that he didn't even check, it seems like. Then he put up this other document, and shout out to Johnny Walker Black for pointing out that this document looks just as fake as the other one. Matter of fact, when you put it into any of the AIs, all the AIs come back and says this thing is absolutely fake. Now remember, this transcript is supposed to be a neuroscience transcript. It has zero physics, biology, or neurology courses from what I can see. It's just generic stuff. And the university website says it's only a business school. It doesn't even offer this stuff. So who knows? Now, he put these documents that look as fake as heck in a video defending himself and then had to take that video down when people were like, hold on, these documents look
2 minutes. 2-minute warning for the 420. Holy shit, that went fast.
Fake. Now, I don't know how Richie's going to respond to publishing provably fake documents to prove that he...
Oh, I just realized what they did is they went through his eye. And that's how they got the tumor.
Has these credentials. He's obviously getting a lot of these things from...
Damn, I wonder if he went in for a detached retina and that's how they found it.
Degree mills, and he's trying to hide that fact. So, with all...
I've heard of that, where like someone goes in for a detached retina and all of a sudden it's like, you actually have a massive brain tumor.
That being said, here's the rest of the
video. Not trying to scare y'all.
So I want to make sure I'm as fair as possible to Dr. Richard Ritchie. Now, to do that, I need you to understand what a Juris Doctor is and how you obtain it. Now, I am a Juris Doctor. I have a license from the state of New York, and I graduated law school. Now, I was also a professor at the law school and taught classes. So I have a little knowledge on how to obtain a JD, what it means to have a JD, and I've also worked with foreign lawyers who wanted to practice here here in the United States, so I'm very familiar with the process. Now, to really understand why Richie is obviously lying to you, and it is not even questionable that he's lying to you, let me explain the various types of legal systems, the various types of degrees offered in those legal systems, and why it's impossible for Rashard Richie to have the degrees he's claimed to have from the schools he's claimed to get them from. So the first thing I have to explain to you are the different types of legal systems the world recognizes. One is known as the common law system, and one is known as the civil law system. If you look at this map, the countries in red are what's known as common law countries. That's Canada, the United States, Australia, and the UK in Europe. Now that's totally different than the French civil law system, which is practiced in most of the world: Brazil, South America, Europe, etc. Now there are huge differences between the two systems. For instance, look at how each system handles a trial. In the common law system, you have a judge who's the referee. Then you have, let's say in a criminal case, a prosecutor who may say, hey, this person stole a laptop. And they'll argue to convince a jury that that person did steal a laptop. Then you have a defense attorney who will argue this person didn't steal a laptop, and then put on evidence to show the person didn't steal the laptop. And then at the end of the day, the jury makes the decision who's correct. In a civil law system, the judge is the person asking the question. The judge is the
Your left eye's been bugging out lately. You've been staring at a screen too long. Answer this, because I don't want to tell you what you've got. Obviously, I'm not diagnosing anything. I'm not a doctor. But is the muscle in your eye below, specifically in your lower eyelid, is it starting to kind of like pulsate and like it kind of gives you like a little bit of a twitch? Because if that's the case, then you might not be getting enough sleep. And you're also you have too much screen time
to determine who's right and who's wrong. The lawyers act as assistants to the judge.
I only know that because I went to the doctor for something like that, and that's what they told me.
And there's generally
I kind of wish I didn't go, because I could have found that out from the internet.
Jury. Now, because the systems are so different, their degrees are different. For instance, if you're in a common law system, your
sleep study's still on though.
Undergraduate is likely going to be either an LLB or a pre-law. Where if you're in a civil law system, it's called license of droit. And as you can also see, a Juris Doctor is not available in the civil law system. It is only available in the common law system. Now, I need you also to notice that the license in droit from the civil law is an undergraduate degree, where the Juris Doctor in the United States or in common law is a professional practice degree. So now, if you have a license in droit from a civil law system law school, then obviously you are not qualified to practice in a common law system, because the systems are totally different. Saying that the license in droit under the civil system is equivalent to a JD is like saying a driver's license is equivalent to an automotive engineering PhD. And it's obvious, someone who can drive a car is not qualified to claim they have a PhD in automotive engineering. That's ridiculous. But that's what Richie's claiming, the ridiculous. So now, where did Dr. Rashard Richie claim to get his degree from? Was it a school that teaches the common law, or was it a school that teaches the civil law? Well, Dr. Rashard Richie says he got his license in droit from a school in Haiti. Now, Haiti is a civil law system, not a common law system. So if
sleep sucks bad,
he did receive his degree in the civil law
cranial instability,
then obviously that doesn't make you.
That's the reason I went in, is because I had a bit of a concussion history with hockey. So anytime that I start getting anything like neurological like that, I'm like, all right,
qualified to practice in a system that's totally foreign to that government.
So what is? Can imagine how scared I was when they started doing like blood pressure tests and shit like that, where I was like, wait,
is and who
really? We're doing the blood thing too? They're like, it could be. I'm like, uh-oh.
It's the University of Renaissance, University de la Renaissance. Let's put it up. Full mass. University de la Renaissance de Haiti is.
Damn it. I missed the 420.
Accredited by Haiti.
Well, we are officially in the fun half. If you guys don't know the structure of my show, usually during the past the 420 mark on my as far as 4 hours and 20 minutes, have a little bit of fun. But if the protests do pick up, then we're going to be covering that. What if I get a twitch in the upper eyelid? It could be the same thing.
History of National Education and
They just said it's more common in the lower.
Vocational training. It is recognized by evaluation services like the International Education Evaluations, IEE, with its programs appearing in evaluations. They have agreements with Université de Montréal for student-faculty exchange in law, University of Rennes 2 in France, which is a recognized major university.
So we know for a fact he got his degree from a school in Haiti that doesn't teach
Oh,
common
shit.
law. It teaches.
I see what happened. Okay. Well, interesting. It looks like somebody reported the stream in the vertical. Give me a second. That explains things. Okay. Well, ain't they a bunch of bitches? Hope that doesn't last long.
Civil law. So it is a totally different system, totally different law, and totally different degree. So let's take a look
Misinfo.
at the school. So I Googled it and went to Google Maps, and look who's giving a review of this great institution, Richard Ritchie. Now here's some pictures of the school in Haiti. As you can see, here's one of their classrooms. Here's the outside. Now, from
That just means that enough people did
this
it.
school,
that I got a, it's not like I got reprimanded or anything, but they let me know.
Dr. Richard Ritchie says he has a license in Detroit, which is the undergrad degree under civil law, and that is equivalent to the professional degree of a Juris Doctor in the United States. Here's some saying.
Professional licensure.
no, we're
Yes,
good.
I have a law degree. Put it up, full mass. My law degree does, in fact, qualify me to take the bar
Now, if I get a second email about that, that's when it's a problem.
in the United States of America. What you're looking at is called a course-by-course evaluation.
Triggered enough MAGA snowflakes. I really did.
You see, the
Although today I was engaging a little much. Damn.
law degree journey
Whoops.
was a long journey for me because I was in a PhD in quantum physics program at the same time I was in law school. The course-by-course evaluation that you're looking at, let's read it top to bottom. This is by a NACIS member again, which qualifies me for the professional licensure in order to qualify for the bar exam under what's called the FLE or FCE rule. That is a foreign credential evaluation rule. State of California, New York, everybody has it. Course-by-course evaluation, professional licensure. It says, summary of evaluation. It is the judgment of A to Z evaluations. Once again, a NACIS approved entity for evaluation of professional license. That Mr. Richard Ritchie's educational credentials from Haiti is equivalent to the degree of Doctor of Jurisprudence, JD, awarded by a...
Thank you, Bandit. I'm glad you said it. This stuff Rashad is doing fuels the DEI narrative.
regionally accredited institution.
Yes. And honestly, that's why it pissed me off when Ben Dixon was just like, you know what? What if he got a leg up? It's like, well, by faking it?
Of higher education.
It's like, no, man, that's a hell of a way to excuse that kind of stuff.
Like,
we know damn well you wouldn't fucking, like, come on. Come on. We know the scenario in which you'd be okay with this.
The United
which is disingenuous
States,
and just like Bandit said.
Go down to the bottom. It says equivalency, U.S. degree, Doctor of Jurisprudence. I completed my Doctor of Jurisprudence at Renaissance University through their law program.
Now, this lie is so obvious. People in his own chat started calling him out. Here is what one user said. Mr. Ritchie, by claiming circa at 23 minutes that his law degree from Haiti was evaluated by NACIS entity A to Z to be functionally equivalent to a JD. Here's the thing. I hold an LLB from an elite institution outside the United States. One major aspect they look for is functional equivalence, is the pedigree.
Did he think that nobody was going to pop up in his chats and call him out?
Of the legal education, specifically as descendant from the English common law system. Haiti, being a former colony of France, has its law primarily derived from the civil law tradition. The ABA does not recognize legal study under civil law tradition to be functionally equivalent to the ABA-approved JD program. And there are many, many, many more comments calling out
That's the sound of you knowing that no more caffeine tonight.
this lie. He does not have a Juris Doctorate, and he knows it, but it's easy to lie to you because most people don't understand the nuances here. Now, this gets even worse because...
God, I hate to admit that I officially reached that age where drinking anything with caffeine past, like, even 6:30 That's pushing it.
Because Richie
pushing
doesn't even know how to lie about which degree he actually has. See, in the follow-up video that he deleted, he specifically said he has the license in Droit, which is the undergraduate.
And before Bandit says green tea, apparently green tea gives me like, I don't know, it's like an energy drink now.
But when you
I
go
get like amped up.
the law firm's website, the degree turns from a license in Droit under the French system to a LLM under the common law system. And remember how he kept saying it was the university
It almost sounds like he's doing sovereign citizens for like holding degrees.
de la Resistance of Haiti
That
is
it?
where he got his JD. Well, in his bio, he puts that he got it from Renaissance University, RU. Now, I'm just going to be very, very blunt here. He can't even keep the lie consistent on where he got the fake degree from. He got the fake JD from Renaissance University. No, he got the fake JD from the University de la Resistance, and we should just believe him because some accrediting agency says that his undergraduate degree is equivalent to a postgraduate degree here in the United States. Now, I want you to forget that Richie says he got the Juris Doctorate from one school, then he says he gets it from another school, and you could even really make the argument that this is the Americanized version of the French school because he literally put the French school down here. So we know this is all full of crap. So the next question is, does having the undergraduate civil law degree of license in Droit allow you to...
Oh, by the way, so the original creator of the guy, like the hit piece, Cam, had to tell his entire chat to not keep spamming Nate because apparently Nate is helping him with the case.
Take the bar exam here in the United States. On that alone.
And he also provided him with a different attorney because he thought there would be conflict of interest because he's a content creator. So he was just like, now I'll put you in contact with this guy, and then I'm also like going to do a video and I'm gonna help you with your stuff.
And just having that
He's like,
license.
do not let him intimidate you.
Because Richie...
So that part 3 from that's going to be focusing on TYT and why they ignored this is coming out.
His argument is license in Droit equals JD equals I can now take the bar exam. Here is his argument.
JD credentials from UR for his bar eligibility, confirming that his law degree makes him eligible to take the bar under the FLE rule of the American Bar Association.
Now, I got to stop him right here because another lie alert. American Bar Association doesn't determine who can take the bar in an individual state. The states determine who takes the bar in that state. For instance, you don't have to deal with the ABA at all to take the bar exam in California, just like Kim Kardashian. Kim Kardashian didn't go to law school. She went under another attorney, did the apprentice route, and after a couple of years of being an apprentice to an attorney, you can then take the bar exam because of that experience. So just to be clear, the ABA does not determine who is eligible to take the bar in any particular state. What the ABA does is accredit schools so the various states can say, hey, if this school is accredited by the ABA, we'll allow them to take the bar in our particular state. But a state can also say, we don't care about the ABA rule and we're going to do our own thing. So I just want to make that very clear. So when he says there's this rule from the ABA that allows him to take the bar exam in any individual state, that is just straight up not true. So here's an example. This is the Supreme Court of Georgia.
That's not even a stretch the truth. That's a lie.
Office of Bar Admissions, and this is their instructions for foreign educated applicants. And here it says if you've graduated from a foreign law school, then you can sit for the bar in Georgia, but here are the conditions. That number 1, you graduated from a foreign law school outside the United States, and 1 is government sanctioned or recognized its appropriate authority, is recognized and approved by an evaluation body pursuant to applicable law, which Richie says he has, and then is chartered to award the first professional degree in law, which Richie says he has, the license in Droit. Number 2, you are authorized to practice law in the foreign jurisdiction, which we're going to say Richie is able to practice law in Haiti, but I don't think he is, but we're going to say yes to this question anyway, so he can practice law in Haiti. But 3rd, you are currently enrolled at or have been awarded an LLM degree. So in the the state of Georgia, if you have a foreign degree and you want to practice law in the state of Georgia, you need to go to a American Bar Association approved program leading to an LLM degree. So can Rashard Ritchie just wake up tomorrow morning and sit for the bar exam in Georgia? No, he needs more education. He has to go to an American Bar Associated approved law school and obtain his LLM. So if Ritchie says he's able to take the bar in any state, then you know for a fact he is lying, because in the state of Georgia, where he is from, he can't take.
I saw one of Rashad Ritchie's physics experiments. It was on flat earther, proving the earth is flat. I'll try to find the video. Is that the one with the airplane? I kind of remember that.
Exam there.
However, my last semester, I transferred to Renaissance and was able to obtain my Doctor of Jurisprudence there, which qualifies me to take the bar in pretty much any state I choose to under the FLE licensing program per the ABA.
So, bottom line is, Dr. Ritchie does not have a JD, a Juris Doctorate. He is lying when he presents himself as having it. Now, let's zoom out because...
Dude, Jerome Powell was just backed by other people in the Fed and apparently has like a top-tier law firm standing up for
his claim
dude
of having a...
You have a lot of economists coming out and saying that what Trump did today was one of the dumbest things he's done in his presidency, and that's saying a lot. But again, for an economist to say this, then you know what happened.
JD doesn't exist.
He made a bonehead move that, as I said, with like cutting the credit card rates and like actually making good moves on the economy, this is going to tank all that.
Just alone. It's part of what
a
I call
dumbass.
The degree multiverse. For instance, here is Dr. Rashard.
I think that's why we're seeing J.D. Vance at these press conferences a whole lot more, and you're only seeing him on Air Force One.
Which is TYT bio. And when you scroll down here, you see Schofield Graduate
Each
School,
bar he sets
where
the day a
his
little lower.
quantitative research focused on the global effects of Western religion and politics, policy, and government. And he's claiming he has a PhD from Schofield. But as you're going to see from Johnny Walker Dredd, who's looked into it already, this school is BS. Get ready to be shocked.
I searched.
Well, I was about to say, are you just taking Johnny Walker Dredd's?
This is.
You might want to look into that just a little bit more, just to make sure that like the person doing the hit piece isn't like, I don't know, doing it for a spiteful reason. I mean, it kind of seems like the guy does have a bone to pick with Dr. Rashad.
The closest I could get.
And it's the fact that he's just annoying to him.
It says here, Schofield Graduate School and Theological Seminary, California, and Trinity Graduate School.
At least that's according to what he said.
School, India. Okay. Now, I look through this.
Lucky it's not worse. Yeah.
It's kind of hard to tell what's going on here.
He's got like a full playlist.
So I figured, okay, one way to find out what a school really is about is to go to the actual address. Where are they? I scroll down here. Contact us. And here is the actual address. 1483 Mabel Avenue in Modesto. That's interesting. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at what 1483 Mabel Avenue, Modesto looks like. And there it is. There is your PhD granting institution where Rashad Ritchie claims that he got his doctorate.
Okay. Yeah, this has been verified by another creator.
Now you may think, well, wait a minute, maybe it's across the street.
Thank you.
No, if you kind of scroll through and look.
Wow. No wonder you can't even see him. He doesn't even do the box.
Around, this is the neighborhood where this esteemed university is located. And yeah, that's it. There it is.
I know, it's insane. And he's holding himself out as a doctor. And this is where he's saying he got his PhD from. This is kind of crazy. And again, this is scratching the surface,
wild.
People.
Wait a minute. I mean, if that's the one.
Not even deep into it. Matter of fact, I don't even think I'm going to be able to complete this video in one particular video because there's so many deceptions here. Like, for instance, Ritchie claims multiple PhDs from institutions that, according to their own public materials, either don't offer offer the PhD program, offer non-US, non-equivalent research credentials, or operate under accreditation frameworks that don't support how their degrees are distributed in any way. And think about it. Several of his credentials have appeared in his LinkedIn page and other bios. Then they disappear when challenged or the descriptions change. And for those of you who are his fans who want me to be hyper technical, I can show you that easily because I've already showed it to you in this video. Remember? He said he got his JD from Renaissance University, RU, but now he's saying he got it actually from the Université of de la Renaissance of Haiti, which is not RU, but it's URH.
However, my last semester, I transferred to Renaissance and was able to obtain my Doctor of Jurisprudence there.
And Richie, in the video he deleted, also admitted that he doesn't have a master's or a master in droid. He only has a license in droid. So we're supposed to believe that Dr. Rashad Richie has a doctor of education, a doctor of law, a doctor of quantum physics. He's a neurophysicist, a neuroscientist, a legal scholar, a policy expert, and
it helps that he's using all the B-roll footage.
A business academic. And somehow works full-time at TYT. And think about, these were kind of all at once, across multiple countries, overlapping time frames. This is not just unusual. This is statistically absurd. The doctor's programs take years to complete. Advanced science degrees requires labs, supervision, publication. Law degrees have rigid structures and licensing rules. And he seems to have skipped all of that and jumped to the end to have the actual degree. Now, even though this is part one and we really just focused it on the fake lawyer part of it, I need to give a big shout out to Cam James, who Richie is threatening to sue, Johnny Walker Dredd, who've been following this stuff for years. Johnny Walker Dredd has a full playlist on all this stuff, and he's been exposing Richie for years. Richie never sued him because he didn't really get any traction on his videos regarding Richie's fake credentials. So I'm giving him that exposure. And fake PhD investigator, that community really came through and has flooded me with documents, sources, and everything. So, I need to thank those three creators because they did the work. And I was able to go behind them and check out the work. And then I went and looked at everything myself. And my opinion about this whole thing is Rashad Richie's likely a fraud. Some of his degrees, to be fair, are legitimate, but they're from schools that...
But I don't know why. See, that's the problem. No, because I think that's why he got so bent out of shape is because he didn't want that reaction where it's like, well, some of them are legitimate, but then again, if you didn't want that reaction, then maybe don't pad your stats.
Are low-end schools...
Next season to become a 5-star chef.
Seems to be from countries like Cambodia, Haiti, and it seems like he's just looking for degrees. And Richie himself admits that he doesn't care about accreditations. He just wants to get the paperwork because for him, accreditations don't matter. He just cares if the school is licensed to operate. So that is what we're dealing with. So at the end of the day, tell me if you believe Dr. Richie is a doctor of education, a doctor of law, a doctor of quantum physics, a neurophysicist, a neuroscientist, and a legal scholar. And remember where they're from: Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Cambodia, Mexico, Haiti. Either this man is one of the most well-traveled, educated people in the world, or he is deceiving his audience big time. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe to that great YouTube stuff. My name is Nate the Lawyer, and I'm seeing you on the next one. Peace.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty good in the way that they, that he just lays it out, and then also kind of tells Cam, like, no, you got this, man. Like, you'll be fine. All right. Right, let's do this. Since we're in the fun half, give me 1 second. Let me put something new on here. And also, let me check this real quick. All right, let's get an update on what happened here. Because, yeah, some people be bitches, and it looks like they went and mass reported my stream. And I'm definitely seeing the freeze on the algorithm because of it. Come on, really, dang. Yeah. Yeah. That's why I've been looking at my phone. I would usually leave this alone, but I'm making sure that this is not going to affect me in a way that I do not want to affect me.
At Bandit Mtxi $5.
Thank you.
This summer, Rashad Rishi is a mega smart guy, in Goodwill grifting. It's legit, I swear.
Well, thank you for the 5, man. Let me hit up they reported me for, let's see, the official report. Misinformation is the top one, but they also said that I have it's the wife's cancer thing. Somebody tried to report it as being a fraud, which good luck with that one. I have a lot of proof that it definitely isn't. What a thing to call out. Yeah, so I guess that's what I'm dealing with. Oh well. If anything, it's been a little nicer, because it calmed down. But, yeah, that sucks. God damn it. Oh, man. It's also why I was kind of like, yeah, why are we banning people when I only have a few people in the chat right now? Does this cost me money? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So here's the big one, is if this actually kills the traction that I had. Yeah, that could suck. Damn, all BS stuff. It is. That's why I'm not too worried about it. I didn't get a warning or anything, too. So... That has to be like one of the ones that made fun of you for, yeah, my wife's cancer. I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt it at all. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I was like, yeah, wow, did everybody just like quit watching it at the same time? But then, no. The way that it just KO'd like that. Yeah. Whatever. Just jealous people. I mean, whatever. This is where I was playing with not even engaging, because the less I engage them, obviously, like, the more it's just gonna help the channel grow and all that kind of stuff. And I'll be honest, that's why I was getting upset about the banning thing, is because that was directly affecting how much engagement I got. So, that's why I was like, no, only ban for bannable stuff. Boy. Okay, well, either way. Let's take a look and see what we got. Ooh, Steve's going live. Waiting for agenda-free Steve. Iran protests. Okay, so apparently we're gonna have some Iran protests. Cool. There we go. Because we haven't heard enough of these whistles in the last few days. Let's put on this coverage, because apparently ICE went and doubled down on bullying a neighborhood protesting. Status quo again. What? They hit a guy?
Come here and they're trying to fucking arrest him and make a scene out of it.
build the only independent news outlet, always on the ground with the people for as low as 16 cents a day.
Corporate media, they've been lying to us for years, and you're going straight to the people.
Flint, Michigan.
Brooklyn, New York.
Government sending one more you to the residents of Chicago.
We need as many independent voices as possible, and that's why what you guys do is so important.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
All right, so this was today. All right, so this happened about 3 hours ago. Yeah. All right, so they said that they hit a guy.
Hey, don't run! Don't run! Do not run! Do not run!
Wait. Again, right away with the fucking pepper spray. Yes! All right, I was about to say, somebody can't get the air horn to work. DJ Khaled! Ice, get the fuck out! And they stay there! And they stay there! We gotta have fun every once in a while, folks. That's how it goes. Now, if they do the now that's even funnier. Dude, they just fucking shot that car. They literally... Oh, he missed it. I was about to say, I thought he shot the car on purpose. That's crazy, dude. Do you understand that stuff is, like, that's gonna... My God. You're gonna be driving your car all week just, it burns. There's problems already, you dickhead. Nice. As I said, there's a reason that the police won't even try with them right now. God. Jesus. Vertical's like dead. Oh. It was nice having it while we did. God damn it.
asked her where their people went. Fucking drugs, prison.
No, I don't want you in my car. I cannot see.
Yeah, he's not going to drive a car when he can't see. Actually, that's a great point. Wait a minute. I never thought about that. The trolls lost steam and left to complain to their little in their little sticky corner of the internet. Can't imagine. No, I mean, no. I know what happened. It sucks. No, they essentially put me into super secret timeout. That's bullshit. I hope you're right. I hope that tomorrow it just, yeah. I hope it's just a one stream thing. We'll see.
They don't care about safety. What are they doing right? Did they run into someone? Yeah, they hit the guy. That's on
I mean, you have to remember that these are all community members too.
They come here and they're trying to fucking arrest them and make a scene out of it. But that car to your left.
Like the stream if you haven't already. Yeah.
Yeah, they hit that one. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, get me out of super secret probation. I mean, again, this is a public roadway that they're just walking up and down, pepperballing to try and disperse people. When, again, this is their community. They had no business being there. I mean, for everybody that wanted to talk about how she had no business being there, whoo, boy. Wasn't Renee like right outside her house? No. No, that part is not been reported right. So they hit a car and then pepper spray the community. Damn, those really do get. Oh, hey, it's Status Quo. Yeah, it's Status Quo guy. Oh, wait, we're watching Status Quo. Then wait, why? Did he just not do anything here? He usually gives a little commentary.
Who lost the phone? Somebody lost the phone.
Yeah. Jesus, dude. They're just dispersing pepper, like the canisters now. Jesus. And now they're out. Yeah. Fucking crazy. All right. Now, let's see if I can find anything fucking live. Because I'll be honest, I don't know what the hell happened, but this is a double hit on the stream today. Unfortunately, yeah. That was a little bit of a wind out of my sails. Getting that little report letter, or notice. Letter. Hey! They sent me a letter, told me that I have to ship up, shape out. I don't know. God damn it. Well, yeah, definitely like the, if you guys haven't already, go to the vertical stream, hit the like button at least, and, yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, this sucks. It sucks just seeing that, because they kind of insinuated, and some of them, if insinuated means like they just told me they were outright going to do it, they said that they were going to mass report me, and they were threatening like I was going to feel it. Fuckers. It's okay. It's okay. Like I said, I can only care so much. Yeah, I think the stream link. Thanks, Etch. No, I saw it. Thank you. Alright, fuck it. You know what? I'm not gonna get down on it. Who cares? This was the whole thing about the numbers. Like, I'll be completely real with y'all. When I saw that I made that 100K, like, yes, I made a milestone, but that also came with the whole monkey on my back now, where it was just like, oh, damn, now I want to keep doing those numbers, and I feel like if I don't, then blah, blah, blah. Fuck off. You guys, I started this channel talking to, what, one person, two people, and I don't care. I'll talk to one person like they're 1 million. It's the whole game here. And honestly, like, I don't want to play the numbers game. I don't want to. God. It was the same way that when I started this, I'm like, I'm not even going to look at analytics. Yeah, right. Fucking A. Such a liar. Why would they ever do this? They're against cancel culture. That's the thing. I thought they were against cancel culture, but no, what's the first thing that they do when they see a stream that they don't like? They cancel it. Doing pretty good. I always just talk to myself. Oh, thank you, man. Yeah. It's also like I feel it came with some stuff that I wasn't exactly
Hi, it's Monday,
fuck it. I'll watch this. I wanted to watch this before. I kind of put it off, but since we're back to normal mode, let's go.
January 12th, 2026. You're tuned into Why America. I'm Legion Miller.
I was about to say, my regulars, my OGs,
To you from
the real
Minneapolis with more
VIPs,
updates. Today we're
the VI peps.
discussing what's happened over the weekend as door-to-door raids and further surges of ICE.
You know, I love you. Oh, shit. Did I just stop the damn thing? I did.
Officers land in Minneapolis, and what this means moving forward, both for my hometown
See,
as
we're
well
back.
as
We're already back.
all of America. And listen, I know last week I promised you a second part.
Don't have any funds, but hope your wife can kick the cancer. Thank you. Short of funds, guys, just like the stream, share it if you can do me that solid. Keep the notification bell, turn it to all, and then subscribe if you haven't already done that. That helps me a lot. I think you guys you have no idea.
Breaking down the Venezuela conflict, and that is coming.
I could overstate it, but I just rather under.
I promise. It's hard to keep up with the barrage of news lately, which I do believe is entirely the point.
Yeah,
and also, this shit
it
in
is.
Minneapolis is happening literally in my backyard, at my front yard. It's coming at me from all sides, so it's pretty hard to ignore it. And I think that much like LA and DC and Chicago before us, we are a training ground, just as Trump promised, for the regime's tactics for enforcing total submission of the populace.
Yeah, this is literally testing out martial law.
What's happening in
without the cops.
Minneapolis helps us to predict what's to come, especially now that the courts have impeded Trump's ability to use the National Guard to do
She's
his
good.
bidding.
Yeah, she
Through
is.
the process of elimination and experimentation on the streets of American cities, it seems Trump and his goons have discovered that ICE offers the best potential for Trump's own Gestapo force. Oh yeah, we're going to talk about Hitler in this one too, so buckle up, Buttercup. Thank you to my partner on today's video, PDS Debt. Credit card debt sucks. I've struggled with
Yes, it
from
does.
last week about the potential legal consequences for Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who murdered Renee Good. After listening to Mark Joseph Stern on Slate's Amicus podcast, I realized I was too quick to write off potential legal consequences for Ross, and I misstated the process as well. And this is why I always consume content from lawyers who are smarter than me, and Stern and Dahlia Lithwick over at Slate do great work, both hosting the Amicus podcast and in their writing for Slate, so you should check them out. Stern pointed out that
Somebody had made a comment that she is a lawyer, but she's not a very good one, I guess, and that's the reason she makes content.
any potential prosecution of
But I don't know about that.
Jonathan Ross
I'm
brought
gonna have to
in
look
the
into
state
that
of
claim a little bit
Minnesota
more.
by state prosecutors, in that Ross could argue that it should be removed to federal court since he was acting as a federal employee. Now, I said that last week as well, but what I got wrong is that if the case moves to federal court, it would still be prosecuted by Minnesota state prosecutors, not by federal prosecutors. So it wouldn't just move to federal court and die because no federal prosecutors would take it. The same state prosecutors would continue pursuing the case, just in a different court. So that's going to go ahead and be my bad on that one. But the reality still stands that the feds have taken over the investigation, and that will absolutely create a roadblock to state authorities accessing key evidence. That doesn't mean that a state prosecution won't happen. It just means it's going to be a long and bumpy road. But it absolutely is not true, as Kristi Noem lied about last week, that Minnesota does not have jurisdiction over the issue. The U.S. Constitution firmly places the police power
Leja Miller
in the hands
or Leha
of the states. That
Leia. It's Leia.
officer can
I got
can absolutely be charged
one
by
of
Minnesota
those
state
those
authorities
pesky spellings.
for committing a crime on the streets in Minnesota. You enter the
What is it? Pepper.
the state and commit crimes here, the state's going to have jurisdiction. Whether or not Ross is immune from prosecution is something they're going to have to argue in court, but dog killer and non-lawyer Kristi Noem does not get to say categorically that the state just has no jurisdiction over the case. And Minnesota AG Keith Ellison, along with my county attorney Mary Moriarty, have announced that they will be separately investigating the case. And I will say that the public officials in Minnesota surely are lending credence to the right-wing fear-mongering about
Was it someone right-winger? No.
a radical
No, not at all. It was I don't want to actually say who it was because Yeah.
liberal cities.
They're on the left, though. I'll say that much.
Jew, a black man, and a lesbian are fighting tooth and nail for Renee Good's killer to be brought to justice, and for ICE to get the fuck out, as our mayor Jacob Fry said in the hours after her killing. And listen, I'm not going to sing Jacob Fry's praises, okay? He's a Democrat who more often than not sides with the police and big business. Him and I have exchanged DMs in the past because I've been critical about him online. We don't stand Jacob Fry, okay? I did not vote for that man, but we can recognize when someone we disagree with is
Who'd she vote for?
doing good work, and I appreciate
The DSA guy?
that he hasn't been
forgot his
mincing
name.
words in his opposition to ICE being on our streets. I cannot say the same for Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, who are supposed to be leaders of the opposition party, but we'll get into that. And the reality is that Minnesota officials may not need evidence from the feds to mount a good case.
Shit.
On Friday, new video surfaced from the perspective of Jonathan Ross, who was himself filming as the incident unfolded. As I pointed out last week, he had his phone out and it never left his hand as he pulled out his gun and shot Renee Good 3 times. I will not be showing that new video because I draw lines for myself about what I watch, and that's not something I want to engage with. The initial videos that surfaced that I showed in my video last week showed a car and a blurry gun, and that's it. This one is much more graphic, and it does not support a case for Jonathan Ross of self-defense. As a reminder, the standard is, would an objectively reasonable officer have acted in this way? According to reporting from The Advocate, in the video, we see from his perspective, Renee Good smiling and saying, "I'm not mad at you." We see her sharply turning the steering wheel away from the agents. We see she's unarmed. We see Ross to be nearly fully clear of the SUV's path. We see him shoot her 3 times point blank and hear him mutter "fucking bitch" afterwards as her car careens off. This was an unarmed woman fleeing. In order to prosecute him for murder, a jury would have to find beyond a reasonable doubt that Jonathan Ross acted unreasonably. That is still a high bar, like I said last week, but this video makes it just that much more surmountable. Over the weekend, thousands gathered in Powderhorn Park, a few blocks from where Renee Good was killed, and as ICE presence increases in Minneapolis and across the state, as Kristi Noem promises to send in even more officers, there have been sightings and raids in smaller rural cities like St. Cloud and Alexandria, home to immigrant populations seeking affordable housing and agricultural work. And for just a moment of hope core, here's a video my ma sent me from the main street of Alexandria, Minnesota, population 15,000, where she said there have been ICE
I went to a wedding there.
raids at a local
That's a bitchin' town.
restaurant and
No joke. That was a wedding where the bride and groom, like, it sounds like it should have been something else. Because the groom, like, they showed up with, like, their camo on, and, like, the cake was literally, like, a bride pulling, like, a hunter. Like, it was obviously her catch because she had the gun. I kept making jokes, but it was the most fun fucking wedding I've ever been to.
construction site. She was there this weekend in the
It was a blast.
frigid cold, along with
We ended up playing hockey on a pond in the back.
I don't know, probably 50 protesters.
crazy,
including
man.
My aunt and uncle, who are liberal farmers. You'll love to see it. Made my heart grow a few sizes. Protests were largely peaceful across the state, aside from some mild property damage. Apparently,
Yeah, this is literally, like, right outside her house.
one ICE officer suffered a minor injury after having ice thrown at them, which I believe that's just called poetic justice at that point.
I mean,
despite Governor Walz's order to have the
yeah, if you live in Minneapolis.
National Guard on call in case they're needed, their presence has so far been unnecessary.
My dog and my cat are fighting.
At least
Great.
not to
I'm
protect
after
the
her
state
upstairs.
against the violent radical protesters the regime claims have taken over Minnesota. The only violence we saw here over the weekend were the violent arrests carried out, often without proper warrants, by ICE agents. Yesterday, video was released of ICE officers pepper spraying protesters on a residential street before ramming the door of a home and arresting a man inside. A distraught family member came out holding a piece of paper the agents used to justify his arrest. According to reporting from the Associated Press, the piece of paper was a warrant signed by an immigration officer, not a judge. Those warrants allow for the arrest of someone in public. They do not allow for forced entry into a private residence. And J.D. Vance told Fox News, quote, "I think we're going to see those deportation numbers ramp up as we get more and more people online and working for ICE, going door to door and making sure that if you're an illegal alien, you've got to get out of this country. And if you want to come back, apply through the proper channels." Though, of course, even those who have applied through proper channels are being swept up in the dragnet. Not to mention the fact that going door to door is
They were totally fine.
actually against our constitutional rights. ICE
I went upstairs and the cat's peeking around the corner like,
Officers need to have warrants, and they need to be seeking out a specific individual for apprehension. They don't get to go door to door Nazi style. Okay, and
That's what they're doing.
this is where we're going to get into what this all means for what's to come in Minnesota and around the country. We are currently being made an example of here in Minneapolis, something I knew would happen eventually, but it doesn't stop here. Trump has vowed to do whatever he can to punish blue states through cutting our federal funding and sending in ICE agents to terrorize our people. Because let's be clear, he's not just terrorizing our immigrant populations. They are most at risk and suffer the greatest consequences. But with Renee Good's killing, it has been reinforced that anyone is subject to killing at the hands of the state, and they will do whatever it takes to then cover up the murder and laud the killers. As I have been saying since November 2023, when I first covered Project 2025, remember back then when no one was talking about it?
Yep.
Even back then, I was saying they will not stop with just criminal illegal immigrants. Their plan is holistic. It is total. Under the state, women are fucking bitches. Trump won't even acknowledge that Renee Good was married to a woman. He's constantly referring to her wife, Becca Good, as
her friend.
Her friend.
Her friend. He keeps doing that. She had a roommate. You know what? They just they're friends. They're best friends.
LGBTQ people are being erased and targeted. Disabled people are being erased and targeted. They will not stop until
What's the rumpus?
everyone has complied.
Garzoon.
It does
How you
not
doing?
end with Renee Good. Her killing was not the climax. It was just the beginning. And I try really hard to remain factual and level-headed every day for you guys because I'm not trying to fearmonger. I'm not the type to release clickbaity, all-caps headlines to scare you
That's why I appreciate your content, to be real.
into clicking. I reject that tactic to gain
Yeah.
views. I want to present the facts because
I mean, I'll do that for my live streams.
I know I feel much more calm when presented
I won't do that on my videos.
with all the information, but I would be dishonest.
Although I gotta figure out like the format with my videos. I gotta figure out if I'm gonna just like stop doing like this hyper topical bullshit because honestly, there's no reason.
If I said
My live streams are what keep me going here. So
I don't think it's going to get much worse. That big,
Excuse
beautiful
me.
bill passed last year. Remember that thing? I did a whole episode breaking it down. It provided for tripling ICE's budget in 2026, including the recruitment of 10,000 more officers. According to reporting from Common Dreams, quote, ICE's budget is expected to triple in 2026 following the passage of Republican budget legislation last year that has allowed it to launch what it calls a wartime recruitment strategy, hiring as many as 10,000 new officers with minimal training. Last week, the Washington Post reported that the agency had earmarked $100 million towards online recruitment advertisements meant to draw in people who have attended UFC fights, listened to patriotic podcasts.
Hold
or
on, that's
shown
not good.
interest
Hold on,
in
hold on,
guns.
guys. This just happened live. Update: Iran has now officially been offline for 96 hours, limiting reporting and accountability over civilian deaths in Iranian protests and demand change. Fixed line internet, mobile data, and calls are all disabled, while other communications means that they are being increasingly targeted.
And
Holy
tactical
fuck.
gear. Past reporting I've read indicates
That explains why I couldn't find the live feed on that one because I was going to cover the Iranian protest
that
today.
it will be hard for them to
That was a solid 7. Nice.
find
Thank you.
10,000 people that they want to recruit. When past presidents have attempted to ramp up ICE hiring, it cost a lot of money and was largely unsuccessful. But this regime is funneling an unprecedented amount of time and money into the recruitment efforts and signing bonuses, and they're lowering the standards in the process. So now, poorly trained, heavily militarized idiots will be given free rein to terrorize cities across the country. And they're only just getting started on
Yep.
those recruitment efforts. 2026 will see a surge
Yeah, that's really bad, guys.
of ICE agents across
No, if they're doing a complete media blackout, that's really bad.
the country.
Fuck. God, that just hit me. Are we going to war? Like, actual war? Are they doing it? Are they going to do it? No. What do you think?
Anywhere that tries to put up a fight. Additionally, courts across
They've been talking about this shit for, what, 20 years?
the country have for the last year been impeding Trump's ability to take over National Guard forces and use them against civilians. He keeps losing that battle in court because it's illegal. And so he
Shit.
recently announced that he would be
Yeah, guys. Yeah, that kind of just hit me in real time where, like, I was like, oh, that's bad. That's really bad. You're telling me they did a complete media blackout? Oh, and I'm not just media, like they did all like literally, if you got TV, mobile, like all of it, it's all down.
Be pulling the guard from most major cities. All the
There's always something bad about to happen when population connection to the world gets shut off.
ones
Yeah.
that object to its
Yeah, that's not good.
presence. But we know Trump, and he would not have done
If not now, when everything's lining up. Dude,
that if he
now?
really thought that it was a defeat. Using
God
the
damn it. I was actually about to do a shorter stream.
National Guard
It better not happen tonight.
was just
Not after what just happened.
one tactic that they were
Sorry.
using because they didn't
Not
have
to
the
make this about
manpower
me.
in ICE yet. Now that avenue has been largely exhausted, and they are turning to ICE. ICE and Border Patrol and other DHS officers are part of the executive branch, firmly within the federal government. While states have the right to continue to prosecute the ICE agents who commit crimes on the ground in their jurisdiction, states don't necessarily have the right to just order ICE to leave. Federal law is the supreme law of the land, and Trump's goons have done everything they can in a very short period of time to consolidate as much of that federal power into Trump's hands as possible. States have been moving to pass legislation to try to regulate ICE agents, such as banning the use of masks and requiring agents to identify themselves. But we also have a whole ass constitution that bars a lot of the activity being carried out by ICE, and that doesn't seem to stop them. Individuals are also suing ICE and ICE officials for various violations of their rights through places like the ACLU and other legal organizations. According to Politico, quote, in Illinois, a Democratic state senator has filed legislation that would bar anyone hired by ICE under Trump from obtaining employment in state or local law enforcement. In conservative Tennessee, a lawmaker has filed legislation that would prohibit federal immigration enforcement actions on school property. And in New York, Governor Kathy Hochul signaled she'll support legislation that would allow residents to bring civil lawsuits against federal immigration officials for constitutional violations. And listen, I know this is a David and Goliath situation, not to get biblical on you, and lawsuits aren't going to stop ICE in its tracks, but it certainly gives the feds a headache. And much like the poetic justice of pelting an ICE officer with ice in the frozen tundra they are attempting to terrorize, pelting the federal government with pesky lawsuit after lawsuit does slow them down and make their work that much harder. And
Yeah, it's the reason that the Trump administration loves lawsuits.
that is important. But the reality is that Trump is now going to be doubling down on ICE as his personal military.
Yeah.
The same
That's why Bovino is like, why do you think he's walking around like a fucking peacock?
way Hitler did as he gained
Despite the fact that the guy's literally 5'10".
power in pre-World War II Germany. The nature of the Gestapo was that they were
Also, why do you think that they're bussing in these and like shipping in these OF models? It's not because, you know, they're the ones that actually deserve the gold cards. No, they got to reward, you know, they're high performers. Guys, it's the Epstein stuff. Nothing changed. They're just shipping in OF models. Like, this is a real thing, by the way.
secondary army, one in plain clothes at the
Sagar
beginning,
was
one
even
loyal to the leader,
complaining
not
about
to
it.
the people, one that didn't have the control and oversight that had been established through years of laws and precedent.
And for anybody that doesn't know, that's my Joe Rogan say, that's a real thing.
For the existing armed forces, they existed in a legal gray zone that was just
I got a video I
permissive
want to
enough
watch from yesterday that I couldn't
for
watch.
them to enact the worst of
on,
his initiatives,
Friday.
while anyone attempting to stop them scrambled to pull the correct legal levers to do so, by arguing that the president has unitary executive authority under the Constitution, which means he is the ultimate purveyor of the will of the people and therefore gets to have complete control with no say from the other branches of government. Trump's goons are arguing that that includes ICE. This is made painfully obvious in the way that they are in lockstep in the narrative surrounding Renee Good's murder, how they are willing to look at these same videos we are all seeing and tell us she deserved it. ICE can do whatever it wants and is above the law because they are an arm of the president who has absolute immunity, and they will continue to argue this as atrocities continue to pile up. And much like in pre-war Nazi Germany, the so-called opposition party is offering very little by way of opposition. Both Jeffries and Schumer have refused to announce any measures to curb ICE, including through the appropriations bills they both say they're too busy working on to focus on ICE, despite increasing calls from inside and outside Congress to defund the organization now that it is clear that they are committing illegal acts far outside their intended role in civil immigration enforcement. Civil. They are not a criminal enforcement organization. According to reporting from Truth Out, quote, Reps Pramila Jayapal and Alexandria
The problem is all cell phone signals blocked.
Ocasio-Cortez are among the progressive lawmakers
I mean, you can record it, yes, but when are you going to get it out there and how?
calling on the Democrats
Internet and cell service is gone.
To demand reduced funding for ICE, even if it means another government shutdown. Jeffries and Schumer have made clear they are not cut out to run an opposition party. They've made that clear pretty much every day for the last year.
And if there's going to be any significant move, it's going to be right around like 11, 12.
Before that, and their refusal to use the little leverage they do have to push for cutting ICE funding.
Satellite phones, there we go.
Americans increasingly
Yeah, I
are in
forgot
favor
about those.
of is just the latest proof of their
Good call,
inability
Nat.
to meet this moment.
Etch.
Separately, there have been increasing calls by Democratic lawmakers to impeach Kristi Noem for obstructing Congress, violating the public trust, and self-dealing. The reality is that with Republicans controlling both the House and the Senate and being completely unwilling to assert their authority in any way against the Trump regime, any attempt at impeachment at this juncture of Kristi Noem or anyone else would fail, period. But the problem is that Trump is very aware of this. Last week, he publicly stated that if Democrats take back Congress in the 2026 midterms, then he would very probably be impeached. And when you take this together, a dramatically increased ICE presence and use of ICE as the president's personal military, combined with an acute awareness on the part of the president and all his goons that they are violating the Constitution and committing clearly impeachable offenses, that spells trouble for the 2026 midterms. Given the results of the elections held this past November that saw overwhelming Democratic victories, as well as slumping approval numbers for Trump and his administration, many are predicting that we'll see a sweep of Democratic victories in the 2026 midterms. Republicans hold a paper-thin majority in Congress, so the elections in November could very plausibly hand control back over to the Democrats. This has election officials across the country on edge and preparing for the worst. Given the difficult time Trump has had with using the National Guard at his own whim, I think it will be ICE that he turns to in order to intimidate voters and suppress the vote, especially in blue states and cities. Reporter Miles Parks.
And that's where the cops need to fucking really, like, and the states need to shape up against that.
Recently appeared.
Because, yeah, you could easily block them because they do have their fucking limits.
On NPR's Weekend Edition and said, quote, "It is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections, but people in Trump's orbit have toyed with the idea of having ICE agents at polling places or involved in the election in some other capacity to guard against non-citizen voting. And any of these scenarios obviously could potentially have a suppressive effect if they make anyone scared to vote." He also noted that far-right election attorney Cleta Mitchell, who has close ties to Trump, has indicated he may try to exercise his emergency powers to quote-unquote protect federal elections. So in situations where there is unrest, it's not outside the realm of possibility that Trump will use that as
they're waking up to a
along with the
lockdown.
false
Yeah,
claims
they
of
are.
election fraud that he's built upon over the last 6 years to stage some sort of national emergency that requires military presence on the ground at polling places to ensure the integrity of our elections. Now, to be clear, it is already illegal to vote if you are not a citizen. The instances of actual provable election fraud are very rare, and certainly
most
so
of them
rare
are
that
right-wingers.
they do not influence the outcomes of our elections. But as we've seen with the increased ICE presence across the country, even people who are legally allowed to be here are terrified of leaving their homes. Minneapolis public schools were closed on Thursday and Friday last week for safety reasons, and they are now offering remote learning for students for the next month to ensure that those students who cannot make it to school, especially children from immigrant families who are terrified of leaving their homes no matter their legal status, they can still get that education. That means that the presence of ICE at polling places, even the threat of their presence, will absolutely suppress the vote, especially of people who don't look like what random ICE officers deem to be allowed to be here. Brown skin, speak with an accent, recently naturalized. There are so many reasons for so many people who legally are allowed to vote to avoid showing up to vote if they are literally afraid for their lives to do so. It's hard enough getting out the vote on a normal election year, and especially if that is happening in liberal cities, places like Minneapolis, a blue city surrounded by red rural areas, that could have a
No, because if they want to try intimidation tactics, I have a feeling that's going to embolden the vote even more.
very real impact on the outcomes of our elections, because a lot of those voters probably vote Democrat, and the Trump regime knows that. It's all part of the plan. Okay, so
Yeah, but they kneecapped themselves with the mail-in balloting because they did it with the post office in every fucking state.
what do we do? First
You do understand that, like, that was so short-sighted.
of all, don't
Unless they're planning on all those voters on being dead by 2026, 2028, which ask yourself why that would be.
spread yourself too thin. You cannot save the world. You cannot burn out this early in the fight. Pick one issue that you care
Yep.
about most. The
Yep.
GoFundMe for Renee Good already hit $1.5 million, and her wife, Becca Good, has called on all additional donations to go to others in need. If you're looking to donate, here in Minneapolis, you can give to the Minnesota Immigrant Rights Action Committee, which is helping to organize protests and also has a rapid response network for ICE activities in the area. They also have resources on their website for getting involved. But if you're not here in Minnesota and want to get involved elsewhere, seek out immigrant rights organizations in your area on Google, or check out Indivisible, which has arms across the...
There you go. All right, I'll take it. I'll take Indivisible. All right. Here, let me just bring this up. I don't know who this guy is. Apparently, he's got a following, and this is the second time that he's popped up on my feed. The first one was, I need to apologize to the left, and then now he's saying that he's got a significant move towards the left, so I'm assuming that he was a right-winger.
I'm sorry I didn't view this administration as bad as it really is. I'm sorry that I didn't understand or empathize with those who ended contact with die-hard Trump supporters. I'm sorry I used to try to appease people who said I had TDS. I'm sorry I didn't see the utility in late-night TV making constant and relentless digs at this administration. I thought it was beating a dead horse. I wasn't thinking about how cathartic it was and still is for so many people who feel helpless to do anything about the situation those of us in the United States are living with. I'm sorry I thought it was a worthwhile cause to find the good things in people who over and over again prove that they believe in the ideology of survival of the fittest, who have no empathy towards the marginalized and the oppressed, who have no empathy towards those who are just trying to make a better life for themselves, who have no empathy towards those who are just trying to live the American dream, who have been dealt a crappy set of cards. I'm sorry that I was trying to be tolerant towards the intolerant. I'm sorry I perpetuated a losing strategy of always going high when our adversaries always go low. I'm sorry that I so
you're sorry for being a lib?
Strongly defended our brand of capitalism that thrives on misery, hardship, and suffering. I'm sorry that I demonized so many people.
No, he's cooking, and I am more like, you guys know how I feel about people who say, I'm sorry.
People who wanted to make
redemption is a huge thing. I got to shout out Hassan for also, being one of those guys where he's like, no, you can't hold people to their worst takes.
Significant and deep cutting change.
Only if they stay steeped in it.
Changes to it. I'm not saying that I support communism, but I do think that small incremental changes are not enough to keep up with how corrupt, oppressive, and untenable our form of capitalism is becoming. Our middle class is becoming lower class, and the rich just keep getting richer. And these crazy right-wing loons seem to think that if we just keep letting rich people get even richer and make it easier for them, that it will eventually trickle down to them and all the lower classes. They defend huge corporations, billionaires, and the elite.
All right, if this guy didn't get it before, welcome to the team.
As if their lives depend on it. They vote and argue against their own interests and livelihoods. They think that cutting taxes, getting rid of safety nets, getting the government out of healthcare, privatizing our education, deporting the undocumented, and oppressing minorities and marginalized people will solve all of our problems. And now they think it's okay to take out leaders of other countries and do regime changes if our government wants their resources. That we can
I'll buy his crystals.
Exponentially increase imperialism and have good results. That we can break
he totally has a salt lamp.
International order and still be respected. That we can
salt lamps are badass. I'm not trying to denigrate those.
Destroy the trust of the entire world and still somehow be trusted.
It's kind of like how somebody looks at me, it's like, oh, that guy smokes weed. It's like, yeah.
I'm sorry that I ever gave these kinds of people the time
Is that a bad thing that you could spot me in a crowd and just be like, oh, I mean, it used to be, but now that,
Day. I'm sorry that I didn't believe the people who tried to tell me that this is how these types of people operate, how they think.
One of my favorite things that's happened was I was at a concert once and the guy's just like, this guy knows what I'm talking about, because he was just like, we're about to go outside. And I was just like, yeah.
Ideology.
I got invited to the circle.
They have, and how apathetic they really are. We're headed for World War III. We might be in the beginning stages of it already, and we can thank the types of people I'm talking about for allowing it to happen. I'm just so incredibly sorry. Just saying.
Well, I accept your apology there, my man. I'm glad that you could come around and figure out that, yeah.
That doesn't sound so good to me, that specific, you said. So, you know.
Iran
I'm
protests.
hearing a bunch of the people, a bunch of the prominent people.
We have to move to Iran now. The civilian death toll from growing protests there has climbed to nearly 500, along with roughly 50 members of the country's military. This is according to the Associated Press, citing a U.S.-based human rights organization. Demonstrations against the current regime have been ongoing for weeks amid growing frustration with the country's struggling economy. In recent days, Iran's military has cracked down on protests.
Is it the economy?
Detaining of
I don't think it's the fucking economy.
10,000 people, according to the AP. President Trump has said in recent...
And if it is, then was that, like, is that what Israel did? They targeted the economy first? I mean, I know that that's how they usually do things.
weeks, he would consider intervening if Iranian protesters were shot.
He said this, of course, 1 or 2 days after an American mother
was shot here.
For being at a protest.
Okay. Yesterday, he was asked by reporters on board Air Force One.
Natch, yeah, I modded you.
Whether Iran's
Welcome to the team.
government has crossed a red line.
Well, no, they're starting to, it looks like, and there seem to be some people killed. That
Oh, somebody did a really bad job on his haircut. He's got a mocklet.
supposed to be killed.
Oh my God, you could almost see like the little cut that he had to have for his first surgery.
These are
Ooh, that's a
violent.
bad one.
If you call them leaders, I don't know if they're leaders or just they rule through violence. But we're looking at it very seriously. The military's looking at it.
God, he looks awful.
We're looking at some
Every
very
time I
strong
see him.
options. We'll make a determination.
Iran said that they would consider military and commercial bases as legitimate targets if you Trump. Are you concerned
Well, if they do that, we'll consider things targets they wouldn't believe. If they do that, we will hit them at levels that they've never been hit before. They won't even believe it. I have options that are so strong. So, I mean, if they did that, it'll be met with a very, very powerful force.
And that's something Iranian leaders know. They're certainly at their weakest point since really after the Iraq-Iran war in the early 1980s. Let's bring in right now columnist and associate editor of the Washington Post, David Ignatius. David, I look at these extraordinary images out of Iran and over the weekend, and I can't help but think of the protests that we saw in the streets in Iran in 1979, late 1978.
Oh God, are they about to get Cartered?
1979, leading to the overthrow of the Shah of Iran.
Hey, you remember, you guys know how they like to use that one, right?
So, Joe, I think that's the right comparison.
Honestly, guys, with all the stuff going on, this is for the Dems to fuck up.
This is a rebellion.
If the Dems don't shape up, then that's on us to vote every single one of them out. Every single one of them.
Iran,
and get everybody on the fucking center to do the same. And that means do not bog them down in your personal politics. You just tell them things are this bad because they will not do anything. Vote for the other person.
In 1979, it began in the bazaars.
Especially if they're already planning on voting for a Democratic candidate.
Iran, it began with merchants who felt squeezed.
I hate to say this, but leave the socialism out of it. Just be like, are they one of those socialists? It's like, I don't know. I just know they're better than this guy. Do the right thing and vote against the person who's in power now.
By a collapsing economy, and then spread and became more political. A difference,
unless they fucking earned it,
which is important, is that in 1979 there was a leader merging to symbolize, champion this movement, and that was Ayatollah Khomeini, who was then in exile. In this case, there isn't a leader on the scene that we can detect.
It's weird, but they're already doing the thing where they're like, yeah, we're going to give it to the Shah of Iran's kid.
The son of the late...
It's like they do this systematic thing where they just wait for enough of the populace, or like the population, to be dead, like from old age, and then just with the next wave, just be like, oh yeah, you know what? We could do this better for you, even because they have absolutely no fucking memory of it.
Shah of Iran.
And then they also have the thing where they just tell their, their aunties and their fucking grandmas just like, yeah, what do you know?
Pahlavi has positioned himself to be such a leader, but he's also generated a lot of resentment inside Iran. As I look at this right now, Joe, I see a one-way street. The regime is headed toward ever greater crises.
Dude, we really are. We're just cratering towards fucking World War III. This is insane.
It may, through severe repression, killing, suppress this revolt as it did the revolts in 2022, 2023, 2017, 2018, 2019. Almost every year there's been an uprising in Iran. But it can't do that forever. This regime is just running out of gas, and Iranians know it. And I think that's their dilemma. They see Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates racing into the future, becoming AI superpowers, they hope, while Iran is stuck. It can barely feed itself. Inflation last year was running at a 42% annual rate. So that's Iran's dilemma.
42%,
The choice for the
Jesus.
United States is what to do about it, how to help. And it's a tough choice, one that the president will have to think through very carefully. He's obviously considering military options. He needs to be sure that in striking
How you doing, man?
Iran militarily, he does damage that truly weakens the regime.
Man, that fucking Bears game was sick, huh?
That outweighs the resentment Iranians inevitably will feel if their country's being bombed by a Western superpower. There are a lot of discussions about shipping Starlink terminals into Iran so that the blackout of the internet, which has been underway since Friday, can be ended. That's also complicated. You can
The fuck? Then why'd I just get that on Twitter now?
jam Starlink. It's easy to find who's using the terminals. They will be arrested. They may be executed.
No, I just checked. I was making sure. I'm like, wait, I hope this wasn't like dated to 2-3 days ago.
Iran has made clear this is a crime. In smuggling in the terminals, you blow the smuggling routes you use to do all kinds of other operations. So there are a series of very difficult decisions the administration is facing right now, today, and I think it's so uncertain in their minds yet what the right thing to do is. It'd be hard for me to make predictions.
David, what does the military option
How are the Saudis any better? Like, that's my favorite part about
at
these.
this point? And what's the best case scenario for how that plays out internally?
So the best case.
That's how. This guy bored the crap out of me to the point where my brain shut off before I could even make the joke. Yeah, fuck off. Boring. Don't this. Ooh, right.
America's money printer, aka Jerome Powell, is being threatened. In a video, he claims that he might be criminally indicted for not lowering interest rates fast enough.
He's going to explain why this is bad.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned, in part, a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve office buildings.
I'm glad he's finally getting some balls,
I have
but
deep
he's doing
respect
it
for
under the
rule of law
decorum thing.
and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair
Like, I'm waiting for the one person to come out and just be like, you know what? Fuck this guy.
of the Federal Reserve, is above the law. But this unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure.
Wait, Tony Stark is not Dr. Doom? Who is this, Walmart Rand Paul?
This new threat is not about my testimony.
Nah, he looks more like Ron Paul.
Last June. Those are pretext.
Just less weaselly.
The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans and Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires
I have always loved you, Fredo.
Standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to
God.
do the job
He
the
takes him out on a boat.
Senate confirmed me to do. Thank you.
Now, this is an extraordinary statement, mostly because of how much the Fed chair never talks about things like this. Like, for him to release the hostage video of him being like, look, the guy's threatening me, you know, I'm going to try to keep doing my job. The reason that's wild is that it's never happened before. And look, while presidents wanting the Fed to lower interest rates is nothing new, almost every president wants that. The idea that a Fed chair gets investigated and has to release the hostage video, that is new. We've never seen that happen ever. In fact, it's important context to know that Jerome Powell was actually appointed by Trump.
Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve.
And even then, they weren't on such good terms. But that's where you could see the independence of the Fed at work. And so while he would be criticized at the time, like the attitude was he wasn't really going to respond. That's been the attitude of the Fed sort of all the time. They try to stay above the noise of politics.
Recently, the President of the United States, who appointed you, has been less than favorable in about some of your decisions. Does that bother you in any way?
No. So we're very, very focused on our job. We don't get distracted by other things. We do not take political factors into consideration either in our discussions or in our decisions at all.
That's right. As long as the Fed has been around, and by the way, there's plenty of reasons to not like the Fed legitimately, but I would argue independence is not one of them. I think that's a actually good quality, and that's what you see kind of referenced there. The idea that the Fed should not be reacting to what a president is saying at the time. And the reason for
libertarians out here coming in their pants.
There's a good reason.
Yeah, let's go back to the gold standard. Yeah.
It's because all the presidents would want low interest rates all of the time.
Sorry, I don't know why my libertarian had like a creepy voice.
Even though that's not in the best interest of the economy all of the time. And the reason for that is because low interest rates usually mean
yeah, you know what else we could do? Get rid of the FDIC. Oh, yeah, now you're talking my language.
A lot of growth. It also can mean heated inflation, which ends up hurting the end customer, right? But nobody wants to take the hit of higher interest rates in the short run because nobody likes it, right? No. So the Fed, whether you like them or not, has sort of been assigned the adult in the room job of raising interest rates to keep inflation in control. And again, whether you think they've done a good job of that or not is irrelevant. The point is that was their job. They're supposed to be independent. And pretty much all presidents may make some comments about wanting lower rates, but Trump has definitely taken it a little bit farther, mentioning Powell a lot, pressuring him to lower rates, even going so far as to start hinting at the idea of a possible federal investigation. And this all centered around a Federal Reserve renovation, which is running over budget. And there started to be pressure that maybe they would look into Jerome Powell doing something bad if he didn't play ball and lower interest rates. They would try to accuse him of some fraud or some kind of misstatement or something like that. And Trump even actually visited the whole renovation site to kind of make a big PR spectacle of it. And there was this moment where they're arguing over how much the building should have cost because each one is like jockeying for, you know, oh, you're spending too much money. And the other one's being like, no, I didn't. It's this really weird moment if you don't understand what's happening underneath the surface.
It looks like it's about...
The thing is, he already did the thing with the credit cards and again with the mortgages. So like he's already gotten interest down on the things that really matter the most to Americans.
3.1 billion. It went up a little bit or a lot. So the 2.7 is.
He wants this to happen so they can buy up some billionaire shit on the cheap. Wonder what that would be. I actually don't know.
Now 3.
Like, I'm not even trying to be facetious. I don't know this time.
One.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added
our entire capital.
Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building,
Well,
including
no,
the
but
Martin building.
it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But it's
So,
not new.
So yeah, that was months ago. They were just kind of setting the stage for, hey, we may look into this if you don't play ball. And that's sort of explicitly said later, like a few seconds later in that exact interview. Trump is asked, well, is there anything that would cause you to sort of back off Jerome Powell on all the comments you're making? And he gives away the game.
Are there things the chairman can say to you today that would make you back off some of the earlier criticism?
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. But other than that, what can I tell you?
I mean, it couldn't be more obvious. They go to investigate your cost overruns.
Yeah, you know that normal guy shtick that he does where he just slapped him on the back thing?
When they don't like what you do, and when asked, is there anything that would tone down your
I have dealt with charismatic business people, like, a lot. They all act like that.
criticisms? Well, yeah, the guy.
And it's not like they're copying Trump. It's because they know, like, they have the power in that dynamic. So it's like, yeah, right? Yeah.
Does what
you're always the little guy in that position, which fuck that, man.
I want. Now, I should be clear, President Trump.
You should theoretically be you could be somebody that has nothing. You should still maintain enough self-respect to never let that happen to you.
Deny.
And be able to just look at it and be like, dude, get the fuck off me.
Is having any knowledge of the Justice Department's investigation. Although this is kind of undermined by
I remember us watching that video on stream.
the fact that
Man, I've been doing this a minute. Wow.
Trump has recently threatened
Jesus.
to sue
What up, Scorpion?
Powell for
How's it going, brother?
incompetence.
Well,
Thinking about bringing a suit against Powell for incompetence.
Sucks, man.
So yeah, there's no way really to look at this as anything but pressuring the Fed to do what we want so we can lower rates even if they're not seeing the economic data for that. Now, I want to be super clear. You can't just, if you're the Fed chair, it's not like Jerome Powell
It's
just
not like
sets
he can
the
just
rates
do it. No, you still have to vote on the fucking thing.
by himself. There are 12 people who vote on the rates, and that's actually how it gets decided. And that matters because regardless whether
That definitely made me cringe. I hate that good old boy Richie
this
mentality.
investigation
He did the same thing to Zoran, except Zoran handled it masterfully by telling him he's a fucking fascist to his face.
leads to an indictment.
Which you want to talk about having some balls. Zoran with the cojones of the year, apparently. That could have been said better.
Just threats. Jerome Powell is going to be out as the Fed chair very soon, and Trump is going to replace him with somebody who's more favorable towards his thinking about interest rates. But that person also has to get those votes of the 11 other people. And Jerome Powell could stay on as one of those voting members, if I understand correctly, until 2028. So the implication of Jerome Powell goes much longer than just his current chairmanship. I think there's a pressuring to just remove him altogether because he has been an influential opposing voice to the lower interest rates at all cost conversation. Now, I did want to address some false information I've also seen circulating about Jerome Powell. I saw this guy tweeting about this. He says that Jerome Powell is a flagrant partisan working for the deep state. I mean, these people, I don't know if they just don't understand how the Fed works or they know nothing about Jerome Powell, even himself. Jerome Powell is a registered Republican. He was originally appointed by George H.W. Bush to the Treasury, and then Obama appointed him, Trump appoints him, Biden appoints him. He has been a staple of the government, serving both Republicans and Democrats forever. But if you just want to go straight down the line of you want to play the he's a hack thing, the guy's literally donated to Republicans his whole life. And then he stopped making donations when he got elected to the Fed chair so he could do the job of being independent and not just serving one guy's interest or one party's interest, but instead serve everyone. Now, again, you can have disagreements about whether the Fed actually does that job or has messed up that job. But the idea that we are going to be benefited by a Federal Reserve, which is just beholden under duress to what the presidents want at any time, you're just not looking down the curve, I feel, because it's not always going to be a Republican in office.
No, it's also because it's only going to benefit a few fucking people in our government.
It's going to be a Democrat too. And if the Fed's just a biased guy, it's just always going to be low rates that cause the dollar to further devalue. I mean, I feel like already there's a big public national conversation about the impact of inflation. And you want that problem to be worse? I truly do not understand this one. It's going to be interesting to see how people...
Because the average American is an effing stupid person who thinks that when you limit interest rates, their monthly bills go down.
Lay this out, lay out the case against Powell. Personally, I find the whole, we're so concerned about the budget thing.
In some cases, that may happen. In most, it doesn't.
To be really weak. I think ultimately the question has to be, would you have cared if interest rates are low? Would you have been super focused on the Federal Reserve building cost overruns?
No.
I don't actually think so. When you actually look at what they're thinking of investigating him for, it's some statements he made to Congress where he said there's no VIP dining room, there's no marble, there's no special elevators, just old elevators that have been there. There's no new water features, no beehives. There's no roof terrace gardens. And this person says this statement is false. So actually what we're fighting about is like a few water features and elevators. And maybe a dining room. It's like, that is actually what the national conversation is about. That's why we are totally legitimately investigating this guy who seems to have a face that appropriately sums up the situation. But look, I mean, it's no joke. They got grand jury subpoenas. I mean, that's not easy to get. It's a little more than just opening an investigation. It shows that they're quite serious. So we'll see where it goes. I mean, are we going to enter Banana Republic stage where like 0% interest forever? I don't know, but we will find out.
Which, gee, again, that's not for you guys.
As expected, the markets and the economy were rattled this morning after last night's bombshell announcement.
All right, I got to pee.
Donald
I'll be right
Trump
back.
is indeed making an
for a little
official
bit.
formal attempt to criminally prosecute Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell. And according to the conservative Wall Street Journal, both conservative financial analysts and Wall Street bigwigs are panicked and terrified. But before we unpack all that, if you end up liking this video and you want to support the channel, please be sure to hit the like, subscribe, and alert bells before you go. All right, folks, this is a big deal. It's a follow-up to a video that we released yesterday. Trump has been threatening Jerome Powell for months, ever since he came back into office, because he's pissed off that Powell is not cutting interest rates in a way which is politically convenient for Trump. As a reminder, it was Trump who appointed Powell in the first place to be the chairman of the Federal Reserve during Trump's first term. And as chairman of the Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell has to manage both inflation and unemployment. And he has to use interest rates to try to keep them both as low as humanly possible and establish some sort of equilibrium between them. He's not doing what Trump wants, and Trump wants it for political reasons. And so now this is an official attempt to prosecute Powell and punish him criminally for not doing what Trump wants. And he's using former Fox News host Jeanine Pirro, now the U.S. Attorney for D.C., to do it. But let's dive into the Wall Street Journal's reporting. Again, this is a conservative publication, a sister publication of Fox News. Latest threat to Fed Chair Powell rattles markets. U.S. stocks swing, bonds and dollar fall, while gold posts new all-time highs. The Trump administration's criminal investigation into Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell sparked jitters in financial markets Monday, jolting U.S. stocks, bonds, and the dollar, while sending the prices of precious metals surging to new records. The moves of various assets all pointed to renewed concern among investors that the U.S. central bank could lose some of its independence amid an unprecedented pressure campaign from Donald Trump and his allies. Economists and investors have long believed that a central bank free from political influence is critical to keeping inflation stable and therefore broadly important to the health of markets. Yet since taking office almost a year ago, Trump has launched an aggressive attempt to push the Fed to substantially cut interest rates. The long-running saga took a new twist Sunday night when Powell said that the Fed had received grand jury subpoenas from the Justice Department related
You think the bot's
to
broken?
Powell's testimony last summer about the central bank's
Whoa.
building
Did we actually get a bot in horizontal chat?
renovation project. Powell suggested that the investigation was baseless and purely motivated by a desire to bully the Fed into doing what Trump wants.
Actually, you know what? Fuck this. We're in the fun half. We get it. Trump fucked the markets. There it is.
Someone as objectively unfunny and bitch-made as Joe Rogan. It's no secret that comedy is in its worst phase since the Eddie Cantor days. When I saw we had someone as objectively unfunny and bitch-made as Joe Rogan become the #1 gatekeeper in comedy, I knew we were fucked. But I had always held out hope for one man to continue to be great. After I've seen every comedian I grew up watching either be exposed for being a creep or dwindle into something unrecognizable and sad, I thought, well, at least we still have Dave Chappelle. But after watching Dave's special, that hope is dead. And here's why. Bow, 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 bow. One of the most disappointing parts of this special for me was how Dave decided to handle the whole Riyadh Comedy Festival situation. For those of you who don't live on the internet and have no idea what I'm talking about, from September 26th to October 9th, there was a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia created by the Saudi government. And this festival had some of the biggest comedians from the US, people like Joe Coy, Sebastian Maniscalco, Bobby Lee, Chris Tucker for some reason, Kevin Hart, because you know that nigga's gonna take any job.
DraftKings Casinos combining two things I love, touchdowns and bonus rounds.
But from what I could tell, people were most disappointed in Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle.
It's just a fucking blatant cash grab, and that's all Bill Burr's career has become at this point.
Now, I'm sure some of you are asking, why would anybody give a shit about these comedians performing in Saudi Arabia? Well, for one, like I said, this festival was created by the Saudi government. So it's not like these comedians just knew somebody in Saudi Arabia and they were just performing for the citizens of the country. And people have issues with this not only because the Saudi regime is incredibly repressive and people have no freedom of speech and women are treated like dog shit, but also because it's pretty obvious that this whole festival was just a propaganda tool used to make the country look a lot more progressive.
Vanguard in my
It's not a coincidence that once these motherfuckers came back, they were all tap dancing and talking about how amazing and Americanized Saudi Arabia actually is.
And then hide is permanent.
We land.
Yeah, that's why honestly, I'm having an issue because someone got hidden that I wanted back in here. And it was, I swear to God, that's right about the time that I saw the thing happen over on the Vert stream.
And everybody's just regular. I thought this place was going to
I'm trying not to do this, but like, yeah, it's bothering me.
be like really tense. And I'm thinking like...
just so you guys know, Natch, I'll add you to mod chat in the Discord here. Yeah, we gotta have a talk.
Is that a Starbucks next to a Pete's Coffee? Next to a Burger King, next to a McDonald's, next to a Pizza Hut, next to a Dunkin' Donuts, next to a Krispy Kreme, next to a Cheesecake Factory, next to a KFC, next to a Chili's? They got a fucking Chili's over here?
And let me tell you something. I'm loving this country so far. I've been here for about 10 hours. I want to know what I can do to become a Saudi citizen.
You are a bitch.
Also not a coincidence that...
God damn it, DeStefano, you would... God damn it. God damn it.
Tim Dillon got fired for...
Fucking...
talking about the slaves that they had.
He's one of the few guys that I have worked with in comedy. Great guy. But you know what? Fuck it. After hearing him say it, I'm going to just say it. Dumb as a box of rocks.
Before he was even at the festival.
I was fired from the Riyadh Comedy Festival. I was defending them for having slaves. I literally said... slaves are probably hard workers.
All right.
And
now this is how you handle it.
For the most part, agreeable. But they didn't like that.
Kind of gives the impression that they want their people to stay in line, shut the fuck up, and talk about what they're allowed to talk about. Also, the Saudi government has done a lot of evil
he gets
bullshit,
points for that one.
especially to Americans. Things like
I don't know why they had a problem with me bringing up the slaves. Jeez.
Jamal Khashoggi.
After years denying involvement.
Did you order the murder of Jamal Khashoggi?
Absolutely not. Now, explosive secret documents point the finger of blame directly at a friend of Australia, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman.
The planning and execution of 9/11. Now, when somebody like Kevin Hart goes to the Riyadh Comedy Festival, nobody's surprised. You know, we all know this motherfucker will do anything for the right price. I mean, this man is damn near a billionaire, and he's still doing gambling sponsorships. You know what I mean? He doesn't seem like somebody who can turn down a job, you know? But people expected more from Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle, because over the years, they've kind of positioned themselves as like one of the people, you know? Bill's been doing a lot of speaking out against billionaires and shit.
There's nothing wrong with being a billionaire, but if somebody is working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month, and they can't make their rent, you're not paying them enough money. Maybe you should just be worth $900 million.
And Dave, just I think throughout his comedy, has always seemed like he's on our side. Because I've noticed that for a while now, people have seen Dave as more than just an entertainer. I mean, remember, this is the guy who walked away from $50 million because he didn't like how his art was being perceived by the company he was working for. I'm not turning away $50 million for shit. I'll tell you that right now. So when they saw him take blood money from a dictator, people were shocked. But to give Dave credit, he did handle things, in my opinion, way better than Bill Burr did, who just got really passive-aggressive and just kind of blamed everything on bots for some reason.
It's not going so good in my neck of the woods. I'll tell you that. The sanctimonious is sanctimonian. Keyword on the monian. Oh, Jesus. All right, here's the deal. You guys asked me, obviously, a ton of questions about the absolute controversy, right? Here's the deal. I have no problem answering any of them. The problem I have is after I answer them, it all gets clipped. And then once it gets clipped, then the lies start getting told, or they start shaping it and making it this and making it that. So all I'm doing is just throwing another log on the fire, and then they can make more money.
I like guys speeding this up. Yeah, because Monday morning podcast is a no-go.
No, I'm sorry. Well, no, because they care so much. That's right. Sorry, not because they're just making money.
But I still think Dave handled things poorly, so let's see what he actually said.
I've been getting a lot of grief, again, because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia. Boy, I gotta tell you something. I've never not felt guilty about something like I've never felt. I don't feel guilty at all. These motherfuckers act like because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia, I somehow betrayed my principles. They said, well, Saudi Arabia killed a journalist. And rest in peace, Jamal Khashoggi. I'm sorry that he got murdered in such a heinous fashion. But, and that was like, you know, period. And also, Israel's killed 240 journalists in the last 3 months. So I didn't know y'all was still counting.
Yeah, just total bullshit and whataboutisms. Why are you mad at me from taking blood money from a regime that killed an American journalist when Israel's killed hundreds of journalists? Now, if Dave was just talking to a bunch of sociopaths who see nothing wrong with what's going on in Palestine, he would kind of have a point, but I'm 100% sure that there's plenty of people who are very pro-Palestine who also have huge issues with him taking money from Saudi Arabia. And yes, that includes black people too. I know he was like, see everybody cheering? That's black people.
Because I did a comedy festival in Saudi Arabia.
He brought up FD.
And you hear those cheers? That's black people.
Nigga, stop. There's plenty of black people that wouldn't want you to be taking fucking money from the people that did 9/11. Also, it's not like these dictators are great to black people either, but we'll get into that a little later in the video. And I can't believe these people actually clap for him like he really said some shit. Two things can be wrong at the same time, you know. You think if I got caught stealing from my mom's purse, and I look at her and I say, sure, everybody's mad at me for stealing hundreds of dollars from you, but what about how much money Donald Trump has stolen from the American people? You know, he was almost bankrupt before he was president, and he's made billions only a year in office. You think she's gonna give me a standing ovation, or do you think I'm gonna get punched in the mouth? Yeah, me too. Why? Because she's a bad parent. But also because what Trump is doing, although it is wrong, it has nothing to do with me stealing from her. That's why I'm saying Dave's whole point was just a distraction to get some cheap cheers from people who weren't really listening to what he was actually saying. And not only did he try to skate by with some bullshit, but he didn't even address like the other 10 reasons of why people are pissed about him going to Saudi Arabia. It wasn't just about Jamal Khashoggi, although that probably should be reason enough. And I think he didn't address these things either because he's so out of touch that he doesn't even know why people are mad, or because he knew that he didn't have a defense for taking money from the people who did 9/11. Like, what do you say to that? Honestly, I think the only thing he could have done was just be like, look, I'm not as good of a person as you guys think I am, so I took the $6 million because it's $6 million. I would have respected that way more. And then to make things even worse, he uses this whole Riyadh situation as a setup to talk about how he went to another festival a couple months before this one in the UAE.
I love working in the Middle East. That's my second show I did over there. I did a show 3 months before that. I was in Abu Dhabi. Them niggas had comedy festival too.
Now, I've always seen Dave as pro-black. I've always seen him as Mr. Africa. I mean, look at the man's logo. So somebody explain to me why the fuck he's on stage bragging about taking blood money from a regime
that was the keyboard.
that is currently funding a genocide in Sudan.
Why is the United Arab
many
Emirates
times
backing a genocidal militia? Satellite images and UN reports show the UAE is arming a paramilitary group, which is trying to take over
Push my cat off my keyboard.
Sudan by force.
You thought black people were going to be cheering this on? Why? Because we don't fucking know any better? You see what I mean? Like, this is not a man
Yes.
who really gives a shit.
And now he's clawing.
Not only did you not address most of the
Fucker.
criticisms people had of you going to this festival, but you then brag about the
You're going into Kitty Arm jail next.
millions you made from it. Then talk about another job that's arguably worse. Play the fucking victim and then say Israel is bad and wave your hand in the air like you fucking said something. You know what I mean? It's like, no.
Bow, 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 bow.
Now, the Riyadh stuff was bad, but I don't think it ruined the entire special. It was only a couple minutes. What made this whole thing so unappealing to me was just how out of touch Dave has become with the everyday person. I mean, throughout this hour and 15 minutes, I just felt like I was watching a wealthy white man just talk about how awesome his life is. Literally, the first joke he makes is a story he tells about buying up all the housing in his white liberal neighborhood.
The town that I've been living in for the last 25 years, I bought most of it.
He bought so much of the houses in his neighborhood that people in the town were coming up to him and asking him about what he was going to do about affordable housing. And he basically tells them to go fuck themselves.
I be walking down the street minding my own business, and they come up to me with their concerns. Dave, congratulations on buying the whole goddamn town. But you need to start thinking about some affordable housing around here. Well, actually, champ, I can afford my house. That sounds like some shit you need to worry about.
I just, again, this is what makes me like, yeah. It's not only sad that a comedian said this, it makes me can't wait for his demise, like, and shipping off this earth. Natural causes, of course, but still, he's one of those types where it's just like, oh, you're part of the problem.
Obviously, joke about whatever you want. I'm not even saying it was a terrible joke. But as I'm watching it, I'm thinking of all of the things to make fun of white people for in 2025. You choose affordable housing when wealth disparities are at an all-time high. People are losing their health care and their food stamps and shit. It's like now you want to get on stage and brag about you buying up all the houses from the cool white people too. Like earlier in the joke, he talks about living in a really red state, but he lives with the cool white people.
Ohio loves Trump, but this town I live in is like a little itty-bitty Bernie Sanders Island in the Trump seat.
And then he brags about taking the housing from the only cool white people in the fucking state. And I'm just like, well, that kind of makes you an asshole, doesn't it? like I'm on their side. Never did I think I would take the side of Ohio whites over Dave Chappelle, but here I am. Hate to give FD credit, but when he's talking about black capitalism not working, I think this is the type of shit he's talking about. Because Dave Chappelle buying up all of Ohio does nothing for you and me. And if that wasn't enough, a few minutes later, this dude basically starts defending Diddy.
A savage! Oh!
Yeah, that one.
I was on stage not long ago in the States, and niggas got mad because I said, well, you know, maybe Puff will get off. And I said, I hope so. And the crowd was like, boo. Okay, look, it's not that I think Puff is right, but when I got attacked in L.A. at the Hollywood Bowl, people forget Puff was the guy that tackled my attacker.
But again, I'm not trying to be the joke police. I know it doesn't seem like it since I'm making a whole last video and shit. I just thought this was another interesting display of how Dave Chappelle's perspective is totally different from the average person right now. Most people's relationship with Diddy, especially over this past month or so, was watching that 50 Cent documentary and just seeing how much of a sociopathic piece of shit this man is.
He came and got me with a gun. We came up to Cuddy's house to kill him. He's inside the house. I don't know what's going on, Cassie. What the fuck is going on? What happened?
But for Dave, Diddy was basically a friend. Hung out with the dude who went to his house. According to Dave, he even saved his life. And
damn it. I might lose a segment at the end of stream because fuck, I'm gonna have to edit this out.
That's really my point with this video. Dave
I think
Chappelle,
that might have been just a little too long because it's 4 seconds.
Like many comedians and famous people before him, has become
Got
so
nothing popping up,
successful
though,
that
so
he is
that should be
now
good.
totally out of touch with the audience that got him to this level of success. And if I'm being honest, this is something I've felt for years now. I still remember during COVID when fat people and grandmas were dying left and right. This motherfucker gets on stage not to joke around and make people feel better during a messed up time, but to nag people into boycotting the Chappelle Show because now all of a sudden he doesn't like the contract that he signed 20 years ago, and it hurt his feelings that Netflix was gonna buy the rights from Comedy Central.
I'm begging you, please don't watch that show. I'm not asking you to boycott any network. Boycott me. Boycott Chappelle Show. Do not watch it unless they pay me.
When I saw this, I was like, bitch, who gives a fuck? Don't you see that there is a worldwide pandemic going on? You just signed a $60 million deal with Netflix for special.
Yeah, but rather than seeing it as something that's he's already been paid for that they can use in perpetuity, which I know there's contracts here, but he could also see it as, hey, that's going to bring in a whole lot of people that literally made him famous. The Chappelle Show is what made him famous. Those skits and the fact that memes didn't exist, so it was just, I would go to high school, like in high school, that's all we had was Chappelle Show, Simpsons, South Park. Those three carried us through high school.
That you already recorded, and you're over here bitching about money from 2003?
It was literally quoting all that.
Shut the fuck up. But of course people had his back. It's Dave Chappelle, one of the greatest comedians of all time. He's our guy. So people boycotted the show, and Dave got what he wanted. In preparation for this video, I went back and watched my favorite comedy special of all time, Killing 'Em Softly.
Yeah, Killing 'Em Softly is one of the best ones ever.
I didn't even...
When he talks about being in the car with fucking, oh my God, I keep forgetting his name. The dude from Wayne Brady.
No, at the time that they were both filmed in DC. And honestly,
It's
that's
such a
about
funny
where
fucking
the
bit.
similarities end for me.
Oh,
And
you know
Killing 'Em
what? I'm going to finish today's stream. I have a funny
Dave is a lot more
story that turned into something I would have
doesn't
made a
take
bit.
himself as seriously, and obviously there's no Diddy defense. But I think the biggest difference for me was that as I was watching Killing 'Em Softly, I saw Dave talk about issues that regular black people and regular people overall could relate to. He talked about the issues we go through, like the mistreatment of black people by the police.
Honey, did you see this? Apparently the police have been beating up Negroes like hotcakes.
And how other acts of racism and oppression affect people on a daily basis. It was things like this that made Dave feel like he was one of us. He was on our side. And I think that's why people had his back when he asked them to boycott that show. We all know what it...
One of the funniest timely bits is the one where it tied to the Wayne Brady one, but it was the one with, it wasn't Daft Punk. Fuck. I forgot who did the song, but yeah, it's literally, it was like the Nissan commercial where it's got the girl in the passenger side. She's like doing like the glow stick dance, and it's just like, bitch, you distracted me. What are you doing? And she's like,
It feels like to be f***ed over. Even though this dude's rich and successful, I think a lot of us saw
Highly recommend that one.
ourselves in Dave. To me, that's what entertainment has always been about. I mean, technically, I am in this field at a much lower level, but I realized that
All right, dumb question. Are those the cactus fruits that are edible?
nobody
I don't live in a desert, so
really
I don't
gives
know.
a fuck about you. It's always about how are you making people feel, you know? And I think that's good. I think that's kind of your job. I mean, if you're not going to be actually building shit or doing anything or feeding people, doing things that people can tangibly enjoy, the least you could do is like give them a perspective that changes their mind or make them feel like
Oh yeah, damn. We just thinking about penis.
they're not fucking crazy and making people feel heard and seen and things like that. Like, I think that's helpful in society, you know what I mean? But if you're just like on stage,
All right, now
bragging about
I know what I'm doing after I get out of here.
you are, it's like, what are you really contributing? Especially if you're not making people laugh. I always found stand-up to be usually a self-deprecating art form. It doesn't always have to be, but I think if you're not going to be relating to people, or if you are going to be like the cocky dude, I think you have to be funny as fuck. And if you're not, it just doesn't really work. Because nobody wants to watch somebody
No, nobody likes just watching a bunch of fucking rich assholes that already have it too good.
talk about how awesome they are for
No,
an hour
that's why people go to open mics, is to watch people making less than them, making them laugh.
and a half. Especially when they're suffering. It's like, okay, great, nigga. Like, what are you going to do for me? You know? But I don't know.
Is Sylvie out here red lighting me?
This special just
TikTok,
reminded me of
TikTok.
why people had his back during the whole boycott situation. But now when Dave talks about racism, his example is that the town that he owns most of sold the firehouse after they knew Dave was going to be out of town, so he couldn't also buy the firehouse.
And then, you know what they did? This is some real racist shit. They tried to sell the old fire station at an auction when they knew I was going to be out of town.
And the punchline is that he bought it anyway. And he has people like Mick Jagger come and perform.
I bought the firehouse. I turned that motherfucker into a comedy and music club. I seen Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones at a party. I said, yo, Mick. I said, Mick, you got to come to Ohio and play my club.
And as I'm watching this,
Man, I kind of hope he gets hit by a wildfire.
as a young
I mean, just in Minecraft.
Black African-American Negro, I'm just like, who is this for? Because it's not for me. I don't give a fuck about Mick Jagger playing at your firehouse club that I'm not invited to. And if the jokes were really funny, I wouldn't give a shit, but they weren't to me. I know I've been talking a lot of shit throughout this video, but I don't want to take anything away from Dave Chappelle, because even though this special was definitely not my favorite, you could still see how great of a performer and how great of a writer he was, especially in the second half. Like when he got into that Jock Johnson story, that was brilliant storytelling, like from beginning to end. Minus the Diddy tie-in, didn't love that. Dave Chappelle at his worst is still better than most people at their absolute best. It just sucks that he is now a rich asshole.
It's the same with all these guys.
A personality that seems to kind of suck. He's very human.
Yeah, the podcast space and like overpaying for comedians. Like, I'm glad that they made theirs. I genuinely am. I grew up with like Dave Chappelle, but even like the guys like you got Louis J. Gomez and like the guys from oh my god, Legion of Skanks. Like, I'm glad that they made theirs, and these comedians are making, enough to be, I mean, fuck, it's generational wealth in his case. But goddamn, at what sacrifice, though? Like, none of them are funny anymore. Bill Burr is the only one that really kind of maintained it, where it's like, at least he can still be funny, but even he suffers from the same problem where too many people look at him for his commentary.
Human. And that's really my point in making this video.
Like, at least I made the fucking sacrifice where I'm like, well, I'm going to do the commentary. So you have a reason to do that.
I know I'm talking to you guys, obviously, but I'm really talking to my younger self here. I was the kid who was watching stand-up constantly and idolizing these people. I bet
Like
you there's
Geraldo,
already
nice.
dozens of people who wrote, bro, you remind me of Dave Chappelle. That's because I would watch
620.
him
Hell
and
yeah.
subconsciously copy his mannerisms like a fucking weirdo. I've been listening to these people and taking what they're saying to heart as if they're philosopher kings or something, but they're not. They're entertainers. And honestly, I'm starting to think that this Riyadh Comedy Festival was kind of a good thing. Not because I suddenly think it's a good idea to do propaganda for a regime that kills gay people, did 9/11, and has slaves, but because I think this entire situation, especially how they decided to handle it, actually opened our eyes to what these celebrities actually are. They're just regular ass people. Honestly, they're usually worse than regular people.
Well, the thing is, this is why I asked about that cactus fruit.
Usually
God
kind
damn
of
it. Since no one answered, I'm going to look it up.
Alcoholics, especially stand-up comedians. Most of them are depressed as hell. It's like, these aren't people you should be learning your moral values from. These aren't people you should be expecting anything from except to laugh.
Oh, shit, it is. It totally is.
And a lot of these motherfuckers
It's called a prickly pear.
can't
And if you want a paw.
even do that right. If I
Wait
could
a
talk
minute,
to
what
my
is
younger
it?
self, I would say, take a
Well,
shot.
now you want a paw or a prickly pear.
Get a lineup. You look fucking ridiculous.
Fucking bare
But after
necessities.
that, I would say watch these people's comedy. Enjoy the specials. Support them at their shows. Buy the merch if you can. But stop fucking deifying these people.
Yes.
Expecting these people to live up to your moral standard is
Well, you're doing it right now. So, ironically, because he's telling us to do something that technically he was guilty of doing until this very moment. Yeah. All right. So, story time. Story time with Pep. Before I gotta ship on off for the night. All right. I was talking to a friend of mine who I don't really chat with a lot over the phone. She is one of my friend's like older sisters, and you know, we usually interact like through, you know, just hanging with him. So I was like, I immediately thought it was a emergency when I saw that she was calling me. No, just turns out she had a political awakening, and apparently out of everybody that she could talk to about it, she was just like, you know what? He does a political podcast. He might enjoy this. And she did give me permission to talk about this story. So during, like, it was a really interesting conversation. She had mentioned that she left her church because they made an entire sermon based on her. And, like, then at the very end, get this, because her ex-husband, who she's divorcing, was in the crowd. They decided to like wrap it up and just be like, and this is why you need to forgive and why the family unit is so important, and essentially telling her that she needed to forgive her husband or ex-husband and get back with him, right? So she tells me that, like, I left the church because of this, the way that they shamed me, the way that they did it publicly, like, fuck these people, fuck organized religion in general. Like, that finally, like, it broke her. And this is kind of the funniest part, is we started talking specifically about other aspects of her life, where I was like talking about her job. And this is what's really funny. And I asked very specific, like, can I talk about this because this is funny? So she said not only yes, but I could give the details that are relevant to the story. So she is a prison nurse, right? And, you know, she was going on about some of the stuff that she deals, like, you know, these guys, they always try to manipulate, of course, that, you know, because, they, you know, they're always trying to get with her and stuff. And, I kind of asked them, like, what's the funniest thing you've ever seen, like, in your job? And I don't know what, like, got me to ask it, but I'm so glad I did, because without missing a beat, she was just like, oh my God, I've got such a story for you. She's like, so back when she was in, like, nursing school, right? They had I forgot what it's called. It's like technicals or whatever, but like they had to be like in a hospital. So she said that, like, within the first day of her being in her, you know, I'm gonna call them technicals when I don't know the official term, but she just said all of the nurses were apparently laughing before they let the students in, because you couldn't have asked for a better scenario in this one, because it's like, all right, you have to keep yourself professional in this type of scenario. And this answered another question I had already asked her. I'm like, residency, thank you, residency. No, it's not practicals. No, that's what it is, practicals. I think that's what it is. No, practicals. No, Coyce got it. It's practicals. So she was doing practicals, and yeah, nurses are giggling, and she said that they couldn't wait to get them in there because they have the x-rays on. And she's like, I look at the x-ray and I kind of, I notice that what we're looking at was definitely an anus. And she's like, and we're looking at a foreign object. And I'm like, oh my God. Yes. I'm just like, oh my God. And that's where she kind of like made the game fun, where she was just like, now you get to guess what it was. I was like, oh. So I'm like, let's see. I'm thinking of the most creative thing. I guessed a remote the first time. Wasn't a remote. And apparently that's kind of common. So just so, for anybody that was wondering. I couldn't really guess anything after that. And she's just like, something smaller, and it can come up. And she said, this was the key detail. She's like, here's what, like, it can break apart. I was like, oh, was it glass? And I just immediately was like, was it a glass apparatus? And she's like, no. I was like, what? I totally guessed wrong. No. So, let's see. Animal, vegetable, or mineral? Nice. No, what do you guys think? Realistically, like, I'm going to leave it to you guys in chat here for just 1 minute. What are your guesses? Because I had nothing. After a glass bowl, I had nothing. Mechanical pencil? Bottle? All right, one more. We get one more in chat that I will tell you guys. It's too funny. Light bulb. You know, no, but that would have been funny too. No, all right. I said one more. All right. So, you guys know car chargers, right? Like the ones that you plug into your cigarette lighter. So, apparently, these things they break apart quite easily when they're in a foreign yeah. So long story short, there's a spring in there. I'm pretty sure that person felt that in the back of their tongue. She said the spring sent him to surgery because the thing, I guess the tip broke off and it just went it fucking went right up him. And I was like, what do you mean? She's like, like a car charger. And the first thought I had was this dude comes in and he's still got his phone charger plugged in, so he's got a little fucking tail. It's like, you guys won't believe what happened to me. Dude, that shit. But when dude, they had to use a magnet to get the motherfucker out his colon. And she's like, yeah, this is my first time really dealing with anything like this. I'm like, what the fuck? Yeah, that was pretty fucking funny, man. He had a car charger up his ass. What? Yes, he had a car charger up his ass. And I was like wondering, I'm like, was it USB or USB-D? I wonder how common that is. Yeah, I know. That's the thing. Like, you have to wonder statistically. It's like, well, there has to at least have been more than one because they had a actual common solution to fixing the problem. When she said they used a magnet, I was like, for real? She's like, yeah. They didn't want to do invasive surgery on the guy, so yeah. So I'm just picturing them sliding the fucking thing down. USB-C. Oh my god. Holy shit, I would have never guessed. Yep. That's where I was like, huh. And dude, when she asked me, she's like, do you know those, like, car chargers? I'm like, what do you mean car charger? USB-D. Hey! It is. That's why I was proud of you. And for the membership. Oh, yeah, J. Paul. Yeah. You are welcome for the membership. That was from, I believe, our man Bandit. Anything phallic is common. Dolls, toys, glass. I mean, yeah, that's what the thing is. I thought it was glass because, like, you guys kept you guessed a bottle and a light bulb. Light bulb, I didn't guess that one, but interesting guess. Yeah, but when she told me, I was like, huh? And then all I could think about, I'm like, what kind of car charger was it? Like, Now I want to know the make and model so I can go see. So it's like, wait, what the hell did he have up there? As I said, I'm picturing just a fucking tail. It's got the fucking, like the actual cord still attached to it. That's classic. Thanks, Pep. And for the... Oh, shit. That just popped up twice. Hold on. The fuck? Yeah, it did. Weird. Oh, 3 times, actually. Hold on. USB ANAL. I was trying to think of something useful that I couldn't. Aside from a pencil. I just feel like a pencil would have been better at that point. Because, I mean, well, it's like, well, I'd hope the lead, well, not the lead, but what do you call it? The, you know, the pencil lead. That's not lead. Graphite, whatever. Did the cord curl up like a pigtail? I don't know. I have to ask now. Because, like, I thought about the, like, cord thing after she told me this. I was still like... That's not what... And then you think of the whole scenario, like, all right, what the fuck? How does... And this was a guy, of course. I was just like, was this a guy or a girl? She's like, it's always a guy. I was like, ah! That's fucking kind of funny. It's always the dude that just happens to have a fucking foreign object stuck up. All right, I need more nurse stories. I just realized this. Oh, man. Well, I'm glad that she's totally okay with me telling stories like this on stream. Yeah, no, I got that joke the first time. No. It's like the thing that you stick in your cigarette lighter. And she said that it had like a certain shape where like it. So, fuck. How do I do this? There we go. So picture this, right? And then this. So like it had a curve to it, right? So you could like plug it in, and then I guess it had like a display on the other side. Coming out has to be cheaper than going to the hospital. Hanging at DJX is totally coming back to rewatch this later. Natch, cool. Yeah, tell DJX what's up. I hope he's doing well. Yeah. Shit, I should probably wrap this up here. Because yes, I do have my This Space stream, and honestly, I gotta figure out if YouTube's actually mad at me. No, it was. You know what's funny? My first thought with that, when I heard that story, like I knew I was gonna tell you guys, but I was like, I would have told that on stage. Like that was something I could have totally like made a bit out of, where it's just like, oh yeah, that's the juice right there. Ew, maybe not the best term. That's the fire. Well, okay, that's better. That's the fire right there. Oh man. No, when she said that the spring went up, though, that was fucking... I couldn't believe that. I was like, wait a minute. What? And then I thought of the little fucking... There's this little tip that just goes... and fucking rocket sticking it right up to his gullet. That's why my first thought was like, oh no, I'm sure he felt that in his throat. Just And then you have to imagine that he had that, oh no. He had to get a cheapie. Dude, that's what I was thinking too. I'm like, I've never had one of those just like break like that. That had to be... This dude went to a fucking Wawa and was just like, hey, you got a cell phone charger? I'm on my like 10th one this week. What the fuck? Wayne Brady, motherfucker. Yeah. Because she even said, she was talking about how like that was something that all like the nurses and even like the senior staff were all just like, oh, you're going to be talking about this for the rest of your life. And I was just like, you most certainly are. I'm so glad that you said this. Like, oh my God. But also just knowing that that's yeah. I asked how common it is. I'm like, hey, so on average, when you're working like a night shift, like, would it happen like nightly or was it like weekly? She's like, it was more weekly. But still. Go, gadget charging. Dude, all of a sudden his neck goes. I became Inspector Gadget from Butt Play. Oh, man. I'm sorry. I just watched a bunch of people dip. There's like, nah, this is too much. I get it. I'm sorry. Spacely Sprockets. All right. That's something you would... Spacely Sprockets! You just feel it going here. Like, up the other way in your colon. You're like, ah! Like, dude, for real, you think you felt... Like, where do you think it stops? Like, right here? Bro. Can I borrow your charger? Wait a minute. Why does it smell like that? You get it back. I'm good. No. And I thought him having the tail with the fucking charger still attached was funny. All right, you motherfuckers. Wow. Oh, man. Oh. Could you imagine, like, all right. This is completely random. So you see him in the emergency room, right? You happen to need a USB, what is it? USB-BC. God damn it. This is why nobody takes me seriously. I mean, there's other reasons, but god damn it, I do it to myself. Oh, my favorite part was how she told this. No, like, she knew the humor, of course, but she wasn't like... No, she was very matter of fact about how this went. She said the x-rays were fucking hilarious. Dude, I would pay for those. Man, that's a perfect effing story. Just the... All right, I have to test a theory. Oh my god, the doctor. No, that's it. You get to the doctor, right? It's like, I gotta test a theory. Hold on. Then it goes... Get the fuck out. Oh, fuck. All right, that's fucking funny, man. Oh, god damn it. That's a. I just, unlimited energy. The fact, I mean, I just realized I got so many more questions. It's like, wait a minute. If this is a weekly thing, you were a nurse, like she was just not a private nurse, but she worked in like the, the public sector. Well, she still does in the prison, but which is another thing. Like she told me, like, yeah, it's wild. I was just like, you might want a new job. Kind of sounds like you deal with like a lot of harassment, but apparently, might be worth it. Fuck. Yeah, come on. I'm at like 4%. Come on. you gotta. All right. I just. How do you get to that point where, like, how do you lose it? Like, just, you feel the, uh-oh. That's just like it's the funniest uh-oh moment of all time. Or, I mean, not for you, if you're doing that. But, oh, man. I just can't. The entire scenario. Oh, man. Bouncing around the 100-acre woods. Oh, man, you really want that ticker bit, huh? Well, uh-oh. Around here, we have to call him Tigger. If you know what I mean. I don't know. If I accept their charter... Here's the big question. Do you think they because it's the spring, like, if they get all the components back, do you put it back together and use it? Like, I don't know. That seems like, that just sounds like something you, or do just like, I don't know. Well, you might want to wrap it. Well, no. You clean it. If it works, it works. I don't know. I'm never lending my charger again. Hey, can I borrow your charger? No. Just seeing the existential crisis. Wait, why? No, I'm good. You can't even explain it. I just heard a story about a guy putting it up his ass once, and I don't trust you. Couldn't afford a real. That's what I was wondering. I was like, wait a minute. Why? Like, why? Like, yes, you couldn't just afford something that's just. No, you had to, again, gas station that shit. Just. Oh my God. I was about to say, he's sitting there, he's got that and a box of condoms. It's like, oh, you're in for a fun night. Oh, yeah. But he didn't even use the condom because then he wouldn't have had the spring problem. Oh, boy. Just so you know, just know if you show up in the ER with something stuck in your ass, you're getting talked about forever. Dude, I'm a second source on this one. You're right. Oh, and then everybody that she has talked to about this story is just like, yeah, that's fucking crazy. Yeah. Oh, yes, Kyle. Oh my God. Guy leaves a product review. Product broken my ass. 1 out of 10 stars. Oh my God, I'm picturing him just typing that away. Fuck. Product got stuck in my ass. What out of that star? This is why I love this stream. Oh, God, could you actually, you know what? I'm kind of, you know what? Life's little blessings. I'll take this for what it is. If this is worse, that will suck. But yeah, having the quiet vertical stream tonight was not bad. Because, yeah, I could imagine this going a little differently if I just had a bunch of assholes in chat. So, not gonna lie. Give me some positive vibes out there, guys. Because I'm a little concerned about this. God damn. No, I just realized I have to go back to her for some more stories because it was like the casual nature in which she told me that too, where I was like, yeah, I don't. Most people would not talk about that's what they dealt with in fucking medical school. Oh, God. Yeah, also, fucking, it does make you think, though, like, God, wild shit just has to, it has, like, for her to just be, like, weekly, very dissatisfied, 1 star. Recovery wasn't, Jesus Christ, no. All right. Fuck. I'm gonna leave it there. Always asking what's the craziest shit. I mean, yeah. You don't expect that. Like, and again, it was just the way she told it too. It was like, oh yeah, my first like week in medical school. Or her practicals. The first week in practicals, I had a guy come in with a car charger stuck up his ass. Yeah. You know what? I'm always at. I mean, that's something you should always ask. Like, I mean, if you're in the hospital, especially, fuck it, just ask them. Like, ask any doctor or nurse. Why not? You already got, like, you're gonna, like, pass the time. That's the way to pass the time. You can always watch, like, you know, the bullshit on your phone. Get to know, you know, your nurse staff a little bit. That's what my wife did, you know, when she first got diagnosed. I got to start asking more medical professionals about their day. You really do. No, you really do. You really do. So, like, this was unfortunate, but it was also funny as fuck. All right, so the unfortunate part was it happened to an old man, which, so we get to her cancer treatment. I know that some of y'all have heard the stories, and it is gross. But, so we get to her treatment center, and immediately, like, I noticed something's off because, like, all the doors are open. Like, and I'm talking like they're all pried open. And I'm like, huh, that's weird. And you walk in and there's a waft of just, whoa. And anybody that has ever had a dog have an accident or like close, and you're like, I know what that is. And I just looked out and there it is. It was like a little plop, 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 plop. Like all the way to the elevator and in the elevator, which I was like, what? Why is it in the elevator? Because I wouldn't have been bothered if it wasn't like for me seeing the guy like come out of the bathroom on that level. Oh, it was crap. It was definitely crap. And like, it was crap. It was crap. And yeah, I felt bad. But this is the funny part. There was somebody walking in that did not expect said crap to be there. And just without, you just hear these people talking up to the line, and you just hear the guy like, "Is that shit?" My wife was texting me. She just grabs me and fucking butts out laughing. And we did what any other person would do. Where we were planning on taking the elevator up. Nope. We decided to go and see this guy's standing there just like, the fuck is this? And then when he learned that what it was, because it wasn't dog poop. Oh boy, was he bad. Oh God. Yeah, that was a fun day at the ward, gotta say. I did feel bad for the guy though. In all seriousness, I appear to have dropped something. No, because the guy came out of the bathroom and like he tried to clean himself up, but man, like I felt so bad for the guy. Like I really did. But then there's also that part of me that was laughing hysterically inside where I'm like, I'm a bad person, I'm going to hell. Like if hell exists, I'm definitely there. My homie said he once had to keep a straight face when a doctor was explaining to this woman that she needed to do this again, not to peel vegetables before serving them next. No! You're doing the thing. Just your crunch. Like a horse takes a fucking bite out of a carrot. No. At least she's eating healthy. Oh my God! No! The crunch of a carrot's never not gonna be funny to me, guys. I hope you understand. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry that if this, the fuck? Oh, man. Oh, 1,000 Ways to Die taught you that one? Oh, man. Yeah, 1,000 Ways to Die is, God, I haven't watched it. Is that still on Netflix? I doubt it. God, I remember watching that on Spike TV. The funniest moments I've had were moments that shouldn't be funny. I've had a few of those. I have had a few of those. I mean, again, just if you guys don't know, like, why I'm laughing so hard, just again, picture just like a commercial where the crack of a carrot, and then that scenario, joke wrote itself, and then just. Oh, fuck day, man. Yep, you guys actually like right. Fuck. Oh, man. All right. What are we? Oh my God. I actually pushed it to the 7-hour mark. Awesome. No, I'm glad I got to that little comedy bit there, because yeah, like I said, that would have been a bit. Hello. I have been toying with doing some open mics. It's going back. I don't know, guys. I'm not sure if I want to do comedy again. I like this. The Darwin Awards? Yeah, no, I watched that channel. What is it? I forgot the name of the channel. Hold on. Be Amazed. That's what it is. Yeah, Be Amazed is good. Also, Dumb Ways to Die. The Dumb Ways to Die channel is also very funny. Although not so much as recent. Now it's like damn near depressing. All right. All right, guys. Here's the deal. So tomorrow, I am on this space. This space, I can tell you guys this because it's awesome. We're going vertical. So it's going to be a new little toying with the algorithm. Hopefully, we will see a similar outcome to what happened with my channel pre today. Because, yes, it is. Yeah. Hold on. Just making sure there's no updates. Yeah. All right. Hold on. My email's not fucking. Whew. Okay. So far, so good. Hopefully, everything will be okay. Yeah. Hate to say I'm a little bit nervous about this one. Just because it is new. It's new territory for me, so. But don't admit vulnerabilities on stream, guys. That would be bad. Somebody told me that once. I was just like, all right. Hooray for MySpace. This space. This space. Not MySpace. I know. You're a jokester. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to find my link to this space, but it's not coming up. Well, I guess I'm just going to the space on its channel. Second time this has happened to me today. There we go. Wait, what's going on? So tomorrow, I have a exclusive show that I do on this space, which is this channel that I'm leaving in chat. Take a look. So I contribute to an all-day stream where I started off, and then after me, there's a whole bunch of creators that are probably like, I was about to say better, but smarter is more fair. They're very educated on a lot of matters that I am not. So come over to this space tomorrow. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. No, it's definitely gonna be a good time because I have quite a bit to talk about. Obviously, sorry for the haters. Well, I don't care about that. It's not that the haters started hating again. It's the fact that I got mass reported, and yeah, those fuckers kind of got what they wanted out of it. It's okay. Okay, nice. So check it out. Hell yeah. All right, well, in that case, I will, I'm going to take off. So yeah, join me tomorrow, noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, to I'm gonna join the stream. I know. People just want to watch. Yeah, yeah. No, I'm upset by it. I know, Edge. Thank you. Thank you, Edge. I'm not even kidding. The reassurances are awesome. Yeah, I got mass reported on YouTube for things that will definitely come back on the, like, I'm fine, but I can't believe that. Like, I think realistically, like, I'm looking at all this. It's the fact that they claimed this, my wife's cancer fund. Like, that kind of bugs me. Guess it comes in the content creation cards. Yeah, that's personal. Yeah, I think that's why. Yeah, that's why it's not settling with me. That's why I'm even talking to you guys about it, like, on stream. Like, I'm fully aware that I'm still public. Yeah, no, it's fucked up. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people, dude? Seriously. Enough of them already come out and, like, talk shit about it, but low down dirty assholes. Yeah. Once this happens enough to you, they won't be able to just auto brigade you anymore. You just have to go through this a couple times. Yeah, I'll be fine. You'll try me on this space tomorrow. Hell yeah. It's going to be a good show. And yeah, vertical. We get to do the vertical show. So, yeah, hope you guys enjoy it. And with that, I should probably wrap this up because I already told you guys I was totally doing that. There we go. Now I can be profesh. All right, y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow, this space, and after that, regular time, 4 p.m. I know I was a little bit early today, but yeah, tomorrow's regular time. So, yep, noon Central Standard, 1 p.m. Eastern, and what the fuck? This isn't working. I'm stalling for time because my outro's not loading. Jeff Curry, I'm actually really happy that you are in chat. Jeff, I hope that you're joining us this week. I'm hopping off, but yeah, I need to get your kids' band's concert schedule so I can possibly check out a show, because yeah, I was talking to somebody about going down towards the St. Louis area. So yeah, but yeah, I'm going to stop stalling because I finally got my outro loaded. I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep Talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist. Pep Talk. I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.